square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home, so when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, you know, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
Please take your seats. Take the music off, please. Good morning. Good morning. Please, everyone, I'd like you to take your seats. We're about to get started. Thank you. All right, that was quick. Thank you. We're calling to order our annual board workshop of the Nevada County Board of Supervisors. Thank you all for being here. There are agendas out there, and we're going to follow the course of the agenda this morning. So if you want to know where we are, you can look on the agenda. And let's see, Trevor, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you so much, everybody. This is an exciting 3 days we have scheduled here. We'll be going through a number of presentations, looking at what we're going to be doing in this coming year. And we have several people who are lined up to explain more how this all will work. But before we get into that, we are going to first go straight into public comment. So you will have 3 minutes apiece. The microphone is right up here in the corner of the room. And please come on up. This will be our public comment for the entire 3 days.
Thanks. Can you hit the timer again, please? Thank you. Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Johanna Finney, and I live in District 5. I'm commenting today on revising the cell tower ordinance. On Friday, I sent an email to you with suggestions on how our code can be updated to ensure local oversight while staying legally compliant and protecting our communities. If you haven't read the letter yet, I encourage you to review it. There are very strong ordinances in there from municipalities across the country. Several are from California. And I'd like to thank the board for your upholding of the appeal on Dog Bar Road. I really heard that you were interested in hearing from the public. Thank you. With that in mind, I'm requesting please that the board direct the planning department to hold a public workshop in February where suggestions for the ordinance can be heard and discussed and hopefully integrated into the code. We did this successfully in 2019 with Nevada City Council. It worked really well in updating the ordinance. Secondly, I request that you direct planning to substantially increase the 30-foot setback in the rural zone. I live on a 2.5-acre parcel in a forested rural zone. My home sits 45 feet from the next parcel. If a 135-foot tower was proposed for that location, which is not unheard of for this area, it would need to be set back the length of the tower plus 20% for safety. So if it fell, it wouldn't hit my house and there'd be room for clearance. In addition, there's only one egress to this area. I'm requesting please that you also direct planning to not allow towers in areas where there's only one way in and out. If the tower catches fire, it's electrical and takes time for PG&E to shut that down and for fire personnel and equipment to get up there to fight that kind of fire. Lastly, I'm requesting that you shut down the planning proposal to make applications for towers less than 100 feet an administrative permitting process and keep the requirement of conditional use permits. It's my understanding that administrative permits would disallow public notification, hearings, and comments. You've said that the public input is very important to you, so please take this consideration seriously. It seems arbitrary that a 75-foot or a 95-foot tower could get an administrative permit and the community where this would go would not have a say in the aesthetics and the placement, etc. Yet the neighbors in the next community facing a 100-foot tower would have that accommodation and right. Please don't allow administrative permitting for these towers or small cell applications. These are powerful antennas in the public right of way. They're put on telephone, light, and traffic poles. In my letter to you, I itemized what the issues are with allowing the proliferation of small cells in densely populated areas. I'll leave it here for now. Thank you for your time and attention, and I hope you'll be embracing those suggestions of strong ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Cedar Amadeo, District 1. Very happy to be here again to the board and staff and community members. I want to firstly congratulate you all on your goals and your efforts towards climate action and resiliency. I think that's very awesome. I'm always really happy to hear that and see what you all are doing. And I want to advocate today for building electrification. I'm with the Sierra Energy Reimagined nonprofit, and I'd love to see new retrofits and new modifications of buildings, the county's buildings specifically, to be more energy efficient. And in addition to that, I really love all of the new efforts that are coming about, like the tiny house on wheels ordinance and similar things to that. So I'm happy to be a part of this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cedar.
My name is Don Ravines. Good morning, Board. I'm with the Nevada County Climate Action Now group and also a member of the Energy Action Plan Working Group for the Nevada County. The Nevada County Community Wildfire Protection Plan draft section 2.5.1.1 on climate change clearly acknowledges the projected impacts of climate change that are causing increased fire risk, greater fuel loads, and ecological and social impacts. But in the rush to clear the fuel overload in the forest for climate resilience, we must protect the mature and old growth trees that contain the most carbon and continue to sequester it at the highest rate. Concentrating on the county's wildland urban interface with home hardening and prescribed burns to reduce fuel will give us the most benefit. The SBC grant that will analyze the CO2 emissions for the county must also analyze the offsetting sequestration of CO2 by our nearby forests. We need to take actions to mitigate climate change impacts rather than just adapting to it by harvesting trees to limit the risk. Joining Pioneer Community Energy and signing up for the Green 100 will reduce our use of fossil fuels that are causing climate change and make us a more renewable community. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Good morning. I'm Ralph Silberstein, speaking for CEA Foundation as Community Advocates, Community Environmental Advocates Foundation. I have 2 points. First, currently the county is putting efforts into reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. This includes substantial efforts in addressing existing inefficiencies in residential and commercial structures. We totally support these efforts. But it makes no sense to then be approving projects which increase our greenhouse gas emissions. Alternative energy solutions are now at the level where requiring net zero is not an obstacle to most construction. For this reason, we ask that the county institute a net zero policy for all new commercial construction projects. Second point is regarding the processing of environmental impact reports. Recently, the county planning department accepted as complete the final EIR on the Idaho Maryland mine. I'm sure you're all familiar with that. And yet the draft EIR contained numerous and well-documented deficiencies, clearly showing that the draft should be recirculated. These defects were identified by many organizations, agencies, and individuals, including the State Water Board and the City of Grass Valley. We feel that the county should have required the draft environmental impact report to be recirculated, and that the final EIR impact report, that is, which failed to correct those deficiencies, should not have been accepted as complete. This could easily have been done based on solid evidence. Instead, what happened was an inevitable collision between the desires of the applicant and reality, consuming extensive time, energy, and money on all sides. So we suggest the county meet with the public to help define better processes for improving review of CEQA documents. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ralph.
Morning, my name is Heather Heckler. I'm with Nevada County Arts Council. For the last year, I've served as the program manager for the Grass Valley Nevada City Cultural District, which has been an amazing, fun ride. We have pulled together an amazing group of folks who have been meeting for almost the last year. We call it our Experience Planning Subcommittee. And this is really a group of core people, including Liam Ellerby from the Curious Forge, Robin Galvin Davies from the Greater Grass Valley Chamber of Commerce, Stuart Baker and Lynn Scrookrood from the Nevada City Chamber of Commerce, Adam Klein from In Concert Sierra in the City of Nevada City, Kimberly Parker from the county's Economic Development Office, and Kathy Fraser from Gold Miners Inn, which has kindly donated the space here for our monthly meetings. This has been a really inspiring group, and we've come up with a lot of great ideas for people to come and experience our cultural districts. This has inspired a lot of the content you'll find in our current Muse magazine, which is, we should have here for you today, including articles to help people experience the 4 seasons in the cultural district, a mural map that helps people find over 20 murals throughout the county. And we've just recently purchased the Story STQRY app, which is a place-based app that creates interactive maps. So for example, the mural map, you can scan a QR code and that will take you to a much richer version of the mural map with images, text, video, links, and all kinds of ways to experience the community. Nevada City has done an amazing walking tour that will be available for free for visitors and residents through the Story app. And Mark Lyon's Haunted Nevada City tour will be there as well. And there's really potential there for what we would call a virtual visitor center. So many cool things we can do. We also have in Muse an artist directory of over 175 local artists, groups, and guilds, and a business directory featuring 350 local businesses in the GVNC and Truckee cultural districts. We are working really hard together. We have all the partners at the table. We have a really big vision. We have some foundational tools in place, and we have a lot of momentum. And we would love the county's support to help maintain and build the cultural experiences for our residents and visitors. I think we have something really good going, and I would love to see the county participate. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Heather.
Good morning, Tom Durkin, District 4. January 22nd, 2019, 6 years ago to this day, I gave the worst speech of my life to the board and went to the back of the room and fainted. So I did not make a good impression, but I asked for to legalize trailers and RVs as living places. I'm still here and I'm still asking for it. I am encouraged by the tiny home ordinance, even though we said that stuff. I'm not going to repeat it all. I just want to make a couple of questions. Please write regulations that we can have a vote on by the end of this year. I was curious why we have to exclude motorized RVs. If they're a home, they're a home. RVs and trailers are not the ideal solution, but they are the best solution for right here and right now. And I'd like you to keep in mind that housing is a human right, and we need to get people inside. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Morning, Shirley Frericks, Waste Not, Nevada County Climate Action Now as well. And you might think I'm going to talk about plastic, but I'm not. I'm going to talk about climate change and the importance of A, circular economy, and B, zero waste. I just came from the Cloud Recycle meeting yesterday, and I mean, it's big and it's ubiquitous in what we do and where we are and how we do it as consumers as well as a county. But the most important thing is this morning I listened to a very interesting discussion of climate mitigation and climate migration. And what occurred to me is, as you can hear from our culture and what we're doing to attract people, we're going to attract people. It's too nice a place, and the weather is good, and fires are one thing, but we have a lot of other things going on here. And as people begin to migrate north, which is what they're saying, is we need to be paying attention to that. And housing, we're already paying attention to that, and affordability. So I think I need to send you the link for this talk so you can really listen to it, because I thought the inequality, and as we bring people in here, how are we going to deal with them? It's a big problem all over the United States, but because we're in the north and people are going to want to come this way, and it's quite beautiful here, we're going to have a bit more of a thing. Anyway, I think I'm going to send you the link. I can send it to Sue, because it's really worth listening to about this. And also that it ended with, how do we talk about climate change? Should we be using that phrase? Can we rephrase it so we don't turn people off, or people conjure things up of what they already know about what they think climate change is? I think maybe we need to think about other ways to come to that really address people and where they come from, rather than this high level thing that a lot of people think is holy. Yeah, but anyway, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Shirley.
Good morning. My name is Robert Myers, and I'm speaking on behalf of Den Cobb Farms, Nevada County's first cannabis farm that allows for on-farm sales. Since opening our doors over a year ago, our farm has served as a community hub for those wanting to visit the farm and learn about organic cannabis farming. Consumers have come from all over the state to purchase local cannabis and learn about the therapeutic benefits of the plant. A missing component to our business is on-site consumption allowance. On-site consumption, which is approved use by the state, is the fastest growing business opportunity for cannabis in California. Many California counties and cities have welcomed on-site consumption as a way to increase tax revenue, provide safe and regulated place to consume, and provide for consumer education. Dencom Farms, the majority of our customers are over 65 years old and are exploring medicinal benefits to alternative to current medications. We have become aware that there is very little education available to the public about the therapeutic benefits of cannabis and how to properly use cannabis. The benefits of having retailers like Dencom Farms be treated like craft vineyards is extremely important to all these customers who choose to consume cannabis and need a safe, regulated place to do so. In addition to economic benefits, on-site consumption allows for proper education on product, methods to consume, and usage specific to the person, which reduces risk associated with improper use. A safe place to consume. Many of our visitors live with children or in apartments Providing a regulated location ensures people are not consuming in public, parks, or on the street. Allows DENCOB to explain how the product is nurtured and grown to be clean and chemical-free, allowing the farm's product to be most ideal for medical uses. And provides a boost of tourism for customers who want to experience life on a working farm with rescued animals, plants, and farmers. Many of our visitors spend an afternoon on our beautiful farm. With the ability to have on-site consumption, Nevada County can attract tourists who visit our area for outdoor recreation, local restaurants, and visit a local cannabis farm. Nevada County is home to the highest percentage of organically certified cannabis farms, and it's time to show that off. We ask that staff research the benefits of retail consumption this upcoming year. DENCOB has proven to be a great partner, and we are prepared to keep expanding our small business. When cannabis is discussed today, please direct the staff to research the opportunity of on-site consumption to see if there may be benefits to our community. In addition, we ask that you not make any recommendations today that would increase retail tax in the unincorporated areas. Any increased tax to the consumer would cripple our small business. It is expected that the state will increase the cannabis excise tax at 19% this year, which is already driving consumers to the illicit market. An additional tax would be counterproductive, creating a sustainable cannabis industry. Thank you guys for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Robert.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Diana Gamzon. I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance, a trade association representing 180 small businesses within our local cannabis industry. As noted in the county's crop report, cannabis represents 0.5% of harvested cropland in the county, yet its value is a third of all agricultural assets. Cannabis has been identified by the county as an industry with high growth potential, and our organization is committed to advocating for policies that support small business growth, job creation, and increased tax revenue. The cannabis industry has brought 180 new small businesses to our community in a 6-year time span. That economic growth is unprecedented. I have 2 recommendations for today. The first is to not make any adjustments to the current tax rate for retail categories. While raising taxes may seem like a straightforward way to increase revenue, there must be a balance between supporting small business growth, consumer expectations, and realistic tax projections. California is planning on raising the excise tax up to 19% this year, which consumers will feel an additional strain, which encourages the illicit market. In addition, local businesses will struggle to compete with lower tax jurisdiction in their immediate vicinity. This will be most felt in eastern Nevada County, where Soda Springs is currently served by Truckee-based cannabis delivery businesses, which has a current cannabis tax rate of 0%. Counties and cities throughout California are making decisions to lower their cannabis taxes. Many eliminate those taxes altogether, like Humboldt and the city of Berkeley. Our current tax rate is appropriate, given economic goals we hope to achieve. Higher taxes can lead to reduced sales, which will negate expected revenue gains. As an alternative to increasing taxes, we encourage the county to explore business growth opportunities such as cannabis lounges in Soda Springs, North San Juan, and at DENCOB, which will increase tax revenue through sales volume. Our second recommendation is for staff to research cannabis lounges at cannabis retail locations. Cannabis lounges, and today we're not asking your board to approve cannabis lounges, of course, that doesn't happen here, but this will require thoughtful deliberation. So we ask for staff to be able to research this. This is a highly regulated activity which provides a safe space for cannabis consumption. It is proven to increase tax revenue, provide employment opportunities, and impact tourism. It is important to research how this activity may provide economic growth to areas like North San Juan, Soda Springs, and DENCOB. This regional revitalization can support surrounding businesses, tourism, and outdoor recreation objectives. Cannabis lounges serve as hubs that incorporate art, music, local food, which contributes to cultural vibrancy. In addition, they provide a place for adult patrons to safely consume cannabis while learning the educational benefits of dosage and strains, which are beneficial to the ever-expanding older population who consume cannabis. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Diana.
Hi, my name is Renette Sunham, District 1, former City Council member and Mayor of Nevada City. I want to talk about cell towers. About 2 weeks ago, I called into the supervisors meeting and I asked the Verizon reps about the over-the-air reception devices, aptly known as OTARDs. The answer they gave was misleading. We were told that it was actually for better reception. That's not the case. These are mini microwave towers that can be put on buildings, apartment complexes, balconies, without the county knowing, without the public knowing, and they can be put anywhere at any amount. So that's quite deceptive. And this is the other thing that's really important. And I really want to say thank you, Lisa, for talking about public input and review on these cell tower applications, because I have a shocking story to tell all of you. In 2017, we had Verizon come to Nevada City. They wanted to put 8 cell towers, antennas, I should say, on top of Friar Tuck's. We sent them packing because they could not prove a gap in service. It was after the fact that we found out, because one of the leading radio frequency experts in the world who lives in Grass Valley reviewed our radio frequency compliance document from Verizon they had submitted. She called me, and I have that recording from 2017, and I'm going to send to all of you today. And she said, Renette, I've never seen anything like this. I've looked at thousands of RF compliance documents. On average, they're 2,000 to 4,000 watts per antenna. These are 15,600 watts. This is the largest of the large. They should be on mountaintops, not in a small little dense area of Nevada City with hills and geography. In addition, this is also even more shocking. I've never seen anything like this either, Renette, and you're going to get the recording today that I'm going to send you. Generally, cell antennas are 0-degree down tilt, so you can get as much reception and microwave frequency across the horizon. 2-degree down tilt is a lot. 4-degree is unheard of. This was going to be a 6-degree down tilt on the antennas. What does that mean? That means that the highest power beam, the microwaves, was going to hit 200 feet all the way around Friar Tuck's. Don't ask me why. Verizon essentially was going to weaponize that cell antennas on Friar Tuck's. Why? Maybe because we're a town of activists. We know how to push back. We know how to fight. I don't know. But that's what happens. My point is this, folks. You've got to allow public review with each and every single cell antenna. This cannot be administrative, because they were trying to pull the wool over our eyes when we did have public review and we didn't see it. We didn't catch it. By the grace of God, one of the leading experts in the world caught it. The other thing with the FCC, when they talk about the average and you have to have a certain bandwidth, what they don't tell you is they take the average over 30 days. They can have really hot spikes, very hot for hours or a day, it doesn't matter. They drop it down and you get an average over 30 days that's within FCC guidelines. It's a dirty little secret. You all need to know. You cannot put these towering Trojan horses throughout this county without public review. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Renette.
I'm Lee French, District 2, Alta Sierra. I'm here to speak about the tiny homes on wheels, which I don't consider a bad idea. However, it puts us into a slippery slope. And I just see that in the future, we're going to end up with the approval of RVs, trailers, etc., which currently dot the community throughout not only Alta Sierra, but other areas. Currently, there are people living in some of those. I do believe that there's a code that says that they can't, but we are not staffed, nor do we have the budget to staff, I believe, to maintain the rules set up by the code. So the slippery slope is putting us into the possibility of more RVs, trailers, etc. Many people put them in their driveway, detracting from the beauty of the neighborhoods, etc. If we go down the slippery slope and put RVs and trailers and so on, and on the approval list, then we are beginning to jam up Highway 49 once again. It's bad enough now. If we have a wildfire there, we're going to end up with a lot of people on the road. Fortunately, I'm kind of down the road from Grass Valley, therefore I'm going to be out first. But anyway, if we do the tiny wheels things, the ADUs, we have to take into consideration the fact that we only have a 2-lane road and we're adding people to that road by approval of the tiny wheels, the ADUs, and eventually, as I see it, the RVs and trailers. One of the ways around this is to situate these the homeless population down towards where the highway 49 goes into 4 lanes. There's a lot of area there. It's flat, well, not quite flat, but sloping. And there's not as many trees, and the possibility of the wildfire is less there. And it will give the opportunity for the rest of the community to evacuate.
Thanks, Lee. Your time is up.
Hi, my name is Mary. I'm from District 1. And on that topic of housing and the challenge of increasing the housing options, I'm going to take a totally separate stance than his. I attended the ordinance meeting, and that was super interesting. And that was great that the Tiny Homes on Wheels ordinance passed. But it just seems strange to me that the home has to be on wheels and have that expensive chassis underneath when there's no intention of moving this home. But the other thing was I loved that one of the fellows talking about the excess RVs that serve, as a great home for people, but are non-functional. And we just have a whole bunch of them around that could be utilized for more affordable housing.
Thank you, Mary.
Good morning, supervisors and staff. Thank you so much for allowing the public into the room this morning. I am Eliza Tudor, Executive Director of Nevada County Arts Council, and it's a pleasure to be here this morning representing the artists, cultural workers, and arts organizations that drive our local economy and provide joy, healing, and education in our communities. We want to thank you for including in the coming year's legislative platform arts and culture under policy area government, finance, and administration. In many ways, the arts might apply to every one of the policy areas for the role that we play in educating our communities about issues identified as critically important to the county and your constituents. And including us is particularly symbolic for a sector under pressure right now. Bearing in mind the enormous burden carried by our venues at the moment, our performing arts venues specifically, there is an urgent need for conversation and public-private partnerships for the future. This is not an issue isolated to Nevada County, but because we're rural, we feel it all the more, because resources more readily found in urban spaces cannot be found in here. They are unreliable. As we enter the community engagement phase of Culture Forward, Nevada County's Arts and Culture Action Plan, for which Nevada County Arts Council is leading in partnership with our cities, with you, and with our business community through our chambers of commerce and our cultural districts, there is a wonderful opportunity to invite focused conversations with the county in better acknowledging the enormous assets at our fingertips and the risk of losing them. Nevada County Arts Council, as your state local partner with the California Arts Council, is here as a solution partner and convener and looks forward to constructive and holistic conversations in the months to come as part of our planning processes. On a lighter note, this is the beautiful publication fresh off the printers that Heather, my colleague at Nevada County Arts Council, who is the program manager for Grass Valley Nevada City Cultural District, spoke to a little earlier, and we're going to be passing these around in a little while. You will be so proud of our work and our arts community. Thank you.
Thank you, Eliza.
It's a little low. I'll just take the mic. Good morning. I'm JD Haas from 101.5 Truckee Tahoe Radio. And good morning, supervisors. And thank you, Chair Bullock. I'm a local business owner. I also own the radio station in Truckee. I also own another business in downtown Truckee. And I am from Eastern County, as you would call it. I'm here today to learn about the county's effort to address homelessness and understand the county's direction plan and intent to purchase a 5-bedroom, 3-bath, single-family home in the Armstrong neighborhood of Truckee. Now, in complete transparency, I am a resident of the Armstrong neighborhood in Truckee, and I bought my home there over 20 years ago. My wife and I raised our daughter in our home, and now we're empty nesters. So I'm here for two primary reasons. The first being that I am concerned about the county's process and transparency in effort to purchase or lease the property located at 12255 Sierra Drive East in Truckee. And second is that I wish to share my story because I'm not a homeless hater. I'm one of them. I've explained this to Groover here in a meeting. I've been there. At 15, I was on the streets homeless. I had nothing at all. I lost my family and everything. By the time I was 18, I was in so much trouble that a judge had seen me so many times, he took notice of me. That judge said to me, "You have a problem, son." And that was in 1988. And that judge took me under his wing and he gave me a strict regimen of what needed to be done. And if I didn't pass that regimen in 3 years, I was not going to be within your community. Let's just put it that way. And it was drug testing for 3 years. And this house, what they're calling Hope Ridge now, is not requiring any drug testing. I know that when you give someone housing and you just take away all the effort it takes to get to that point, all you're left with is the behavioral problems. And I've asked for drug testing. I've asked for supervision, close supervision. We don't have that in Nevada County. Today, I am a proud member. I've not drank or used for 36 years. I'm a member of the Truckee Police Department Chiefs Advisory Committee. I've also spoke at the Boys and Girls Club and at your high schools as well in Truckee on this matter. How do we get past there? Transitional housing. And that's the key. Last night, I loaded trucks for the Sierra Wildfire Relief Plan going down to Los Angeles to the LA Dream Center. What an incredible program. You need 100% supervision. You need drug testing. It is not the honor system. I've been there. I'm a success and a miracle. I made it. Now, I'll get back to it, but I have to put my glasses.
Sorry, your time is up, JD. Thank you for your comments. Is there any other public comment for this morning? Thank you. Thank you, JD. Thank you. So I'm going to close public comment. Thank you. I want to thank the public. For those who don't know, I apologize. I didn't introduce myself. I am Chair Hall. And this is the only public comment for the 3-day meeting. It is a working meeting. It's the only opportunity we have as supervisors to sit together in a room and have conversations, not just make decisions. However, you are welcome if you have comments about anything that goes on here to come to our first board meeting in February, and you can continue your public comment there. So I think we're going to take one quick minute here to reset. You need 2 minutes, Lori? Okay, we're going to take 2 minutes just to get reset, and then I'll turn it over to CEO Allison Lehman.
All right, good morning, everyone. So we're going to go ahead and reconvene the meeting. Good morning, my name is Allison Lehman. I'm your county CEO. We're excited to support the board over the next 3 days as part of the strategic planning process. I really do want to thank members of the public for being here. It's so great to see so many of you. So thank you for your engagement and participation. I would like to briefly outline how we'll be structuring the next 3 days. Our workshop format includes presentations, discussion from board members on key policy items that need direction, and we have left plenty of time for board discussion. At the board's last meeting, they received a progress report on each of the current board policy objectives, including updates on benchmarks and performance measures. So therefore, the staff presentations will not focus on activities in the past year, but rather will center around discussions to define the next steps needed to advance the goals. I'd like to highlight a new feature this year we have displayed up front, which will then be placed in the hotel lobby for the public, which highlights the status of current issues and projects specific to each of the board districts, but then also countywide initiatives. These visual updates will provide valuable information on the work of the county that we're actively engaged in. The informational boards are available for board members to share at future public meetings, town halls, pancake breakfasts. And so we're excited to have a visual display of the important work being done. So in terms of the mechanics of the board workshop, on the 3rd day of the workshop, there will be discussion from the board members on prioritizing the work ahead. And this is going to be led by your Deputy CEO, Aaron Mettler. The information gathered will inform program charters that will come back to the board members at a future meeting. Once the charters are approved by the board, we will then align budget and staffing going through our budget subcommittee process, which includes public hearings when the budget is approved in June. It's important to note, while this workshop has lots of policy discussion, all formal actions of the board will take place at a future board meeting. So I want to thank each of you for your work and that's gone into preparing for the next 3 days. I especially want to thank Lyd Hodson from the CEO's office and Rain Wren from the CEO's office, who have really been the champions putting together this workshop. And they're also here to support you for any individual needs that you may have. And we truly look forward to an engaging and productive 3 days. So it's my privilege to introduce our workshop facilitator, and that's Lori Burkhart Frank, who will be leading the discussion for us. So welcome, Lori. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison, and thank you, Chair and Supervisors. So I want to go through a few announcements to begin with, and you have in your packets, it's down here. So in the packets, there is a formal agenda that is blue. There's some extra copies there. And also for the public, I want you to know that you can look this up online. There are QR codes on the table. And there's also librarian Aubrey Burkholder is out there who you can borrow a device from. You can load it up on your own devices, and so you can follow along. There's also a more timed in the packet. There's a more timed amount of presentations. So that's something I want everybody to know, whether you're one of the supervisors or the public, you can get this information easily. I'm going to now go over what we're going to cover today, and that is, so if you're looking at the blue copy, it's the next order up is order and decorum. That's D. And so that's where Jeff Thorsby is going to take us through reviewing order and decorum and mission, vision, and values. E is our chair. Chair Hall is going to provide some comments. And then we have F is legislative platform. G is the legislative update. And so then we'll have speakers come in. Paul Yoder, who is from SYASL, Joe Cron, Hassan Sassour from the Paragon Government
Relations. And then CSAC Representative Jacqueline Wong Hernandez and Sarah Duquette from RCRC. And then we'll have a discussion on local impacts that's from what's going on in the state and the counties and the federal government. So it'll be a discussion up here before lunch. After lunch, there's a fiscal update, discussion on recreation, economic development, the Truckee Library update, and homelessness discussion at the end of the day. So those are the topics for today that will be presentations and discussion by our Board of Supervisors. All right, we talked about the QR codes. Oh, so other announcements just to give you a heads up today, and I'll make an announcement again tomorrow is the Code Red test. So just to remind everybody that our phones may be going off between 10 and 12, I think, and to be aware of that as supervisors in case your constituents want to check in with you, and as individuals if our phones do go off quite a bit. Okay, logistics. There's a countdown clock for the presenters and for the folks up here that can see this. At the beginning of each presentation, we will set the number of minutes for that allocated for that presentation in order for us to finish on time. And so that's something I will be checking in with the chair if we needed to extend that, if she needed to extend that. But everything is prepared to end on time based on these presentations so that you can check, you'll know what's going on that way. Restrooms out in the hallway there. And let's see, what else do I have? At the end of the day for the supervisors, so there'll just be 5 mini evaluations. We're here for 3 days, so it's really valuable for us to know, is it too hot? Is it too warm? Do you need more water? It would just give us some feedback, so ways we can make your time here most productive. If everything meets your expectations, you can just circle yes and you're done. If there's something we can do to make it more beneficial for you, please let us know. At the very end of the 3-day, there'll be a QR code with more detailed questions about an evaluation. All right, so now what I want to do is just check in with the supervisors to make sure that we note any expectations you have of investing your 3 days here that we want to make sure that we address. I am just asking the supervisors.
Colleagues, any expectations that you have for these 3 days? Who, you look like you're gonna.
I'll just start. I'm just
Thank
looking
you.
forward to, I think I just expect this wonderful conversation because looking at how we bring things to the board to be able to come to with collaborative ideas and how we move forward. So I'm looking forward to that kinds of conversation today that we don't get to have on a regular basis between staff and everybody here.
Does that summarize that? Okay. Any other specific expectations?
Artie, anything?
Yeah, thank you first and foremost to giving all the effort put into the workshop. So for me, I think it's outlining clearly some action steps. Oftentimes government can be pretty opaque and difficult for staff to kind of read the direction of the board. So I just like some really concrete action steps to move our objectives forward.
Thank you.
Lisa?
So I would agree with my colleagues, and we don't oftentimes get an opportunity to have frank conversation with everybody in the room. So for me, it's a great opportunity to hear what my colleagues are thinking on certain issues that we, because of the Brown Act or timing or whatever, we don't get to know. So I'm just happy to learn from everybody about how we want to move forward for the next year and what our collective goals are going to be.
And Rob, I know it's your first one, but if you have any thoughts.
Yeah, I think I just follow up on what Lisa was saying, the transparency that this allows and kind of the conversations that we wouldn't otherwise have. And just looking at the faces and the expertise in this room, the ability to, within a 3-day period, get the input and discussions that might take 3+ weeks, or more outside of this forum. So I'm excited for the transparency and the conversations, particularly amongst the board, that we can't otherwise have.
And I'll add on there, yep, I am looking for us to be candid and civil. We're not going to be resolving a lot of things here. If a lot of issues come up that need a extra discussion, we'll be sending it back to the board to do more research, but being candid and civil, I think, is what we want here, and engaged. So,
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. I'm going to post this up here. And we will check in with that at the end of each day, at the beginning of each day. And then as your facilitator, if we just have a few guidelines, this helps me to support you in the way you want your meeting supported. As a facilitator, I do love the idea of having a guideline that we end on time. That's your prerogative. This is your meeting. But those are the kinds of guidance that I'm looking for from the supervisors.
I'll start. Yep, would love us for end on time. Would love for us to be flexible when it comes to important conversations, that if we need more time, please say so, and we'll ask Lori, we'll ask you to help us manage that. Others?
Okay, this is very helpful. Is there anything else? Okay. All right, that is my checklist. And it's, what I didn't, I had it on my list just to remind all of us. I did hear a few times during public comment some phones. So if we could all just double check and make sure we're on silent, that would be great, so we don't interrupt the flow of any of the presentations. And now we are going to move on to our next scheduled presenter, and that is going to be reviewing the order and decorum. And I also know we've got some folks that are going to move the boards here out of the way. Do we need just 30 seconds to do that so that we don't interrupt the flow of this next presentation, which is 15 minutes? So let's see, Zach, if you could restart the clock for 15 minutes and just don't push start for 20 seconds. And Jeff Thorsby, you're up.
Well, while we're taking a
Yeah.
second, let me remind, I just got some tech advice. As soon as we're done talking, you need to mute, and that should avoid some of that feedback that we're already getting. So another thing to remember today.
Thank you, Chair Hall. All right.
All right, thank you so much, Jeff Thorsby, your Chief of Staff. Good morning and welcome to your board workshop. Zach, if you don't mind, can you please pull up the order of decorum red line? So every year at your board workshop, we bring forward your order of decorum. The order of decorum, the purpose of the order of decorum is really to provide transparent policy direction and to establish expectations on how the board shall conduct its county business, how the chair and vice chair shall schedule and manage meetings, how county staff should prepare, support, and participate and interact with the board to further the county's business, and how to provide transparent expectations to the public on meetings that shall be conducted to ensure civility and promote public engagement. Zach, if you could go ahead and zoom in. This year, in working with the chair and the CEO, we're recommending 2 small changes to your order of decorum. And so if you can go ahead, Zach, to page 7. And what I'd like to do is just walk through these changes, and then I'll turn it over to Chair Hall to make a few comments. So the first proposed change is under section 25. This is the role of the chair. And so it's proposed to add language that would articulate approve, and this is for the chair when approving board-sponsored agenda items that are within the purview and subject matter and domain and control of the county. So providing a little bit of transparent direction on what items should be approved when board members bring forward items to the chair for to bring forward for your consideration. The second piece, and I guess we'll go ahead and go through these changes. I'll turn over the chair and then we can have a discussion. Go ahead and move to the next page. And this is in the next section. So this section, the proposed language is to attend and represent, and this is regarding when board members are appointed to subsequent committees or commissions and representing the county as a whole. And so in additional language was recommended to provide guidance for board members that when attending and representing the county and its interest on appointed committees and commissions, to one, participate in appointed committees and commissions or other forums as an appointed representative of the Board of Supervisors, always act on behalf of the county's best interests as a whole and advance the county's core services, priorities, objectives, and reflect on the county's vision, mission, and values. And then two, to refrain from actions that could be deemed controversial outside the county's adopted policies by the Board of Supervisors. So I'll go ahead and stop there, maybe turn it over to you, Chair Hall.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Yeah, on the first item is really just a kind of a cleanup item. It's always been the chair's prerogative to decide what issues may come in front of the board when it comes to new items. The second one we decided to add, we've gotten much more engaged, this county, in our CSAC, RCRC, NACO, our organizations where we assign one person and they represent the county as a whole. That can happen also on commissions and other appointees. So we just thought it would be best to make it more explicit that when you're voting, so you can have your opinion on anything you want on any of those committees, you can speak your mind. That's what's expected. But when you're taking a vote on behalf of the county, it should reflect where the county as a whole would be voting. So in the case of a split board where we might have different opinions, you may want to abstain, or you may want to go back and figure out what the majority opinion is. It's never been an issue. I did at one point abstain on a vote for CSAC because I knew we had a split board. And there are other boards, there's one county where someone did not follow what the board directed and that person was subsequently removed by the board from that commission. So that is a role that the board plays. And so we just wanted to make that clear. Again, you're free to have your own opinion speaking for yourself at any committee or commission. Obviously, it's what you're elected to do. But when you're taking a vote on behalf of the county, you are reflecting the board's position as a whole. So if there are any questions on that. That's all I have, Jeffrey.
Perfect. Yeah, so if not hearing any comments or questions, then what we'll be doing is we'll be taking this back to your board for formal adoption at a later meeting date. So let's go ahead and move forward then. Thank you for that. And the next item that we wanted to annually at your workshop every year is we go through the mission, vision, and values statement. And this really serves as a guiding post for staff as well as the public understanding the role and the focus of the county. Staff is not making any recommended changes this year to your vision, mission, and value statement. And just for transparency for the public, I'll go ahead and read just the first top statements. The vision, we are dedicated to outstanding public service. Mission, to work with the community to develop sound and innovative public policy, provide strong leadership, and deliver excellent services in a fiscally responsible manner. And then we have our value statements, which includes customer satisfaction, collaboration, open and honest communication, innovation, integrity, personal responsibility, pride of ownership, our employees, our community, trust, respect and civility, and equity and inclusion. So again, looking towards any comments or any discussion regarding any changes that your board may will.
Are there comments or questions? Oh, I just want to say that, the longer you're here on the board and if you're out and about attending other counties' board meetings or other supervisors and talk to them, we have an unusually collaborative board. We're civil, We have good, hard conversations. We work together, putting our community first. And not every board does that. And it's really a great thing. And I'm proud of our board. I hope we continue that this year. This document sort of lays the foundation for how we do that. So I encourage folks to read that and understand where we're coming from. Thank you, Jeffrey, for presenting that.
Thank you.
All right, Chair, we now have dedicated time to hear from you. Or is that, did you?
Yeah, thank you. So thank you for that. I'm going to keep this very short. I think we've already heard both from CEO Allison Lehman and Lori and sort of the items that have come before you so far, where we are right now this year. I'm not going to go into the chair theme very much. I did discuss that at the last board meeting. It is about uplifting our youth and our families and our young people. It's particularly hard right now for young people with having food insecurity, housing insecurity, transportation insecurity, challenges in this world that some of us didn't have when we were younger. And we have a great bunch of youth in this county who are engaged and a big part of who we are. We have our youth commission that has gotten up and running, and they'll be providing recommendations about what they think we should do differently or more of. And we're really looking forward to looking at those and seeing what we can adopt from them. We're going to be looking at many of the services that we already provide. We have a very robust set of services for our youth, but I really want to uplift them, make sure we all know what's out there, especially young people, what's out there for them that the county has to offer, and then maybe provide a few more challenges. We had this goal for housing all our homeless veterans, having zero. We'd love to see how we can do something similar with our homeless families and homeless youth. Let's uplift them, give them some attention, make them understand we're here for them, and see what we can challenge us. So this won't be a new program, but it will help us focus on what each department is doing on this particular cohort, and help us all be there for our youth. In terms of what we're doing here today, this is my, will this be my 9th planning meeting? I can't believe it. These are always so important for us to have the opportunity to speak freely and really get deep into some of the issues that we're working on. So I very much look forward to this. I know staff has worked incredibly hard, and a lot of coordination was needed, a lot of reviews, and they've been given the instruction to not take too long with anything, so we have plenty of conversation time. So we should live up to that and have those conversations that we need to after the staff makes their presentation. So I just want to thank everyone for that. Again, thank you to the public. To correct one comment that I think was made. You are welcome to be in this room the entire time. There will be no closed session, no private conversations. This is what we do. But because it is a working meeting, we won't be taking questions or comments or engaging with you during the course of the day, except for maybe at lunch. So again, thank you, everyone. Welcome, and let's keep going.
Right. Thank you very much, Chair Hall. So our first presentation is the legislative platform, and that is going to be Carissa Sear and Mandy Stewart. And Jeff, did you want to introduce? Okay. Yes. Okay.
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to introduce as they sit down. I really just want to articulate my thanks and appreciation for our staff, who are just absolutely phenomenal. This is your analyst, Carissa Sear, Mandy Stewart, who really led the county's efforts through the leadership of Allison on the county legislative platform. So to you every year. This year, they're going to go ahead and present an overview of it, and I'll just kick it straight over to them. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Hall, members of the board. I'm Carissa Sear, an analyst in your office, and I'm here today with Mandy Stewart, also an analyst in your office as well as CEO. And we're pleased to be here to present the 2025 legislative platform. We are going to start out by defining the platform's purpose and use, discuss how the platform was developed this year, and review the policy areas and what's new for 2025. And I wanted to pause and just thank the board for your leadership in the legislative space. As Supervisor Hall mentioned, your engagement has been growing and increasing in recent years, both the federal and state levels. For a small rural county, Nevada County is extremely well represented at all of our three main legislative and advocacy organizations, including NACO, CSAC, and RCRC. This doesn't even include all of the local committees and commissions. But some recent examples I'd like to highlight include for NACO, or National Association of Counties, Supervisor Hall currently serves on the Intergovernmental Justice Task Force and the Justice and Public Safety Policy Steering Committee. Supervisor Bullock is serving on the Public Lands Steering Committee, and your Chief of Staff, Jeffrey Thorsby, serves on the Finance, Pensions, and Intergovernmental Affairs Steering Committee. At the California State Association of Counties, or CSAC, Supervisor Hall serves on the Insurance Working Group and just wrapped up a year of chairing the Agriculture, Environmental, and Natural Resources Committee. And at the Rural Representatives of California, or RCRC, Supervisor Hook is extremely engaged with the Board of Directors, as well as the Rural Counties Environmental Services Joint Powers Authority, or the ESJPA. And all of this representation serves to advocate to protect our core services and increase resources for important projects that better our county. And now I'd like to turn it over to Mandy to talk about how we use the platform throughout the year.
Thank you, Carissa. Good morning, everyone. So why do we adopt a ledge platform every year? The answer is that the document provides a framework to support legislative and regulatory advocacy efforts, which are geared towards ensuring the sustainable delivery of county core services, advancing priority objectives, and soliciting funding. Thanks, co-pilot. All right. So how is this platform used? Once the platform is adopted, it is used for three significant purposes. One, it orients lawmakers on key positions critical to Nevada County. Two, it enables a proactive approach to county advocacy efforts. And three, it enables the chair to respond to urgent calls to action on behalf of the board. We do also want to remind the board and senior staff that the policy positions included in the ledge platform are expected to be non-controversial from a county standpoint. And if an issue does arise, which is deemed controversial by the CEO or other senior staff, it will be brought back to the board for discussion and approval. I will now turn it back to Carissa to outline the process for development of the annual platform.
All right, the platform development really spans across multiple months at the end of every year. Starting in the fall allows us to align with NACO, CSAC, and RCRC's legislative priorities where applicable. In October of 2024, we kicked off the development process with the inaugural legislative stakeholders meeting. It included a wide range of county stakeholders. We all met together in one room to discuss the most pressing issues in the county and for each entity. By bringing so many partners and stakeholders together, we had the intent of elevating our collective voices at the state and federal level, and I feel like we have some real momentum moving into 2025 for regional legislative coordination. To round out the initial input gathering, we received extensive feedback from many of the folks in this room, senior executives and elected officials. From there, staff synthesized content, put together the document, and provided a final round of review. Our next step after this workshop would be to incorporate any feedback that you have here today into the final version and bring it back to you for your approval in February. Within the document, there are a total of 224 positions this year. While we had increased input, we also worked to consolidate the positions where it made sense and streamline the document to try to provide a more user-friendly and easily read document. The policy positions within the platform are divided into 5 main areas, as you can see on the slide here, which includes, it aligns with CSAC's main policy areas. This keeps us easy to track. So you'll also hear CSAC talking about these same areas. And this includes, as you can see, administration of justice, agriculture, environment, and natural resources, government, finance, and administration, health and human services, and housing, land use, and transportation. The platform also highlights key priority issues that are expected to be hot topics in 2025. Some of the highlights this year include residential and commercial wildfire insurance, the state budget, housing, broadband, funding to support implementation of Prop 36, as well as maintaining funding to support our core services.
The 2025 platform also includes several priority projects, which are categorized based on their state of readiness. In 2025, we have roughly 40 projects identified, ranging from fuels treatment and maintenance projects, necessary bridge repairs, recreational trail development, public safety improvements, and facilities improvements to better provide core services to our constituents. And with that, we turn it back over to you for any questions and discussion you may have.
Thank you. I'll jump in. So we have a new administration at the federal level. We will have a new administration at the state level in a couple of years. Talk about how we handle new issues that come up that we may not have anticipated being in the ledge platform. Explain to us a little bit how the process, a new issue might come up and how we handle that and how it gets into the platform mid-year, say.
Yeah, absolutely. If it were to come an issue that was not in the adopted platform, that would be an issue that would need to come back to the board. So we traditionally haven't edited the document in the middle of the year. We would have just brought that issue as a separate item back to the board. An example might be the AT&T letter that just went before the board on the 14th. Carry of last resort is actually now in this platform, but it wasn't at that point. And so that's the kind of thing that maybe would come back to the board at a regular meeting.
Thank you. Any questions, comments?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the work on this. I've seen this develop just in my tenure here at the county. It's been it's worked well. And I think as chair, I wasn't ready for the onslaught of letter signatures that occurred. So you sign a lot of letters, which I think is an efficiency point of the process that makes it actually work, right? So you don't have to come back to the whole board. My question, thanks Chair Hall for bringing that up, because my question was exactly the same. And if there's independent, like my community in East County has certain policy changes that are occurring at the federal level that are going to directly affect some of the people in my community. So how does an individual board member, do we bring those to the chair? Or do we bring those to chief of staff, or how exactly does that process work?
Does one of you want to take that, or Jeffrey?
Sure, absolutely. I'm happy to take it. I think clearly if a board member wants to take a position, they can reach out to Allison or myself, but ultimately they would need to bring it to, if they want to bring it before the board to take a position on a specific item, that would need to be approved by your chair. And then again, that's per the order of decorum rules. And then that would be agendized, and then staff would make a presentation, and then the board would make a position. I also just want to make a note too that policy doesn't just rest on just the legislative platform. Of course, if your board takes a policy position within, say, for example, a plan like your recreation plan, and that's found to be within there. I mean, and that's why there's a certain review process that ultimately that gets approved by your CEO to make sure that there's substantial policy guidance on that. So I just want to articulate that it is possible. There's other policies where we can lean on, but ultimately this is kind of the slate, the consent item, if you will, for legislative positions. But again, I would encourage board members to reach out to myself or Allison, and then eventually talk with the chair.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Any other comments or questions by my colleagues? Pretty standard. We've just want to commend everyone for working on it, and it's improved every year. I think the first year we kind of threw something together. Jeffrey, you did that, and it's improved every year. And just for information, a number of counties have reached out to us and asked to copy it because they found it thought it would be very useful to help guide their board as well. So if there are no more questions or discussions, we are quite a bit ahead of time. So if you don't have any questions or discussions, I'll thank you for the presentation. Well done. And we're going to take a minute here just to regroup and see where we want to go next.
Yeah, we're scheduled for a break, so we're just going to extend the break and we're actually going to take this is going to be very luxurious, but we'll take a 25-minute break now and then we'll reconvene. So that will put us, Zach's going to put 25 minutes on. That will put us at 10:05.
So Lori, our speakers here for our next panel.
Oh, are they?
That's a question to staff.
No, I don't believe they are. Yeah. So we'll reconvene at 10:05.
now.
We're going to be coming back in to get started, please, everybody, in just a minute. Okay, everybody, let's come on back in.
All right. The chair has requested the ding, ding, ding. So that was one ding. Everybody was very attentive. I'm going to turn this over for the legislative update to Jeff Thorsby, who's going to introduce the panel.
Check, can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, board. So I'm excited. I've really gotten the great privilege of introducing this panel for the last few years, and we've really been really fortunate to have some major heavy hitters who are on your legislative advocacy team down in both Sacramento and Washington, D.C. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to do brief introductions. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to ask a key question for each of our panel members to kind of take 5 minutes and talk about a couple of things that they would like to say. And then we're going to open it up to you this year, to the board members. We want to make sure that you have really an opportunity just to really have good dialogue. Of course, that also includes anyone else at the Horseshoe if you have key questions on legislative updates. And so I want to make sure that you have the opportunity to engage. So with that, I just want to kind of articulate a little bit. First of all, I just want to turn online. You have your Paragon team, your legislative advocates at Washington, D.C. This is Paragon Government Relations. And we have Joe Cron and Hassan Susur. And then here in person, we have Paul Yoder, who is your legislative advocate. We contract with Paul for a number of years and he's done tremendous work. A number of you also know Karen Lang, who works directly with Paul. And then we have Sarah Duquette from Rural County Representatives of California as well to talk about RCRC's work. And we also have a representative from CSAC, that's Jacqueline Wong Hernandez. She is currently en route. She has hit some traffic. So in the middle of our session, you're going to see her run up and sit down, and that is her. And so we'll give her an opportunity to talk when she gets here. So we do extend our apologies for that. So with that, what I'd like to do is go ahead and ask each one of our members kind of a key question. One is, just to briefly introduce yourselves outside of what I've just mentioned, and tell us about your priorities for your organization, and then also what you're seeing for the administration, whether that's in SAC or in DC, and what you think some of the key issues are that are relevant to counties and specifically to Nevada County. And so maybe with that, maybe I'll start off with our Paragon team, and then I'll shift over to Paul. And Joe and Hassan, it's all yours. Take about 5 minutes if you don't mind.
You got it, Jeff. Thank you so much. And I missed part of your introduction. I'm sorry. I
One
was
sec, we
struggling
can't
with
hear.
audio,
Just
but
do
I think
check.
we're good. We're good now, right?
Just a sec, Joe. We can't hear you.
All right.
Give us 1 second. What we Maybe let's go ahead and do this while our team is working on that piece. Let me go ahead and actually shift it over to Paul. Joe, we'll come right back to you, okay? You can hear us. Thumbs up? Okay, perfect. Paul, let's go ahead and turn it over to you first.
Thanks, Jeff. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for inviting me. Nice to be here for the treats. I like treats. So the state budget, I'm happy to answer questions. So is Jacqueline. So Sarah, I'm sorry, let me back up. I'm Paul Yoder. I'm one of the founding partners in Shaw Yoder, Antwi, Schmelzer, and Lang. I've been lobbying for counties for 35 years. And happy to do that. Started with San Diego County, and our firm now represents many counties throughout the state, including Nevada, as well as private sector interests. So thank you again for having me here. On the state budget, I think the biggest thing I can tell you right now is maybe don't really worry about what Governor Newsom proposed on January 10th. And that's for a lot of reasons. Mainly the fires, the most obvious thing. And then secondly, and I'm sure your federal advocates will speak about this, but there are a lot of things, just stating the obvious here, that could come out of Washington, D.C. And that's one thing that I think we all understand. The thing I want to highlight today is the timing, potential timing of those things. We do our state budget more or less by the end of June. Constitutionally, it has to be passed by the 15th. That's always kind of a check the box budget. Then the real budget gets passed by the end of June, and then they amend it in August. Congress may not get down to the nitty gritty on some of the things that can't be done through budget reconciliation in DC. They may not get to those things until late in the calendar year. Assuming that happens even, let's just say, for healthcare or for social services or some big element of the federal budget where money flows to states and then to counties, we might be 4 or 5 or 6 months into the 25-26 budget year in California. And so I really want to make sure that supervisors and key staff hear that from me today. That's on the budget. Again, happy to answer questions. I think, in a nutshell, money probably can't come out of the just passed resources bond to help Los Angeles and Ventura counties and the citizens that have been burned out. Sarah is prepared to talk about this as well. We can go into the details, but basically, while a lot of members of the legislature may be sympathetic, I think we all are, to what's been going on down there, the bond that the voters of California just passed, it has very specific requirements on the wildfire and wildfire prevention pots. For example, 40% of that money is supposed to go to disadvantaged communities. There's also a requirement with respect to equity in the bond. You can't take the $1.5 billion out of the resources bond, give it all to LA and Ventura, and check the boxes per the bond measure that the voters just passed. And so how they get relief, we'll see, but it's probably going to have to come out of the state's general fund, and I wouldn't be surprised if Governor Newsom tries to access more of the money that is in the reserves. So I talked about the federal budget a little bit and the timing of that. I don't want anybody to be shocked down the road if money is block granted to the states, and B, really don't want anybody to be surprised if when they're devising the formula for how much each state should get, I don't want you to be surprised if the formula disadvantages states like California and New York and Massachusetts and favors other states. I do not mean anything I'm saying is political statement. I think I've tried to think of everything I'm saying to you today as fact. But if money is block granted, you won't get a dollar for dollar. It never works out that way. So we might get 90 cents on the dollar, 85 cents on the dollar, 80 cents on the dollar in health and social services. And then again, I think the things that federal advocates are going to want to watch very, very closely for California counties is how is the formula derived. So I want to go on that. And then for behavioral health, and I'm just touching on a couple of things that I think are important to mention, especially to elected folks and to the public. So all counties are implementing Care Court in California, right? I think everybody has probably heard that expression's familiar with it. We also have conservatorship reform in California by virtue of Senate Bill 43 that was recently enacted. I want to make sure everybody understands the press is already tracking certain counties, not in this one as far as I know, and luckily not in any of the counties we represent yet as far as I know. But the press is absolutely tracking situations like the one I will describe, which is a family desperately wants to get their son or daughter into Care Court. The minute they hear the governor propose Care Court, they literally count the days until the law becomes implemented locally. They manage to get their son or daughter into Care Court. Their son or daughter almost immediately decides, I don't have to be here. There's nothing compulsory about it. There's nothing compelling me. And they quickly drop out. The law allows, in situations like that, the law allows counties to then conserve that individual if they believe that that is in order. And I'm just telling you right now, I talked to a reporter in San Diego, and thank goodness we don't represent San Diego County, but there will be news stories very, very quickly about San Diego County is not actually implementing all that is allowed under Care Court and under California law as it is currently written. And so supervisors, I understand the history in this county very, very well, and I want to make sure you all understand that. This is something that I don't just expect the press to write about it. I actually think this legislature will probably propose new legislation. Even though we've had so much significant legislation over the last couple of years in the behavioral health space, I think this legislature, you will see multiple bills introduced designed to make Care Court and conservatorship work I would just say better together for individuals who need the help that they need. There are obviously cost implications for counties already because of those recently passed laws, and there would, I assume, be additional cost implications from new legislation. But again, the thing I really want to convey is even though there's been so much legislation in this space over the last couple of years, I think you should expect more. So those are a couple of the issues. I think that was 5 minutes, Jeff, more or less. A couple issues. It was all over the map. I understand that, but these are the things that I think are really kind of hot in my mind that need to be understood by policymakers.
So let's go ahead and move over to Joe and Hassan. Joe, can we hear you?
Mic check. How's that?
Check. Yes, we can. Thank you, sir.
You got it, Jeff. Thank you so much to the board members and to the CEO, staff, and others for having Hassan and I on today. Appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate very much Paul's update and weaving in some of the federal issues. Yes, there is significant overlap that we need to pay attention to, including some of the timing issues that Paul mentioned. But yeah, I want to mention a few other things and then turn to Hassan as well, and we'll try to keep it within the 5 minutes. Yes, on the budget and spending, a lot of speculation, a lot of unknowns at this point in time. The budget reconciliation process is something that folks are going to hear a lot about. It gets wonky fast, by the way. The one takeaway for the board members and others is that it's a process that is insulated from the Senate filibuster and can be used to impact fiscal policy, essentially, spending and tax policy. So the new Republican majority and the president have made no bones about the fact that they do intend to utilize the budget reconciliation package to extend the 2017 era tax cuts. So that's a huge priority for the Congress right out of the gates. The House leadership has set an ambitious time frame. Although, again, going back to what Paul said, it's true. I don't think we really know how this is all going to shake out until we kind of get into it. But they have set an ambitious timeline to try to get budget reconciliation done. Now, to pay for, and this will get very interesting and wonky, but it'll be interesting to see, how much of a budget reconciliation, a tax cut extension package will actually be paid for. There are some Republicans in Congress who think the entire package should be paid for and that some additional defense spending should be paid for. House Budget Committee Republicans did 2 weeks ago now, I believe, release a menu of options of programs that could be cut or reduced or modified or changed, or however you want to characterize it, to pay for the tax cuts. I will point out to folks that, some of the programs that were explicitly listed on there as options would be Medicaid, so Medi-Cal, in terms of some programmatic changes that, yes, would translate essentially into budget cuts down to the county level. The TANF or CalWorks program was listed as a potential cut on there as well. SNAP or CalFresh was on the menu, along with a whole host of other sort of safety net social services related programs. So, Jeff, you had asked in terms of what are our priorities. Our priorities, of course, are the board's priorities and Nevada County's priorities. So I know that that's something that you're going to be paying attention to very closely and something that we're going to be advocating on. I don't want to steal any of CSAC or RCRC's thunder, but I know that CSAC also will be, when the officers come into town for the NACO conference, will be focusing directly on those safety net programs and those potential cuts in budget reconciliation. So look, that's just one issue and one way for, again, the new majority to potentially cut spending. That's outside, I would point out, that is outside of the normal budgeteering and appropriations process. Folks will recall we do not currently have a full year FY 2025 budget. All departments and agencies are operating on a shoestring budget through mid-March. So Congress needs to get a new budget done for the current year and then immediately pivot to the FY 26 budget. So there is a lot to be done in a short period of time, and it'll be fascinating to see how this Congress and the new administration handle it. I'll mention one other dynamic and then turn it over to Hassan. Obviously, the debt limit and the debt ceiling is another big issue that makes the headlines in the papers, and folks are talking about how does Congress address that. I believe as of just a couple days ago, the Treasury Department has put Congress on notice, saying they have begun to use extraordinary measures to keep the country's finances afloat in the absence of the extended debt ceiling limit. And so a lot of focus right now on fiscal and budget issues. There's a whole lot of other things, whole other universe. Maybe we can get into some questions later, but wanted to touch on the big fiscal issues. Hassan?
All right, thanks, Joe. Yeah, Joe covered kind of the big picture things. I think bottom line is we're going to be playing defense on a number of fronts. One area where we are going to go on offense is on forest management reforms. There's actually going to be a bill on the floor tomorrow, the Fix Our Forests Act. Again, this is a bill that's it's pretty comprehensive in nature. It actually passed with bipartisan support in the last Congress with the wildfires in LA. It's brought renewed focus to forest management policy. We're going to see this bill again passed tomorrow. The question is whether it gets through the Senate. They will need 60 votes. This is not really anything that's a live issue for the reconciliation process because it is policy changes. It's not necessarily tied to the budget. So that's one thing we'll be on offense. Insurance, while we won't see too much in the form of a comprehensive package on insurance, I think we're going to see a lot of work around the edges. And kudos to Supervisor Hall for really bringing this issue to the forefront at the local, the state, and the federal level. We are hearing more talk about this in different offices, different states. So that's encouraging. But again, this is an issue that's it's an area of the law that's primarily regulated at state level. So there's not a whole lot of desire in Congress to tackle the main issue, but we will see again some work around the edges. So grant programs for mitigation, home hardening work around your homes, study into the underlying causes of increasing insurance costs, climate change, things along those lines. We'll see that farm bills is a live issue. We've been talking about this for the last couple of years. It always seems to get pushed to the back burner. That the farm bill policy was extended for a year, so that's an issue we'll probably see more of a focus on later in the year. Again, that'll be another avenue to, if they don't get the Fix Our Forest bill through all the way, Farm Bill will be another avenue to kind of fix some of the forestry policy there. Secure Rural Schools is another one I did want to mention. That program is now expired. We've heard promises from folks on the Hill that it will be reauthorized and payments will go out. We'll believe it when we see it. Again, they should have had that done at the end of last year. It's going to cause an issue if they do renew it because the payments will go out late. The calculations will be delayed, but that's something we're tracking as well. And I think we're probably a little over 5 minutes, but happy to turn it back to the panel.
Perfect, thank you. And actually, real quick before I turn it over to Sarah, Joe or Hassan, could you give us a quick update as well on the county's earmark and the earmark process at congressionally designated funding projects?
Yeah, absolutely, Jeff. Thanks for the question. Yes, so the county's earmark request, the Regional Indoor Firearms Training Facility, the just under $3 million earmark is pending in the House Agriculture Appropriations legislation. As I indicated earlier, we don't have a full year final budget yet. The deadline for that is March 14th. So conventional wisdom on that says that the earmarks that are pending across the different appropriations bills will be retained. It ain't over till it's over. And so again, Congress still needs to finish writing that budget. There was some speculation going into the new year. What would the new Congress do with earmarks? Might they look to eliminate them? Folks will recall they were gone for 10 years. We don't see evidence of that. We think that there's going to be a new earmarking cycle for FY26. And again, we're cautiously optimistic that earmark will be retained for FY25. So we'll keep you apprised, Jeff, and the board as well.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And so with that, I'm actually going to go and turn it over to Sarah. All yours, Sarah.
I'll start briefly with our federal policy. We have some supervisors out there right now with ACG, our lobbying firm, and we'll be back out there prior to NACO. Some of our top priorities going into this year is insurance, rural health access, the Farm Bill, federal land management, and NEPA reform. So expect a lot of that on our federal side. Moving into this year, there's a couple things kind of at the top of the list. No surprise, fire recovery. With the rebuilding of Southern California, we're going to see a lot of movement in terms of streamlining permitting, suspending certain types of building requirements, coastal commission, CEQA. We really want to make sure that there's equity in that because we have a lot of communities also rebuilding and make sure that we're not left behind and we're able to utilize those things as well. and which leads me directly to home insurance. Insurance has been a top priority for RCRC for quite some time. We will be engaging in that a lot this year. As you're probably well aware, a lot of those homes were on the FAIR Plan. And so we're going to see some major issues with the FAIR Plan this year and and probably more cancellation. So that will be at the top of our list. Also, permit reform. Buffy Wicks has been straightforward and said, this is a top priority. We want to get this done. We're being proactive. We're bringing some of our supervisors and the assemblywoman over to our CRC to start talking about these things. There's some good things like SECRA streamlining and potentially reform, but also some concerning things like by right permitting and removing local control, which can be problematic in certain circumstances. So expect a lot on that side. In terms of transportation, one issue that's a top priority that's come up a lot, at least at RCRC, is a conversation about increasing weight limits on certain roads. There's supporters, but also pushback. So there's a delicate balance because especially on county roads, we also are responsible for maintenance on those. So that will be a continuing discussion. We also are going to be heavily involved in SB 54 regulation process to make sure that we have a seat at the table for determining the implementation steps. We also will be involved in carrier of last resort. We just had a new ad hoc, so we can rapidly respond. Last year, we were successful in advocating at the CPUC, and ultimately AT&T's request to be removed as carrier of last resort was denied by the commission. But unfortunately, there was legislation that moved forward. We were able, along with a large coalition, to stop that, but we anticipate legislation will be back, and that will be a big topic and particularly important for our communities that need that copper line as a last lifeline, particularly for emergency response. On the social services side, there's still going to be a big topic around the foster, the FFAs, the foster agencies, and the liability insurance. So we expect that that will be a continued conversation over the next 2 years. It doesn't seem like the insurance situation is really going to get any better because of some prior legislation that allowed some reopeners of sexual assault claims, which is making it very, very hard for them to be able to get affordable insurance in the market. I won't repeat any of the stuff that Paul talked on behavioral health. I'll just mention one thing. We are really heavily engaged on Proposition 1 implementation, both on the BHSA side with our county responsibilities, but also on the bond side. What we've seen with the behavioral health infrastructure is a lot of our rural communities have been left behind and have not been receiving grants at a high rate like some of the other areas. We are going to see that last round of unmet needs. So we'll really be advocating to make sure there's some type of rule set aside or availability for areas of the state that haven't been able to get these resources, to have these facilities to get that, especially in light of some of our increasing responsibilities around LPS and care court. It's going to be incredibly important. On the public safety side, I do think some of the juvenile justice bills will be returning. So we'll probably have some additional fights because typically some of the CBOs want to redirect funding from your county probation to them. And another topic that's coming up is gel medical, with about 38 counties contracting with CMFG or WellPath. There could be some impacts with the recent bankruptcy claims. So we're working with PRISM as a larger group to look at options moving forward, and also with Arthur Wileen and the County Council Association of engaging in the bankruptcy proceeding with PRISM. So more to come on that. On the general government side, there will be some Brown Act bills. We're going to try as local government coalition to remove the sunset on AB 2449, which gives you the flexibilities for your board meetings for people to for board members to utilize remote participation. There will be another attempt to move the bill to allow more flexibilities for your advisory committees to have those flexibilities. That will probably be a harder fight. The committee consultants and the chairs of both sides of the House are not really enthusiastic about that. I do expect we'll see a lot of repeat labor bills, so stay tuned for that. There's always a lot going there. On the RCRC side, we are going to be moving forward a couple pieces of legislation. One is around code enforcement to bolster your ability for addressing illegal cannabis, violations of state housing law, and fire hazards. We also have a bill to hopefully bring more money to rural counties' environmental health. Right now, your CUPAs for a lot of the counties are not able to get state funding. So we're trying to increase the population so all counties under 150,000 would get
$100,000 a year towards your CUPAs, which hopefully will be very helpful. And I'll end on one last thing. Because you do have a cannabis industry here in Nevada County, I do expect that the hemp bill will be back, and there will be a big fight. And from what I understand, both the hemp industry and some portions of the cannabis industry want to make sure that THC hemp products can be at your everyday retail location with a lower tax with a 5% THC. So there'll be a lot of conversations that will involve the public side of that, public health side, but also the implications for your cannabis industry here. And if you have a tax, what that means for your local tax. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Perfect. And so Jacqueline's still en route, so I just got an update from her. Maybe, Paul, I think you wanted to maybe just jump in and add a little addition, so go ahead.
Yeah, after all the things that I mentioned and others, just a couple more things. Appreciate Sarah bringing up caller of last resort. AT&T's advocates have actually reached out already. And everything Sarah said is obviously true, that, we successfully defended against that last year. I think AT&T knows that they weren't as strategic as they could have been. And I think they've done some soul searching and they're coming at it in a different way this year. And I just want to make sure everybody is clear on that. They already have an author. They'll have the same author, Assemblywoman McKinner from Los Angeles. And they're doing a lot of outreach to folks. I have asked them for county by county, if they would like to provide maps and details. If they really want to be that transparent, then why wouldn't they come up to Nevada County, their representatives, and have a conversation? At the end of the conversation, you may still say, we are at war, right? And we're telling our advocates, soldier on, but you would at least have that conversation. So I know for our part, what we have requested is just county by county. They want to share what would be their plans. And if they're actually willing to do the work and to meet with people eyeball to eyeball, a lot of time between now and the deadline to get a bill to the governor. Please don't misunderstand me. Fought side by side with RCRC and CSAC and others. We're prepared to do that again. But again, AT&T has already initiated contact, and that's how we've responded to them thus far. So that's on caller of last resort. I don't think any of us, so in terms of FEMA funding statewide, federal government owes California $4.5 billion. Joe and Hassan might want to correct me here. The Newsom administration has worked furiously over the last 2 weeks to try to get the Biden administration to release as much of that money through FEMA to California before, literally President Biden's last minute in office. Even going to, we are told, even going to the extent of sending 3 staff people to Washington, D.C. to meet with FEMA to make sure that all the appropriate documents have gotten signed. We are told that that happened. However, it's not all of the money that's owed. It sounds like it's about 85%. That's thing number one. Thing number two, we keep checking with the state controller's office. And I want to be clear, especially for the public's benefit, some of this money even goes back to COVID and money that counties spent to help house people during COVID. It's a tab, if you will, a tab that has really run up multiple declared disasters or emergencies over multiple years. We may not get everything, but again, perhaps 80, 85%. We check with the state controller's office every day to see if they're in receipt of the funds. As of this morning, they're not. Monday was a bank holiday. These monies get wired. So I'd be lying if I said I understand everything entailed in moving billions of dollars from one level of government to another. But again, we are told that the lion's share of what is owed to California local governments is supposed to be on its way. The third thing I want to mention about that is, assuming all of this is true, it's not clear to us yet, but we are trying to figure out how much discretion the Newsom administration might have in especially if it's not 100% of the reimbursement, right? Newsom administration able to say, well, LA County should get 100% of its reimbursement. City of Los Angeles should get 100% of its reimbursement. I don't know if that flexibility actually exists for Governor Newsom and his staff, but we're just tracking that as best we can for all our county clients. And then last but not least, well, there's plenty of other things we could talk about. The cap and trade program, California, it's actually authorized through the year 2030. But if I'm betting a turkey sandwich with any of you, I'm betting that in 2025, the cap and trade program gets reauthorized in California. There are the billions and billions of dollars that go into that program and they get redistributed out through a variety of programs in California. We're asking all of our counties to prioritize the programs that currently get funded out of cap and trade. There may be a possibility to augment certain pots, for example, wildfire, things that would help assist with wildfire suppression. There will be winners and losers in any kind of reauthorization game. So pots could be increased, pots could be decreased. Pots may come out of nowhere and suddenly be added to the cap and trade program. Some pots may go away. High-speed rail in California, for example, is funded, it's a continuous appropriations funded out of the state's cap and trade program. See what happens with that. Other reason I want to mention cap and trade reauthorization is I have to bring up the state responsibility area fee, as long as I'm talking about cap and trade reauthorization. Those of you who remember the last time it was reauthorized, it was originally authorized with a simple majority vote. The majority party started to get a little nervous over time that it probably was susceptible to a legal challenge, not being passed by a 2/3 vote, which is the requirement in the California Constitution for fees, taxes, charges passed by the legislature. So that's why it got reauthorized with a 2/3 vote. At the time, the Democrats didn't have the majorities. They had majorities, but not the sizable majorities that they have now. They needed Republican votes in the legislature to get cap and trade reauthorized. Part of the deal that got cut was hitting the pause button in California for a really long time on the SRA fee. Right tracking? Now that deal is supposed to be in place for years to come. But I want to observe to all of you that a couple things. One, Democrats do now hold majorities that are so large that they do not, in fact, need Republican votes in either house to reauthorize cap and trade. Two, the fires that we're just talking about at great length today, I think rightfully so. And three, the fact that the FAIR Plan is about to go bankrupt unless it gets a significant infusion of funding, and the cost of the fires. That, you know, I think we've maybe beat that pretty good already today. But I think there is a possibility. Oh, Jacqueline, I was filibustering for you. I am a renowned filibusterer. I'll hand it over to Jacqueline here in a minute. I have to mention SRA, have to mention the political history to you all while I'm here. I think I'd be remiss if I didn't. Even the major insurers in California are very aware of the situation under which there is not an SRA fee being charged or levied currently in California. And I think they are intrigued, and I think you're going to see members of the majority party intrigued by what they would think could be accomplished by the reimposition of that fee. There's a lot of discussion. I promise I'm really going to hand it over to Jacqueline. There's a lot of discussion about this is happening in other counties and other states in the United States. If a county can self-certify that all of the landowners within a certain census tract, let's say, have taken 15 to 20 steps to significantly reduce the chance of a wildfire, right? Then is that a way to get guaranteed issue of fire insurance account for home insurance, I should say, and to hopefully lessen the cost of that insurance. And what happens is, depending on what conversation you're in with what group of people in Sacramento, someone will say, if we reinstituted the SRA fee, we gave people a way to not pay that fee, they have checked all the boxes, right? On an, let's say, annual basis. Maybe that's something that ought to be part of the fire prevention discussion, insurance discussion, a lot of overlap in those two discussions. So welcome, Jacqueline.
Morning, Paul. I'm really expecting you to offer me a ride this morning. Real trouble. Hi, thank you all for having me. Jacqueline Wong Hernandez from CSAC. Should have known that All-Star Nevada County would be on time or early. Or we're just overviewing priorities right now? Sure. Okay. Awesome. Well, it sounds like you all are already in it on federal and wildfire. One of the things that I would say, so CSAC has a number of priorities this year, and I think that everybody can appreciate that because counties do everything, we have to care about everything. And so sometimes it's hard to say, here are the priorities we're going to focus on. But I think one thing that you'll see from us, you'll continue to see homelessness as a focus because it, if anything, is, the LA fires, that's another piece, right? It's going to exacerbate some of the visible homelessness there. We expect it to continue to be a topic in part because it's going to delay a lot of the big reforms that have been coming down from the state that are most visible in LA, kind of across the state. And so I think we'll continue to see that, as well as delaying some of their ability to provide the treatment and do some of it's displacing a lot of folks. So not just decreasing housing stock, but displacing the workforce that is going to serve some of those. So I think we're going to continue to see a state focus there, including the state continuing to look to counties to lay blame for lack of treatment. So we will, we will continue to be focused on that as an overall topic. The governor had in his unveiling of the budget talked about an accountability website. That one of the things that they're going to put forward is an accountability website that shows counties, cities, and COCs, so the continuums of care, saying who they think is doing a good job by various metrics and who they think is not. And so we expect the governor's office to continue to try and engage the public to put pressure on counties and specifically on county boards of supervisors. We saw, stuff added to the county website that's supposed to be around crisis and suicide prevention, added, additional pages saying, here's what you need to be asking your county supervisors about how they're implementing things like Prop 1. And so as that focus continues, we'll continue the implementation. We'll continue to work also on implementation of the efforts of the past few years. We don't want the legislature and the governor to forget that there have been tremendous reforms in the homelessness, housing, and behavioral health space that have been pushed forward that are really just rolling out now. And I say now sort of loosely in that they're, within the past year or in the year ahead. And so a lot of the work will be making sure that the legislature understands, you all have probably previewed this before I got here, but the legislature is more than half new since 2023. So, there were, I believe, 29 new members sworn in this year in this session, but there was also 37 in the beginning of the last 2-year session. So that's just January 2023. So they've just come in, they have their ideas, and they have a sense of what is not working in their communities, but they don't necessarily have a sense of what the state has pushed down to counties to implement in the homelessness space and in behavioral health space. We know that those things aren't entirely overlapping, but that there's some nexus, especially to the most visible homelessness. So we don't have any intention of letting up on that. I think, as you all know, we lean heavily on counties to help tell your story around implementation and around the things that work and don't work, and specifically in your rockstar behavioral health director, Phoebe Bell, to give that ground truth around what's working in counties and what needs to be done. Something as simple as there are working groups now on the Prop 1 implementation, and we are being engaged as a stakeholder, counties are, as the state develops a template for how people are going to put forward their planning, their 3-year plans. And so we've been able to engage Phoebe and others, but she's been just an incredible partner in providing that feedback to the state of, here are things that would be workable and not workable or are concerning in your template. And so thank you all for being engaged on that. So in addition to those two, homelessness and behavioral health, we will obviously continue to be looking at the insurance piece. LA brought all of that to light to a different group of people. And so we expect that there will be movement. We know it's not new to any of you. We know Supervisor Hall's been a leader in this area, and a number of you have been engaged and led in this area. We will continue to basically educate and press for resources in the spaces where it's needed for counties to continue to make progress on these issues. And none of that sounds like super special, but it's almost like the governor's budget. I'm sure you all have been talking about it and thinking about the governor's proposed budget. It was pretty vanilla. It was like a pretty, okay, whatever, shoulder shrug budget, because it didn't account for risks that are out there. And that's fine. That's a totally, like, it's not a criticism, but we have some uncertainty at the federal level. We'll continue to focus on protection of the safety net, specifically for that reason, that we don't know what's going to happen federally and what kinds of strings might be attached to even like disaster funding that could be linked to things like human services, actions on immigration, all of those pieces. So it's kind of one set of risks. If federal funding is at risk, where it really falls down to counties is there's some of the direct funding, but then there's also, if California gets cut off or opts not to comply with certain federal requirements around funding, then does California's state general fund backfill counties for services that they're intending for us to provide, or does it not? So that's sort of that additional layer of risk. So while there doesn't appear to be a huge general fund deficit at this point, if there are other strains on the general fund, state general fund, that we didn't see coming, then we expect to be very deep in the weeds on, okay, so what's the plan, state? So those are some top of mind things that we're thinking about. We're obviously still, we're interested in the reauthorization of cap and trade and what they're doing with the greenhouse gas reduction funding, and if there is space to, as they seek to reauthorize and reform that, to really get that funding around organic waste, the SB 1383 funding, as well as subventions for counties or pots or some sort of funding that recognizes the need to fund some of the CARB initiatives, including advanced clean fleets. So those are all things we're thinking about. Apologize if that was repetitive, but if it is, and Paul and I agree on some things, then we're on the right track. And then Sarah's going to tell us all the things we forgot, I'm sure.
Well, let's actually go ahead and maybe Chair Hall, let's kick it over to your board members. We have about 32 minutes left. I want to make sure the board has an opportunity to directly engage in questions and answers with this terrific panel. So I'll turn it over to the board for some direct questions.
Thank you. I'll start, but I'm going to depend on you guys to come up with your questions here pretty soon too. I wonder, and I'm not sure who can answer this. I'm looking at things like the Medicaid cuts potentially. What does that mean for us on the ground? Does that mean reimbursements go down? Does that mean clients are dropped? Does that mean the state is looking at the general fund? What are we looking at? What kind of reactions and results? Because that seems to be one of the things that will impact our constituents very directly and immediately.
Yeah, go ahead and
I was just going to suggest anything that starts at the federal level. I don't know. Sorry, Joe. So sorry, Hassan, but I think it's better if you guys talk about the likelihood, and then we can talk about how the state would respond to it.
Great.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. Thanks, Paul. I think that's a great way to tackle it. Yeah, so as we indicated before, sort of at the top of the list of potential reconciliation, budget reconciliation related cuts is really Medicaid, Medi-Cal. So, Congress, the menu of options that are out there, and again, we won't know until we get a budget resolution through the budget committee, and then we get the individual authorizing committees in Congress actually writing the laws to say, okay, what are we actually looking to cut or change in terms of achieving those offsets for the tax package? But Congress is looking at potentially reduced reimbursement rates, per capita caps, cuts, imposing work requirements. So really, some of the potential quote unquote savings or cuts that would come your way would be by virtue of Medicaid policy changes. Some of them get pretty complex. Again, and some could be more straightforward, like just a reduced reimbursement rate. Those are all things that are on the table. In fact, incidentally, I know you're all familiar with Tom Joseph and Rachel Mackey and our team. They're actually over on the Senate side today, meeting with our senators to talk about this exact issue, budget reconciliation, and some of the things that we're anticipating, coming up. So they are the program experts. They could expand upon what I said, but generally, those are the things or the menu of options that are being looked at in the House in those authorizing committees, and then. Yeah, to Paul's point, after that, after those policy changes are imposed or cuts, if they go through, and that's a big if, I think at this point, if they do go through, then it's going to be, yes, I think a lot of potential changes and budgeteering that's going to take place, obviously at the state and local level. And I'll defer to my state colleagues to talk more about what that might look like.
Thanks, Joe. So I'll hop in, Supervisor Hall. So I think that's really helpful context. One of the things that we're looking at is if there are caps, or one of the ways this could play out. If there are caps, if there are things that get pulled back in the Medicaid, Medi-Cal area, it's in direct contrast to what the state has done, like as a policy of wanting to expand. They've wanted to expand to different populations that weren't previously eligible, and that's been a theme throughout this administration. So then the question becomes, with that gap in funding, is the state going to prioritize general fund and then at the expense of what, right, in doing it? So it's something we'll be very attuned to. We're also attuned to some of the waiver pieces that are sort of California specific or where California is leading, like the CalAIM Justice Involved Initiative, where they're, do things like that get rolled back. And as a reminder, that's where right now we have a waiver to fund through Medi-Cal, jail medical services for incarcerated population that's within 90 days of release. So that's something being rolled out currently. Y'all are not in an early adopter county, but it is coming to you, and I'm sure it's on Allison and others' radars. And there are a lot of implementation work groups in this space. So we're watching for big policy changes like that. And then does the state seek to somehow, what does a rollback look like at the state level if parts of the waiver go away?
I just want to add very, very quickly, there will be cuts, but Nevada County is a member of the County Medical Services Program, CMSP, set up a long time ago to have counties band together to make sure you have an apparatus that's a fully staffed organization to make sure that you're dispatching your state legal responsibility to provide healthcare to the medically indigent. And so that's a good thing for Nevada County. I was actually Zoomed with them in the parking lot with their board before I came in here, and they're very, very aware of everything that's going on and preparing for it. So I just think it's important to make sure everybody understands CMSP still exists and it could potentially help this county.
Thank you. That's all very helpful.
I would just quickly add, we're also very concerned about the waivers. We're analyzing what kind of programs could be impacted, but also, like Jacqueline said, that will the general fund kick in? But then when you look at the budget outlook after the next 2 years, it's a larger deficit year after year, and the biggest driver is HHS costs. So how does that interplay with any federal rollbacks and what really is doable? Then you interconnect with these big expenses like the FAIR plan going under. The state was probably going to be very cash strapped.
Thank you. Comments, questions, Lisa?
Thank you all for the presentation. Just one question. What do you think is the likelihood of the state backfilling the Fed cuts? And what areas do you think they're going to concentrate on? Is it going to be health and human services? Is it going to be public safety? Is it going to be housing, homeless, HUD? I mean, any ideas there?
I'm taking direction from Jacqueline as always, but so I'm going to lead out on this one. I think here's what I think. I think the majority party, I think in the legislature, they will have multiple priorities. And I think the majority party is ready to, depending on how many things they have to feel like they have to backfill, you know, there's only so much capacity in the general fund. And so I think everybody might end up a little disappointed, if you will. You know, 4 or 5 or 6 different areas of the budget. That's where the governor is the chief executive. I think, you know, California Constitution makes our governors very, very powerful. 95% of what ends up in the state budget is dictated by not just this governor, any governor. So that's where you're going to see Governor Newsom probably prioritize. And that's where a lot of the advocacy is going to have to happen, Supervisors. So we haven't talked yet, very briefly. The revenue projections governor's working off of are rosier than the legislative analysts. And again, it's over an 18-month time horizon. I really want to make sure the public understands that. It's not just the last 6 months of this fiscal year, it's through the 12 months of the next budget year. So when you project 18 months, let's say January comes in good, February comes in good, March comes in good, and we get to the May revise, there may be more money that the governor and the legislature can plan on spending. And so that is a very real possibility. And so, you know, there are some things that are trending in a positive way, Supervisor, and so that may allow more things for the legislature and the governor to contemplate backfilling in more areas.
If I could also add to that, Jeff, if I may.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention real quickly, Supervisor, to your question, you know, want to draw a distinction to potentially, and a lot of this is speculative, as we indicated at the outset, you know, right now, what's on the table in the budget reconciliation cuts really do apply primarily or exclusively to your entitlement related spending or your mandatory spending programs. Medicaid, of course, is kind of the big, is really a big target because it's a huge program. It's a federal, state, local, you know, partnership, a lot of money in that program. And then again, you'd put some of the other, you know, safety net programs that are mandatory spending in that category. Your TANF, certainly SNAP, CalFresh is a big program. Those are the targets at the moment. A lot of your other federal dollars that come down are fall into the discretionary category. So, you know, that could be everything from most of the housing and homelessness programs, a lot of your justice related programs, block grant dollars that come through DOJ, things of that nature. Your transportation spending is treated a little bit differently in terms of the contract authority and what's financed through the gas tax, but that'll be a whole nother discussion when Congress looks to reauthorize the infrastructure bill. But I would just draw a distinction between most of those discretionary programs and the entitlement spending cuts that Congress is looking at achieving in the budget reconciliation process. And again, just to underscore, we're at the very front end of this discussion. The threat is absolutely real, but a lot of things have to line up for these things to go through. And you know, we'll get more clarity as we see bill language. But again, just want to emphasize right now, the menu of options that have been put out are really those entitlement programs.
Excuse me. Thanks to the panelists for showing up. It's a lot of great information. I just had a couple of quick questions. Last year at NACO, for Joe and Hassan, we saw FEMA have this presentation for payment reform with their new portal and opening this portal so they get quick payment. The governor's efforts in reclaiming that 85% was great. Is there any forward-looking action at the federal level to actually streamline the payments? Because we're holders of grants that have really long timelines, and so prioritizing emergency response payments is obviously a priority. But is there any word on the street on the actual kind of purposing and the retooling of the FEMA payment portal?
Yeah, actually, Hassan, if you don't mind, let me say something at the outset, and then Hassan's more of our program expert on FEMA. But I just wanted to, Supervisor, appreciate the question. I think the short answer is yes. There's definitely talk of that. There always is. FEMA reform Congress takes a whack at that every few years or so, and they've had some success in terms of doing some reforms. And yet, year after year, you hear about frustrations from state level government and certainly counties and cities when it comes to the FEMA reimbursement process, the portals that they talked about, streamlining, having access to funds. What Paul described earlier, when you think about it, it's we're not talking about a good system when we're talking about an outgoing administration. There's a flurry of activity to say, give us our money in the 11th hour. These are things FEMA clearly needs a new process. These are things that should be happening throughout any given year, not just at the end of an outgoing administration. There are a lot of folks on and off the Hill that are frustrated with the FEMA process. Obviously, FEMA's in a situation now with a lot of the catastrophic events that they are overwhelmed as an agency, understandably so. There needs to be, Supervisor, I think a lot of reforms. The one that you mentioned is important. I think that whatever new FEMA administrator we're going to have in, and there's some rumblings about who might take that position, that they will be looking at some of these sort of reforms from the inside out internally. But we know there's also an appetite within Congress to reform some of these things and make it more customer and user friendly. But again, we're talking about a huge bureaucracy, a huge agency. In some cases, by the way, some of the money that's owed is we're talking pre-COVID. We're talking California, 2017 storms and things of that nature. So again, I would say that the fix is to ensure that this money goes out not at the end of an administration, but on a consistent basis. So again, sorry, that's a long answer, but folks are looking at that. Hassan, I don't know if you want to put a finer point on any of the potential reforms we might see.
No, it's a great answer, and Joe nailed it. I mean, so we represent a few other counties in the state, and up and down the state, the congressional staff is just so frustrated with the FEMA process, always having to go to their intergovernmental contacts there, pushing for the funding to get out. So Nevada County is not alone in that aspect. One interesting thing that we've learned is that this is not a nationwide issue necessarily. This is, focused on regions of FEMA that are hit by more disasters. So obviously, our region is hit by a lot, so that's why they're really behind on payments. NACO is working or has been working on a proposal again to make it more user friendly, try to streamline the payment system. I haven't seen that language yet this year, but I assume that'll be a big topic for their new interagency disaster task force that they will be meeting, I know, at the end of this month. So big topic, folks are talking about it. No proposals yet, but we do expect to see something probably this year along those lines.
Yep. And then just one more quick question on the Fed side. The Farm Bill is obviously sidelined for a little while. Is that what I understand? Then also, what's the effect of SNAP, our food insecurity programs, funding coming down to the county, which I'm assuming would, I guess, bifurcate off of that and continue forward? Or is there any likelihood of us losing that funding?
So, Supervisor, I think, yeah, I mean, the Farm Bill is sidelined. There's an extension. They did a 1-year extension at the end of last year. So just once again, resets the clock in terms of talking about a long-term reauthorization of the Farm Bill. Yes, SNAP is tied to that. SNAP is the biggest spending component within the Agriculture Department, within the Farm Bill. That's the biggest component. It is a bit bifurcated. The potential SNAP cuts that we were discussing is something that could be dealt with within the budget reconciliation process. So they would likely deal with it there outside of the Farm Bill within reconciliation.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you have questions?
We're going to hit on all the big ones. So far, so good. But then we look at little ones, talk about SRA, right there again. Our small local fire departments are all struggling for funding. The ad valorem hasn't been addressed over years, coming back to the county for those things. And so I'm still looking at how are we going to manage that? We are asking our people to pay property owners. We need to see them work locally with their fire departments and places that are working. So no talk or real implementation of anything like that. So I think we need to stay on top of that a little bit as we walk, because we do need each other. CAL FIRE can't take care of everything. We need our local fire departments to do their management, especially with all the demands and for equipment and things that have to be upgraded. It's very challenging. So we watch that, and we're dealing that within our community right now. And so that there's just so much the AT&T thing. I'm so glad we're going to manage that a little bit. We see that there's no transparency with AT&T here. they actually don't do the job they're supposed to be doing. They actually, so when you talk about maps, the maps are all great, but they're discontinuing people all the time and saying we don't need it by how they do their business. So I hope we really do pay attention to how that works. I do know we have change. We talk about broadband and all the things we need here, but until that's all really available in a rural area, those are some of the places we're going to continue to work here locally. And so I'm glad to have you guys on board.
And thank you for joining our ad hoc.
I'm looking forward to it. So, because they aren't very easy to, we've been trying to set up a meeting now for 2 weeks. And then some of the people that we did have conversations have left the company. So there we are. And the ones that we did get work done with are gone. So anyway, looking forward to how we move forward with that. There was some other interesting thing. And I think when we look at immigration, it's going to make a big challenge to our Medi-Cal course of this. And how is California going to, I think we're still in that conversation. Are we going to backfill that? How are we going to do that if that's taken away? That's been a conversation that was just over the last 2 days. And so, yeah, there's a lot of concerns, especially in our small communities that are impacted. County has a lot, we have a lot of folks that work here. So I think there's a lot of stuff to look in. Cannabis, I think, is another thing. Thing just kind of throws another ball into the wax. So I'm glad we're working on that. I think that we haven't even got up and running through the state to charge more money for the folks that are trying to do local. So these are on the low end of the stick that you guys are working on, but I think they're important. And I think in the federal level, that'll probably get set on the back burner again as far as banking and where it sits in the list of for what I'm talking about, whether how potential it is for being I always want to say, how do we
listing?
How do we care about, yeah, how do we compare that always with heroin and all those things? It always kind of challenged me. So, but I feel that'll be on hold for again, so that keeps and California keeps us all on hold too. A lot of it in my district, and so it tends to really be to work on and enforcement. I want to continue working on enforcement, which you've done a great job with that, Sarah, on our end. I think that's helpful. So a lot of those little things are not so big in the picture, but yet they are for our community. So
I'll just quickly note, we did comment on the descheduling process for cannabis. Cannabis banking is still on our federal list of priorities. It will be interesting to see how far we can get with this administration. And of course, we'll continue to work with enforcement, and also there are probably going to be more issues around cannabis taxes this year. So that could be a potential impact as well, because some of those dollars feed into enforcement dollars.
yeah, I know. I hate that when a word doesn't come to your head. Descheduling, how hard was that? But anyway, I know there's just so much. I'm trying to take all this in, and you guys bring such great information, and the work that you're doing is so important to what we do. And that's why I'm so thrilled with our legislative platform that we have, so that we can reach out to you and we can be nimble all the time and work on these projects. So thank you for being here today, all of you.
Absolutely. And if I could just jump in as well on cannabis, that's something we're following very closely. I think there is still some Republican support for trying to bring cannabis banking at some point. I know they've been talking about that for a while. Maybe, who knows, on the descheduling process, that's sort of on hold. There was supposed to be a hearing to talk about the descheduling process recently. That got canceled. Unclear whether that'll be rescheduled, what the timeline is. We were hearing at some point maybe that process would be complete by the end of last year, maybe early this year, but that timeline's sort of thrown out. It'll still happen, I'm sure, at some point, but still sort of unclear what that timeline is.
Thanks. And one other question, just I'm going to throw this out there too, just as we look at the budgeting in the state, looking at what we're doing the year of the youth here. So I'm going to go to the littles, how we're going to kindle funding for our little kids from the 0 to 5, like first 5, all that funding is being cut and slow, right? There's so much vegetation management, little kids. So focus needs to come back to some of these small counties so we can get our work done. So just throwing that out.
Hey, Rob, do you have any questions for anybody on our panel?
Yeah, thanks for all the information. That was great. And I think all the major issues have really been touched on over and over, and will continue to be challenges, and look forward to you guys fighting the good fight on that. I had one kind of lesser minor issue, a question. I think it was Hassan mentioned the Secure the Rural Schools Act. And maybe it's a staff thing that could clarify for my sake. I guess my first question is how much of an impact that is on the county, our county funding, if at all. I assume, even though it's of utmost concern to the community, that's more for the schools, the funding to the schools. But I guess on the broader question, if I'm not mistaken, that's been around for 100 years. And it seems, I guess I'm just curious what the resistance to it is and what the likelihood of it passing or not. And I guess broader, what the implications are for Nevada County. And part of that may be for Hassan, part of it might be if any of the staff might be able to answer it briefly.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think Secure Rural Schools maybe has been around since the mid 80s, I want to say, but timber payments have been around for much longer. So Secure Rural Schools essentially was supposed to replace those timber payments that had dropped off because of various environmental laws that had been implemented. The reason that the support is, there's support in the delegation, there's support in Congress. The reason that it's sort of slow to reauthorize, I want to say, is because they keep talking about how we need to get back to those timber payments again. We have to revitalize the timber industry. We got to get away from federal payments and move towards self-sufficiency. At this point, it's the timber industry is faded across California, across the West. So really the only solution at this point has been those payments. So because there is a cost to the federal government, I think that's why there's always this delay. I wouldn't say it's from lack of support. It's more of just, what are we going to attach this to? Can we get away from payments and again, get this back to, general timber revenues? So that's sort of the background on Secure Rural Schools. I don't have the actual payment numbers. I can get them to you. I want to say probably a few $100,000, generally for roads, schools. There are a few different titles where money can go to forestry projects. But that's sort of, the background on Secure Rural Schools.
That's all I have.
And I would add, I think we had 550,000 from SRS last year. So there's a split that goes to the schools and then there's a part that does come to us. I think that's the right number. We can check on that. Austin, do you have any questions? Any other questions from my colleagues or from, Hardy, go ahead.
More of a comment that last year, I think on the state budget issue, we were here and we were talking about the gloom and doom of last year's budget cycle and record shortfalls, right? And these, how are we going to make them up? And we're all waiting for the May revise. So that really informed our staff as we went through this transition with Martin and over to Aaron. Aaron's going to give us a lot of background here shortly on how the last year's looked, what's going forward. But I think just kind of noodling the fact that as the political winds of change happen at the state and federal level, these budget shortfalls and these budget changes really inform our local budget because we make assumptions related to our general fund availability and also our fund balances for each one of kind of our savings accounts. So just kind of a note to self for the board for the budget ad hoc that we did come out of last year's strategic workshop with kind of that weighing on our shoulders. And I don't know if there's a way for us to really reconcile the indicators a little bit more so we have a more accurate picture, because obviously what was told to us last year at this time is indeed not what transpired at the state level. So I mean, is there any other indicators or how can we work more closely to make sure we're using a high fidelity data set to inform our budget process here locally?
Supervisor, I'm going to lead out on this one. That is a frustration that a lot of your peers around the state have. And we're doing everything we can to help in that regard. The director of the State Department of Finance would tell you, I think, would probably admit, Jacqueline obviously worked at DOF. There's just only so much of this that we can know at any point in time. And especially as I mentioned earlier, when you start projecting 12, 18 months in the future, I talked about it's not all doom and gloom, right? If the Federal Reserve hadn't indicated in early December that they only anticipated 2 rate cuts, 2025, I don't even know how high the stock market indices would have gone by December 31st. I don't know how many people would have exercised their cash out options with stocks. And instead of being 2.5 billion over projections, we could have easily, this is just me, we could have been 5 or 6. So you watch what the Federal Reserve is doing. I think a lot of us do. Obviously, the stock market, there are, in addition to cashing out stock, there are so many high wealth individuals in the Silicon Valley now who work for like 5 or 6 companies that they are by themselves almost a trackable thing, right? How many of them are there? How much did the stock that they own go up, in the last year? And I know that's weird, but especially for the public's sake, basically half of our money in the state of California comes from personal income tax. And when we are to the good or to the bad, it's almost entirely because of capital gains. Capital gains came in well above projections. It came in well below projections. So you can get a sense of this going forward. And if you ever want to just compare notes, I actually have a couple supervisors in a couple other counties we represent who are very financially savvy, and they'll call and go, here's what I think I'm seeing. And, if any of the supervisors, you ever want to do that, I'm happy to have that conversation with you. But state's a lot better at it. I want to conclude by saying I think the state's gotten a lot better at it than used to be the case, but there's still a lot that's tough to get your arms around at any point in time. So.
100% agree with everything Paul just said. The one thing that I would add to that, just kind of it may be obvious, but sometimes we all need to kind of rehear it. The budget is also, in a sense, it's a political agreement, right? Like, so whatever the revenues are that are being projected, the state and the administration, the Newsom administration in this case, and the legislature have to agree to say, this is what we're saying together collectively are the revenues, and this is what we're saying collectively are the expenditures. So you look at something even small, like what the governor announced as $600 million in efficiencies at the state level, like not sure that we're verifying that, because it's a projection. It's like what we would have spent on staffing versus what they're saying they're saving in their vacancies or consolidating positions. Like there's a lot of, in addition to all of the things that Paul just said, there's also a bit of a state game on top of it, right? Of we're going to decide together that the revenues are this, and here's what the budget is that we're working with, and here's what counties are going to get. So it's like an extra unsatisfactory layer of uncertainty for counties, for sure. And I agree that the state has been better at it recently, and good actors in general. But as if there are additional cuts at the federal level, it's a thing to look for. When things start to get bad at the state, people start to sometimes be tempted to project revenues that are probably unrealistic in order to stave off cuts until the last possible moment. So it's something that I think all of us will continue to watch as we enter into this new.
I would just add, like Jacqueline mentioned earlier, with so many new legislators and like a lot of unprecedented things happening between fires, Trump, you name it, it will be interesting to see how the legislature reprioritizes what they want to spend in addition to looking at the feds, because that could really change too and where they want to focus their dollars.
I have one last question and I'm going to have to ask you guys to all be really brief on this, but I'd be remiss if I didn't say broadband. All this money came down and all this attention was given to us, and we're still waiting to see some of that sort of roll out in our counties. Has that lost its allure, or is anybody talking about continuing to fund broadband expansion, especially in the rural areas? And let's start with our federal partners.
Supervisor, thanks for that question. Yes, it's still being discussed. I mean, as you'll probably recall, the huge chunk of federal broadband money, the BEAD program, that money's out there. There was a big, long process, a lot of bureaucracy in terms of getting the feds getting all their ducks in a row, getting the broadband maps in order, the challenge process, and all of those things. But the money really is in the pipeline for the state and for CPUC to send out. Now, there's been some talk, as there is really across the board with the new administration coming in, about unwinding a lot of funding that's gone out, whether it's that BEAD money or the IRA money or the Infrastructure Act money, clawing some of that back, reprogramming it. That's all speculative at the moment, really. There was some talk about maybe the Department of Commerce perhaps changing some of the BEAD program rules, perhaps allowing, some of the money more of the money to go to satellite than fixed broadband. Again, those rules don't exist right now. They haven't done any changes to direct more money to satellite. But for example, that's some of the speculation, is that Commerce may look to reprogram some of the money that hasn't already been obligated. Again, in that regard, change some of the BEAD program rules. But in the meantime, and until we see that federal money is in the pipeline to the states.
It was disappointing to see the state cut some of the broadband money, but I want you to know that our CRC and the Golden State Connect Authority has drawn down a lot of BEAD money and state money, and we are going out to bond, and we will hopefully be laying fiber in the next 12 months. So we are continuing on our mission to try to reach the last mile. It's probably going to be a mixture of fiber and trying to figure out how to serve some of the more remote areas. And we're actively engaged at the federal level to make sure that we're still going to be able to use that BEAD money to lay fiber and hopefully have more. But at least with what we have, we will be able to start some of the projects and hopefully lay fiber, and welcome you to come to any of our meetings and participate.
I would just real quick add that I'm part of the federal funding account, and those funds, Nevada County was ultimately allocated the $78 million for ISPs in California. I believe about 60 million has not yet been allocated out yet. So that's something that we're working with our advocates on as well to get that money drawn down. You'll hear more about that in your broadband presentation. But with that, I see we are 10 seconds out of time, and so I'll turn it over to you. But I just want to give a round of applause to our panel members who've taken their time all the way coming up here from Sacramento and then, of course, in DC. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Very interesting. Take a second here to regroup, right, Lori?
And as they leave, we're going to invite the new panel up. Or do we want a minute? Do you want? Well, let's take 5.
minute so we can
We've
say
got
goodbye
5. Let's
and
say
hello.
we'll take 5. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank
Whatever
you.
the chair wants.
Thank you.
So this next portion, we're going to set the clock here for 30 minutes. And this is the agency directors to talk about local impacts. And they have it all set up. And who's going to start?
All right, I'm Ryan Groover, your Health and Human Services Agency Director. And I'll say that that previous excellent legislative advocacy panel stole a lot of my thunder. They talked about a lot of the things that I was going to talk about. So I'll talk about some of the local impacts of some of the things that you've already heard about. So first of all, you heard mention this morning of CalAIM and continued implementation of state reforms. So that's a big one that continues to impact HHSA departments as well as our community-based organization environment. So as discussed at previous workshops, CalAIM encompasses a host of reforms, including direct impacts to departments' financing, but also opportunities to expand services to underserved populations. And I think there's a question mark in terms of also like continuing to implement, but also how are things going to change at the federal and state level, and how will that impact implementation going forward. Another thing you heard about this morning, federal waivers. So Behavioral Health Connect is a big federal waiver that was just approved. And so that is approved for the next 4 years. What it is allows for billing for people who are placed in institutional care, locked institutional care. You'll hear a lot of narratives around homelessness and the shuttering of those institutions in the 1970s. A lot of that came because Medicaid was excluded from billing for those facilities. And so this waiver allows for billing for those facilities in exchange for opting into a host of complicated and sometimes not clear if they're beneficial reforms being proposed by the state as an exchange for being able to bill for that. So a lot of work is going into analyzing that. There's mandatory components and optional components and what makes sense for Nevada County. You heard today about continued implementation of Proposition 1. So Proposition 1 has a couple major components. One is the bond funding, which we've talked to the board quite a bit about in terms of the behavioral health infrastructure, as well as the housing components of that. The other pieces of Proposition 1 include the reform of the Mental Health Services Act, Behavioral Health Services Act. MHSA, as it was known, already had a lot of community stakeholder input in developing a 3-year spend plan. All of that is being uncorked and redesigned to accommodate the new mandates and changes associated with Proposition 1, specifically to change the funding buckets and expand to treat more people with the same or actually a slightly diminished pot of funding. There's likely to be some controversy around that, a lot of engagement with the community, but some cherished providers, particularly in the prevention space, are likely to not be able to have access to funding under the reforms that were approved by the voters. So a lot more communication to come on that. Homelessness, something that wasn't discussed by our legislative panel today, is that the governor's budget includes a proposal to create a state agency around homelessness. So we'll talk more about homelessness later today, and specifically the way the state has not taken an active role and what that should look like from county to county. So we're eager to see how that proposal rolls out from the governor's January budget into implementation. Will that bring sustainable funding and consistency between counties, or will it not? And also notably HAP funding, which is the primary fiscal funding for homelessness to counties and COCs, was not included in the governor's January budget. So it's anticipated that as they propose this agency, that there will be discussions with the legislature in terms of what that ongoing or what that funding looks like, and negotiations around that county accountability, which you heard a little bit this morning about the dashboard they're proposing. That's definitely a mantra from the state, that as they're making this funding available, that they're holding us accountable for deliverables on homelessness. And then federal landscape. This workshop is not long enough to talk about the possibilities, and it's so unknown. Like everything I just talked about is largely contingent on whether there are massive changes coming from the federal government. So that's a TBD in terms of keeping the board apprised of local impacts as those proposals come out. And sometimes that's very opaque in terms of how that plays out for local services and funding. So stay tuned for that. Great. Sorry, we're not in order.
Thank you, Ryan. I'm Tricia Tillotson, your Community Development Agency Director. And so I wanted to start by just touching on current issues and concepts for the Community Development Agency CDA that include Senate Bill 1383, which is the organic waste. You've seen the rollout of our green waste bins. There's still more, though, that needs to be done. And so that'll be a continuing challenge this next year. Also, the construction industry and our impacts to our building department. Permit numbers, which means also revenue numbers, are down significantly. So we are continuing to monitor that. Significant future issues and concerns for CDA include mandated transit bus replacement, for example, and the infrastructure that's associated with it. These zero emission buses are more than $1 million a piece. And so we definitely have to lean on available grants to help us with that. Other infrastructure funding, as you heard about earlier today, with the state and federal budgets are also key to CDA's efforts. And then we continue to have concern, which I know I've talked about for many years now, with gas tax reform. And so that's continuing to be discussed at the state level, especially through CSAC and our County Engineers Association. That could impact roads, transit, engineering, and ag, for example. Our approach is going forward. You know, we're working to maintain core services and fiscal stability. That's with our land use, permitting with building permits, septics, wells, and encroachment permits, our weights and measures, environmental health inspections, including restaurants, public swimming pools, and then also code and cannabis compliance, road and bridge maintenance, wastewater and solid waste facilities, for example. We're also monitoring state and federal changes and adjusting accordingly. And then we're, of course, ensuring that Nevada County is prepared to apply for grants and funding when they become available, just as the board approved the Recreation Resiliency Master Plan and the Economic Development Action Plan this past year. That really puts us in a good position to apply for grants quickly as they come up. And then also that applies directly to our capital improvement plan and potentially a climate plan that'll be coming to the board later on. And then lastly, of course, we're continuing to meet state and federal mandates. With that, I'll pass it to Craig.
Good morning, Craig Griesbach, your Interim Director of Information General Services Agency. I'm trying to cuddle up here on Ryan here this morning to reach the mic. Again, feeling a little bit redundant from what you heard this morning, but looking forward into this next year, we anticipate there being both opportunities and challenges associated to the emergency preparedness and broadband spaces, really as is impacted by the state and federal regulation and the budgets that move forward. So for the emergency preparedness space, there may be near-term opportunities, especially on the mitigation area and climate resiliency, and project funding based on currently available funding from federal partners that they want to really get on the ground sooner than later, as there's a lot of unknowns. So they want to spend the money that is available now, and we're more than happy to oblige them in this next year and already working closely with them. Some of those partners, including the Tahoe National Forest and obviously the Bureau of Land Management. Longer term, the funding landscape may evolve, and there's a lot of unknowns in the mitigation front from funding both state and federal resources. We're seeing this already a bit at the state level, but could start seeing this more at the federal level because of those unknowns. Impact areas could be related specific to us, to the Tahoe National Forest Good Neighbor Agreement, standing up and implementing the BLM Good Neighbor Agreement, FEMA Hazard Mitigation Program funding, and various state grant opportunities. So emergency recovery obviously was a focus of it this morning that you heard. Funding could be impacted for the projects we are seeking recovery in. So essentially in the wake of what is happening in LA could be a primary factor in those impacts. We currently have over $2 million in recovery funding that we're continuing to seek reimbursement for. And again, that takes years through that process. And if we recover the funding that we're seeking. So overall, really with the devastation and the tragedy that's going on in LA, there's so many unknowns. They're early on right now in the response efforts, and they're about to transition into what is the marathon of recovery. So over this next year, I anticipate we'll learn quite a bit on the insurance front, mitigation funding, recovery funding, things like that, and we'll be paying close attention on that. So transitioning to broadband, there's some potential impacts there that could be limiting access and getting projects on the ground and funding on the ground. As you heard this morning, potential for that last mile federal funding account or FFA allocations could be impacted. Timing amounts really are still unknown. We feel we need to play a very hard advocacy role this next year if we want to see any or all of the $65 million that's allocated to our county. And that's, I think, a role that we need to play to try to get as much funding as we can for that. Some reduction in clawing back of funds potential for the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program, that BEAD program that you heard about earlier, and impacts to the Affordable Connectivity Program that ran out of funding that's likely to be retooled and scaled back this year. So our approach really moving forward is just continue to monitor these impacts, work with our legislative advocates, with our many partners to where we can nimbly respond when there's both those opportunities and challenges moving forward. I'd now like to hand it off to our sheriff, Shannon Moon.
Thank you, Craig. Shannon Moon, your sheriff here in Nevada County. Pleasure to be here with not only with my colleagues here at department heads of the county, but just with the county as a whole as a partner. Core services defined as those essential services to provide for public safety and health. That is the foundation of your sheriff's office. Our mission clearly is to create that safe place to live, work, and visit here in Nevada County. We do that through the prevention, response, and investigation of crime. We also do that with our constitutional mandates in managing correctional facilities and the incarcerated population in our care, coordinating those disaster emergency response, looking at the securing those affected areas through evacuations and ensuring the safe route for folks out of those areas. Preventing looting is a big part of that public safety mission, and managing search and rescue missions during those events. Also, the investigation of death. We talk a lot about sheriff services, but I'm also your coroner, and part of that is the investigation of those sudden deaths, unexplained deaths, returning property. If there is no next of kin, that public administrator position comes into mind. To accomplish those services, we have to have the right staff and the highly trained staff. So impacts for me looking forward is looking at the vacancies and do we have enough positions to provide that level of service that our community members want, and are they highly trained? I sit on a state board, the California Peace Officer Standards and Training, that regulate who can become a peace officer and also what levels of training do those officers and deputies need to be successful. Those are minimum standards, and we need to be well beyond the minimum standards. But what I get to see across the state is what happens in that decertification realm when we don't create the right training and hire the right people. So I get to see the negative impact of that, and so constantly looking at ways to increase our training so that we have the best staff here in Nevada County. Staffing has and will continue to be a major issue for me here at the Sheriff's Office. 974 square miles in your county. I'm currently allotted 51 deputy sheriff positions to cover not only that 974 square miles, but also the coroner division, the civil division, court security in 2 courthouses, one in Nevada City, one in Truckee, and all of the investigative work that happens at our sheriff's office. I wish I could tell you that we were fully staffed, but we are not. We have not been since I took office. I think at one point we were fully staffed for a couple of weeks, and then retirements come and such. So the other piece of that impact is the management of long-term disability. It is a difficult space for us when people are out injured and trying to get them to a point where they either return to work or go on to the next chapter in their lives of career. The amount of work, dedication, and commitment that your deputy sheriffs showcase every single day is, quite frankly, remarkable, in my opinion. They work alone in single cars in very remote areas, sometimes with little to no backup. And part of my mission to my command staff and my leadership staff is to change the perspective. It's not recruitment and retention, it's retention, which would then lower our recruitment. If we keep people, we won't have a recruitment issue. And part of that is, again, the local impact that I see is training, making sure that we have the funds available and the facilities available to provide that high level of training so that we equip our people into the really complex jobs that we ask them to do every single day. One of the impacts that we're seeing is legislation that was actually passed in 2021, still has not been implemented, and it's AB 89. And it did two things. It changed the requirement on peace officers from age from 18 to 21, which is not a bad thing. I don't hire anybody necessarily that young out in a field environment. But it also added a requirement, an education requirement. And the way the legislation wrote it, it was a little vague. And it's a criminal justice degree and a bachelor's degree. And the legislative intent was it was going to be and or. So if someone had a bachelor's degree, it would meet requirement. But now we're looking at it, and the way it was written and it passed, it's and. So it looks like they have to have a criminal justice degree, which is an associate's degree with a very specific curriculum that they're still creating, and a bachelor's degree. We're trying to get that legislatively fixed right now. We thought we had a bill moving forward as a cleanup bill. It's going to take a little bit more than that. But that is going to create a potential recruitment issue. Not necessarily always a bad thing to have a higher educated person, but again, when we're already having the impacts of recruitment and vacancies, we're going to have to do better at ensuring that we get those high-level people with at least an associate's degree in the door. We talked a lot about CalAIM. Working throughout my career in law enforcement and specifically in the corrections side, I definitely see the benefit of providing medical mental health services to our incarcerated population. That to me, that is truly the highest level of evidence-based treatment. People have a difficult time changing behavior when they're not well, either medically or mentally. And the CalAIM initiatives prior to CalAIM, if someone was incarcerated, Medi-Cal was cut off immediately. And so then you're just looking at your county sheriffs throughout the state of California to provide medical and mental health services. And we wonder what goes wrong. Fortunately, in Nevada County, we've had a great collaboration throughout the years with our behavioral health team and our folks in our community, our hospitals, Sierra Nevada and Tahoe Forest, in providing care outside of our medical contract. But that medical contract and impact is one of our lobbyists did talk earlier about a bankruptcy on the contractor that we currently have for our medical mental health services. So that's an impact. What's going to happen? We've been in constant conversations with the levels of service. We manage that contract at the sheriff's office, and we ensure that the best medical and mental health treatment is continually being provided. What does that mean for the future? We're constantly looking and having conversations with anybody that's willing to step into that arena. Very few people and organizations want to get in a very litigious providing medical care for the incarcerated populations in California. That doesn't mean we don't have conversations. So I know with the CEO, we're having conversations locally with Dignity Health just to share what the services look like. I've talked enough with public health to see if at the county level we want to provide services. Again, always looking at what's the best resources to be providing. But with CalAIM, and I think it's a fantastic initiative to provide reimbursable services for folks within that 90 days of release. The complexity of that is in our facilities. We're very much more on the pretrial detainee, folks that are still navigating their way through that criminal justice system. We have no idea when their release date is going to be. It could be tomorrow. So we don't have the luxury of a sentenced inmate and saying in 90 days we'll provide all these services for you. So it really does take a lot of management of looking at not only the individuals as individuals and what they need, and looking at that local impact. I can rest assured that our readiness plan is expected to be completed at the end of the month. We've got some great staff working on that. And our go live date for Medi-Cal or for CalAIM is October of 2025, which the state has the requirement of go live by October of 2026. So we are ahead of the curve on that. Impact wise, we'll have to see what happens with the funding, with the change in the administrations to see if that still connected for those services. Providing more services includes either more staffing or, pun intended, looking at ways in a very confined area, pun intended, it's a jail. It's not very flexible in how it was built. We built that facility, the Wayne Brown facility, in 1992, opened in 1993. I'm happy to say I was working in our housing unit the day we opened, and the services that we provide are directly impacted by the design and build of that facility. So looking at what does the increase in services for CalAIM are fantastic. I think it is the right thing to do for folks to get them on the best step forward for reentry into our community, because it's not typically if, it's when. And then looking at remodel for that facility to making sure that we can provide those services at the highest level for our community. And that's what I have for local impacts.
Thank you so much, all of you. Let's, we have plenty of time for questions. We have still not 10 minutes left on the panel, and we have more time than that. So questions on my colleagues? And?
Well, it's going to be an interesting year. And especially when we're looking at this budgeting, Brian, just listening to what you were talking about specifically, and then listening to our folks at Washington, I think that's going to be the most, I guess, complex issues, I think, for this year. So I know staying tuned. And I watch Tricia, vegetation is so huge. This is, and our road tax, I mean, we're looking what's happening with that, and that's something that's really challenging in our rural areas. So we'll have to really stay working on that. I mean, when we're listening a little bit about what's going on with transportation as well, there is no answers right now, so we're still going to be hanging in limbo. So I don't know, that does, and that's probably one of the things that stressed me most, because it all ties into what Craig does with OES and vegetation and what we're going to do with fire here. I think insurance is going to be one of those key components. I can't tell you how many constituents I have right now that are uninsured. And that probably is one of the, that's very concerning to me. And I know there was a lot of people in LA that weren't, I understand the whole process, but for our little community, this is going to be huge as we move forward. Looking forward to what's going to happen federally. I believe that we're going to get our earmark for our sheriff's department. I think it's something that's desperately needed. It brings us together. I think it actually even helps a little bit more with all our community agencies that work together. So those are the things that I see that we do so well, but there's just not, where do we find the funding that's going to come from that? And when I look at Fair Court, that's the one that just has bothered me forever. I think it's interesting when you can't mandate or have places to put people that need help. That's where we're going to continue to be challenged here. I think I'm excited where we're moving with some of that Prop 1 money. If that happens, I think that's a different area, but it's another area to help people move forward. And I think that's what we do good here. A little challenge with the money coming to the state and not the counties and how they're going to dole that out. Creating a new agency costs a whole lot of money to create an agency that money could be being used in counties to actually do the work that's being done well. And I think we've been moving in a forward direction for a while. There's work to be done, yeah, but if we don't have that extra funding to continue with the programs that are working, that has me a little concerned where those cuts are going to come, especially on the Medi-Cal side. That could be very, so we're going to have to be very nimble with that I see. Don't really have any questions. I just want to say that I'm always impressed at what we do with what we don't have. I mean, when I look at CDA building, we keep making it harder and harder to build. We put more restrictions, we put more state requirements on. I'll be interested to see what that happens with LA. So how do you make one good for one and not for another? And I see that's going to be a challenge. How do we build this housing? That's one thing that comes back. All you three, everybody in this agency works and it hits somebody individually. How do we find money to redo a jail that's configured one way, and now we're going to do it and help with mental health and health issues that get people healthy and back into our community. So I just watch, it's almost overwhelming to look. And again, I just want to shout out to the work that you do with the little you have. It is really remarkable. I think that
I'm excited to see what we do in this new year. We're going to be challenged for funding, but I still think that we're going to come out ahead of the game, and I think our community members are. I think working with our partners, our 501c3s, are going to be very important this year and next year, the years to come. And I want to see us build some of this little housing that possibly that's going to come up. Appreciate my colleagues that work on the housing issues, because I think that's going to be a key component to moving forward. And I think educating our community really where we are financially and what needs to be done here in our community, and engage in change. In the last month, I've seen where change is very hard for people. I've lived here all my life. Change is hard. I don't always love where the directions we have to go. But when you look at the big picture, I'm hoping that community members can step up with some good ideas and open their minds to change, and don't make our job so hard to make change happen that could be positive for our whole community. So no real comments except for thank you. I think that we've got a lot of work ahead of us in this next year for sure.
Thanks, Sue. I think actually I just want to reiterate a point that you're making about needing to educate the community about our budget. I think that's a really good point in terms of whatever changes are coming down. We're going to need to explain what we're doing and what we're not and why and how. And then I'm going to shift. I have a question for the sheriff. This is with regard to Prop 36 that we now know passed. So I think generally speaking, the expectation was there would be more people incarcerated, potentially longer sentences, and potentially less money for sort of the rehab programs we have. So what are you seeing that looking like for you here in Nevada County, and how are you looking at making that work within your budget?
Yeah, it's really kind of too early to see any impacts. What I will say is, just based off of the sentencing structures that happened for the 10 years of Prop 47, there isn't that many people that qualify for some of the felony, treatment mandated felonies under the narcotics portion of Prop 36. We clearly have seen that just anecdotally in the last 10 years of seeing convictions of some of the possession charges that would qualify for that felony, treatment mandated felony. Not to say that we haven't seen a few, but we met with the district attorney, all the police chiefs from our 3 police agencies, and myself. We all met and talked about implementation and impacts. And again, I think as long as we're continuing to communicate what we're seeing, clearly I see a lot of the incarceration piece that maybe some of the police agencies don't get to see the whole picture that we get to see at the sheriff's office. So making sure that I communicate what I'm seeing. You know, even the framework for what is treatment that satisfies a treatment based felony is still being written, and working closely with our probation department on what that looks like and what our criminal bench wants to see as the required treatment for some of those felony-based charges. It's still being worked out. So it's a little early to see impacts. I will say, when we talk about budget and what is the cost of a budget for some of these programs, sometimes you can't put a price tag on what a victim receives. Definitely in the theft portions of Prop 36 and what we're seeing across the state. Again, we didn't think we'd see too many impacts of the theft side of Prop 36 in Nevada County, just because we don't have a lot of that type of retail theft. Definitely not in the county as much as we're potentially going to be seeing in the cities. So it's a go as we go, and making sure that we're still communicating what we're seeing so that we can stay on top of it. But I haven't seen too much of impacts from Prop 36.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, Hardy, you had one?
A couple of quick comments and then a question. On the HHSA side, we're really looking forward to Prop 1 and the work that everybody's done so far to kick that off. And very supportive of the potential capital kind of infrastructure changes that we may see bringing back all of that activity that may have been out of county money coming back into the county, both from an economic perspective and also just a human perspective of treating people in our own community and having them here where they can be contacted by people that support them. So I'm looking forward to that. I just want to thank you, Ryan, too, for your help on the homelessness challenge in the countywide, both the warming shelters in North San Juan and Truckee, and then also, as we saw today, my community is very concerned about activity in East County and how we're going to meet that challenge up there. So thank you. On the CDA up front, just one quick question, Tricia. I think I know you're tired of me talking about this, but it's also kind of fun to talk about. But the bikeable, walkable communities and how grant funding streaming from the state of California that supports lowering vehicle miles traveled and trying to get some of that grant money here. What's your forecast on that? Do you think we're going to pull some dollars down to put some sidewalks and bike paths in?
Yeah, quite frankly, I'm concerned just with, it's going to depend on the federal budgets, I believe, which will then trickle down to the state. That's typically how we get our transportation funding, including for active transportation. On the positive side, I think as a county, we're very well poised to go after those grant funds. Working with Nevada County Transportation Commission, we have our active transportation plan up to date. We have other specific plans and projects ready to go. So hopefully the funding comes. I'm not too positive this next year, but we are ready.
Here, I think combining all those plans together really makes us poised or positioned to get it back. And then I was talking, a quick question for Craig. Craig and I were talking about the capital facilities subcommittee, which I think was one of the more awesome pieces of being a chair or vice chair, because you have this insight into everything that happens after the fact. So decisions are made at the board level and then they get funded, and then it goes into the cap facilities and it gets prioritized. But Craig, I was wondering if maybe you could just discuss briefly, and maybe it's for a different part, and if it is, then just say skip it and we'll come back to it later. But maybe I was pressuring Craig to see how we could create a little bit more storytelling or narrative around the cap facilities. So not only the board, but maybe the public too has an understanding of some of these long-term projects that we have and where they are.
Supervisor Bullock, you're going to receive an in-depth presentation of what that story and the big picture looks like and the wide diversity of funding portfolios to be able to make these projects come to fruition. So you're going to hear a lot more about that tomorrow.
And then a quick piece for you, Sheriff Moon. Just recognizing that you have the vacancies in that, and maybe this is a question for everybody, really kind of, it's a broad question, but how do we make our county, we always talk about, okay, like benefits and salary and job experience and culture and all these things that make people work for certain, how do we make Nevada County the best? How do we make it a place where people say, I want to get on that department. I want to come work for Craig. I want to work for Tricia. I mean, this is a question for all of us, right, in the room, but how do we make it the best place to work? Is there a barrier out there that we can start working on as a group?
Well, if I could solve that, I think wouldn't have any vacancies. I think it's the whole package. I think it's how we interact day to day with our coworkers at our levels. People watch us, and I think it does show that when I am out in the community and when I talk with folks, this is a very special place. Not everybody feels that way though. So how do we share that with everyone? How do we get that momentum of what it feels like to live and work in Nevada County? I definitely think that it's everything. It's not one thing. It's not just wages. It's not just work conditions. It's how your coworkers are supported and treated by their department heads and then their bosses. So having more of that training for frontline supervision, I think is critical, so that the folks doing the work, the actual work, I haven't done the actual work in a really long time. So making sure that our frontline supervisors understand what that support means. It's not, accountability is not just about finding fault. It's about being present and not allowing someone to fail. And supervision across the county, I think will help with that retention. And then like I said, just continuing to work together and solving issues, and having a community that supports the work that you do, so that it's not always a complaint. Because there's nothing worse than always feeling like there's nothing you can do that's right. And we get a lot of compliments at the sheriff's office, and we get a fair amount of criticism. It's our jobs as the leader of an agency to look at that complaint and look into it and see if it's valid and address it. And if it's not, making sure that it's not a valid complaint.
Rob, do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you, guys. One of the best parts of coming on board here has just been interacting with the leaders all around this room, and your expertise. And I appreciate all the work you do with Little. No questions, but I did have two comments, sort of, when we're talking about the permitting that Supervisor Hook spoke of. It's such a tragedy what happened in LA, and but it will be interesting to see if some of the loosening of the permitting that the governor's proposing will kind of filter down, if only because, in my opinion, those same issues that make it almost, overwhelming, insurmountable for all the residents down there to rebuild, are the same issues that kind of trickle down and everybody faces all over California as far as the costs and the permitting and all that. And then on Prop 36, I think it's obvious it's kind of a wait and see. I had the same question that Supervisor Hall had, and so it'll be interesting to see maybe at the workshop next year what we're seeing. I would just point out, it's kind of my perspective. Sometimes we look at the extremes, but I was sort of, I don't want to say inspired, but the gentleman that spoke earlier from Truckee that I think was one of those, I guess, stories that those of us who supported Prop 36 kind of looked to. He talked about 1988, sounds like they were doing it differently, but he had a choice. He was homeless, substance abuse, and he had, sounds like, a judge that mandated that he get treatment, and looks like he's turned his life around. So that's one of the good stories, I guess. But I'll be interested to see as we move forward with the implementation of Prop 36, how it impacts not only the people on the ground, but the county budget and all that. So thank you.
And Lisa?
So no questions, but just a couple comments in regard to some of the work that you're doing on housing. And, I've had the privilege of being on the housing ad hoc this past year and going to continue forward. And I think we're on the right track, but I think we spent a lot of time talking about the, Prop 1A money, which is important because that houses a certain type, type of person in our community that definitely needs that help. But I also hope that between HHSA and the CDA department that we're working on other types of housing, not just for a certain fairly small population of people, but many people become homeless because we just don't have enough housing here, and they don't necessarily have mental health or substance abuse problems. They just need to find a place to live. So I really would like to see us in this coming year spend some time and effort looking at potentials for low-income housing that don't just serve a certain population, but have a broader population. And I think we're going to have a presentation on housing, I think, tomorrow. So kind of I'm excited to hear what your plans are moving forward in that area. And then in regard to emergency services, and especially vegetation management. So last year, the city of Grass Valley passed a sales tax measure to deal specifically with fire mitigation and additional firefighters. One of the things that was said, and I went to almost every meeting that they had, was that they would consider partnering up in the unincorporated areas of Grass Valley as well. So I hope that we'll reach out to them and hold their feet to the fire. And I know they're going to be here tomorrow, and I might ask that question of them, but they, sorry, you guys, it only really affects my district because I am the unincorporated area of Grass Valley mostly. But I think that there's some partnership opportunity there, and maybe they can help us leverage some of the dollars that we have for vegetation management outside the city limits. I think that's pretty much it. I know all of you know, there's going to be more conversation over the next couple of days. The facilities issue is very important to me, especially figuring out how we're going to pay for the sheriff's training center and the remodel on the jail. The resource center, I think, is supposed to be done this summer, barring, like, Ryan shaking his head, yes. Craig, because he worked in the building field, is probably gone, maybe. But I think that's going to be a really important facility to help with some of our transient issues that we have over in Grass Valley, in the Glenbrook Basin specifically. So, you know, great presentations. Looking forward to getting more detail on some of the big picture things that you guys talked about today.
Right, I think unless there's some urgent last question.
But I think when people look at this, I mean, Heidi, I'm just talking, so this all comes down to housing. It really does. We look about retention, we look at, I think about housing. We need to build housing, but now we want to build housing. We have opportunities to build housing, and we can't get insurance to build our housing. So there's a lot hanging, and it comes right down to, we've got a lot hanging with the federal budget, the state budget, and how do we build housing when we can't get insurance? So there are a lot of questions that still to be answered and circumvented to this year. But it's not that we're not trying. I think that our housing ad hoc did a fabulous job. I think we got some great ideas in the background. Regional Housing Authority, we have a housing project in Penn Valley that's ready to go, but now there's not that funding coming from the state. I mean, when you have state housing or state-backed housing, there's got to be funding there that backs that. We got our Section 8 vouchers that have to come from the state. So there's so many things that are going to hinge on this year's budget and how that comes. So I just want to say, it's not that we're not trying, it's that there's some building blocks ahead of us that we have to jump. So
Thanks for highlighting that. And we got word this morning that Cash and Steel did find insurance through the FAIR plan, which isn't ideal, and they're going to need to continue to get other, but yeah, I would echo that, Sue, and the LA fires are going to affect the insurance market. They're going to affect costs of construction materials. They're going to affect contractor availability. And then it's on top of all the challenges that we already have with housing. So we'll be getting that presentation tomorrow, is it housing? So that's great that we're all interested in that. I think we'll see if we can make movement on that. I think that brings us to the end of this panel. So I just want to, before I hand it over to Lori, thank you all very much for participating and for all your good work.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask Zach to put 45 minutes on our lunch clock. And for the supervisors, lunch is prepared. We will reconvene at 12:55 for any of the public who are going to come back, or you just hang out here with us until 12:55. Time to find your seats. See, we have our supervisors all here, so we can get started. So next up, I'm going to ask Zach to put 75 minutes on our presentation clock. And so this is the fiscal update with Erin Mettler.
Thanks, Lori. Hello out there. I'm going to try and keep you entertained after lunch, so hopefully you didn't eat too much. I think we need to work on that walk-up music, though. That was a little mellow. Next year, we'll figure that out a little bit better. So good afternoon. I'm Erin Mettler, your Deputy County Executive Officer and Chief Fiscal Officer. Happy to be here to talk with you about fiscal stability and core services as a board objective. And Chair Hall talked this morning about how, or actually it might have been Allison too, how we're not going to go look back. We're going to talk about looking forward, but with budget in particular, it's important to look back because it informs how we can move forward and the things that we need to keep kind of top of mind as both lessons learned and also kind of forecasting what our resource availability looks like. The first slide I'm going to walk you through, most of you have seen this before, some of you several times, but definitely want to reemphasize our budget development process at the county is a year-round process. And we do that for a couple reasons. The primary reason is having staff focused on prioritization throughout the year with specific opportunities for input along the way as conditions change, as new opportunities emerge or new threats emerge that we have to address. Having us focused on this timeline really does assist in the continuity of services, in our resource planning efforts, and really kind of highlights the ability of the county to push initiatives forward, which sometimes can take several years. And so really this board workshop is our opportunity rather, to set annual priorities as a board for us as staff to hear the board's perspectives and their concerns and things to highlight along the way. Throughout this 3 days, you're going to have an onslaught of information. You're going to be asked for policy direction from each of the staff presentations. That'll be pretty clear within those presentations. And then at the end of the 3 days, I will be leading you through an effort to identify those priorities or policy areas that you want more work on. And those will kind of evolve into a charter, project charter, which is a document which identifies the reason behind the activity or the program. And then also a timeline for implementation and any necessary resources needed to assist with that implementation. So those project charter documents really assist us in the planning process when it comes to resource allocation and development of the budget proposals that staff will be working on starting in February. Actually, next week we kick off budget on Wednesday. And so that's really your fiscal staff's opportunity to start working on their plans and proposals for the upcoming fiscal year. So we'll be bringing those charters back for board adoption in April or May, sometime around there. I want to make sure that we have really clear direction going forward and that we're able to incorporate those plans into the budget proposal. In April and May, your budget subcommittee will spend about 10 days over 3 weeks really diving deep into the budget proposals from departments. And that's really the department's opportunity to bring forward their proposal, talk about the highlights of their departments, talk about threats and opportunities, and also to just inform the board as to what's going on and what's relevant for them. At the end of budget subcommittee in May, your fiscal staff puts together a proposed budget document that is available for the public to review. We will be going over that with each of you supervisors ahead of the public hearing on June 3rd. And then in June, that public hearing is really that opportunity for the public to inform the board as to their opinions on our proposed budget, anything that we may have left out. There's 2 weeks between our budget hearing and our budget adoption. If any changes need to be made, the board can direct us to make those changes, and we'll bring that back for formal adoption at the end of June. And that brings us to a July 1 fiscal start. We have a couple months to work through that budget as adopted. And then in September, your senior executives get together for 2 to 3 days and talk through how's it going? What do we know now that we didn't know in May when we proposed the budget? What are some new emerging topics that need to be addressed? And really that September workshop starts that process of thinking through how are we doing on board objectives? We've got fiscal year end numbers by then. We have one quarter in on those objective work to make sure that those activities are being addressed, or if there's any obstacles that we're identifying them. And so then after that September workshop, we work with the Board of Supervisors through the CEO to really prepare the topics for today. That kind of takes you through that full 12-month cycle. And it really is just a way to focus staff's efforts throughout the year so that we are always moving forward and we are always aligned in our prioritization. And then that there's also off-ramps in the middle of that year where we seek public input. We bring contracts to your board. We bring presentations and updates to your board. Those are all opportunities for the public to be participating in the effort and process, and also for you to course correct if that needs to happen, or for us to kind of highlight some new opportunities or threats that have emerged in the meantime. So it still remains a pretty dynamic process, even though it takes 12 months. Some key themes of today's presentation are before you. They include that past years, including our most recent fiscal year 23-24, ended positively, meaning that our revenue and expenditures ended with more revenue than expenditures. And really that provides a healthy fund balance. There's a couple of reasons why that generally happens. Most notably, you heard already today, we have vacancies. And so we budget for full staffing. And that is a policy that we have. And so any vacancies that we have can result in some excess fund balance at the end of the year. We also have strong level of service and a strong current financial position. We have a healthy fund balance, which is great. We use our fiscal policies as guidance to develop the budget and to inform our activities and how we go about making things happen in the county. Currently, our revenues are stable, but they're flat. And so that presents a different challenge where we don't have automatic growth. We can't do new things necessarily without dropping off other things. And our expenses, while they're more predictable than revenues, they are ramping up. They don't stop growing just because revenues stop growing. And so there's this constant push and pull of your resources against your opportunities to spend. And so our strategy for managing those resources really comes back to today and to prioritizing projects, services, and commitments of the county and looking at that from a holistic perspective, as well as zeroing in on those key board objectives that you may have and how staff might manage those small resources. As Sue said earlier, we do so much with so little. We really are, as a small county, very creative in how we use our limited resources, and we're pretty proud of that fact, making sure that we have a strong fiscal base in which to have that flexibility to make those changes. So each presentation after mine, you will see a policy direction slide. It will ask you pretty specifically for where we're looking for your input and direction. I'll go into each of these sections a little bit more in my presentation, and then we'll come back to it at the end as well, so I can receive any conversation you might want to have today. And then again, it will come back on day 3 for an overall prioritization exercise. So I first want to start with a year-end recap. How did we do last fiscal year? I already mentioned we ended positively, but what does that mean? Last time we presented the fiscal picture, it was June, and we had some estimates for how we thought the year was going to end. But as is typical with estimates, they change. And so here's your general fund at 23-24 year end. So this would have been June 30th of 2024. We started the year with a beginning fund balance, 41.7 million. We had 2.9 million in savings that year. We had a slight change in how we categorized that fund balance. And so ending the year with $44.3 million. If you contrast this with what we estimated at the time of budget adoption for the current year, we estimated we were going to end last year at $39.8 million. And now we're $4.5 million more. So while that sounds really good, and oh my gosh, we have $4.5 million, we don't, so bear with me. The difference is primarily in that fund balance, like I addressed earlier, were class 1 changes, which are our salary and benefits, largely as a result of vacancies. We also had changes in revenue. We were expecting to get some federal reimbursement for some of our grant programs that were pretty significant that did not materialize by the end of that fiscal year. So that drew down the amount that we had available to spend. Having more fund balance than anticipated doesn't necessarily equate to available to spend. The way that we present a balanced budget, because of the timing implications and the changes that happen as fiscal year closes out and those reconciliations occur, we definitely have a mechanism to use calculating available resources. And so this $4.5 million goes back into the fund balance. It becomes available to allocate as we're planning for that 25-26 budget. So while we're not forgetting about it, we're not directly automatically using it in the current fiscal year. Back to that planning cycle. We are very methodical about what we're spending money on and the resources that we have. So the fact that we have excess now is good for us to know, and we have that in the back of our heads, but we're going to use that as part of our planning seed money so that as we're working through the expenditures that are increasing and the revenues that are not, we're using that $4.5 million as a balancing mechanism. For other major funds, we do a similar exercise as we do with the general fund. The important thing on this slide to highlight is that highlighted actual fund balance category. It's very basic calculation, and I apologize, the slide doesn't have the very beginning number, so it makes it kind of hard to follow through across the screen. But really just highlighting that we do the same level of analysis with these other funds. And then also kind of looking at the bottom two, HHSA and realignment. Those are primarily where our federal and state dollars come in. And so they are intentionally high because it takes quite a while for those reimbursements to work through the process. Those are for our safety net programs we talked a lot about earlier this morning. We want to maintain cash flow for that reimbursement and then also provide safety net services when their federal and state budgets are in flux like they are now. We're not quite sure what the impacts are going to be to those safety net services. However, we locally have the fund balance that will allow us to continue those services even absent that cash flow for a specific amount of time. So it gives us a little bit of a buffer while we work through the timing implications of that state and federal budget. They're never going to align because our fiscal years are different than theirs. And so maintaining that level of fund balance is important for us. All right, so now I'm going to get into the current fiscal landscape. And really to do this, I'm going to walk you through a series of visuals on our fiscal performance related to our economically sensitive revenue. These revenues are considered sensitive because they reflect consumer spending habits and the overall health of our local economy. But they also serve as major revenue streams for the county, either because of their volume or because they're used in our discretionary resource availability. We report on these revenues twice each year as part of the board objective report. So if you look at that report in depth, these charts will start to look pretty familiar to you. So I'm going to run through them pretty quickly. And how they're oriented is the bar chart on the left side of the screen looks at the total dollars coming in over the last several fiscal years. And then the line chart on the right is the year-over-year percentage change. So we're really just tracking how does it manage year to year. And so this first slide of sales tax, really we're showing the COVID bubble, right? The fiscal year 21-22 sales tax increased significantly as we were doing some heavy COVID spending in Nevada County. Everybody was, and then it dropped back down in 22-23 and continued to fall off. So that's a reflective of all of the different factors that include affect consumer spending when it comes to services and goods. Gas tax revenue, we heard earlier that there's a threat on the horizon of changing the gas tax and how it's allocated and what it's used for. So we are monitoring this one fairly closely. But again, you'll see the drop in use of gas tax revenues, or I'm sorry, the drop in revenues based on use during COVID when no one was going anywhere. And then it climbed back up as travel became a thing again. It's important to note for gas tax, this is a cents-based tax. It's not a percentage. It's not really impacted by the price of gasoline that we're paying at the pump, other than how that price impacts utilization of gas. And we primarily use these revenues for transportation and road services. Building permits is another one we talked about earlier. Tricia touched upon this. Building permit fees are down or flat, take your pick. It fluctuates a little bit, but very little. Throughout the last 5 years, we're monitoring the building permit revenue very closely. Tricia and her team are making some concentrated changes to how they're operating and doing business because the revenues are not going up at the same speed of expenses. And so looking at how we could mitigate that impact on their department is critical. Transient occupancy tax, this is the good news of the day. Your focus on recreation and economic development is really shown in this transient occupancy tax and the growth that we're seeing over the last several years. Again, a slight COVID impact, and then it just keeps growing. I will say, however, if you look at the year-over-year trend, this is where that percentage change slows down. And so while we don't expect to see continued exponential growth in this category, we wanted to see it looks a little bit more measured or a little bit less of a dramatic shift, and it might be even tapering out. This revenue stream in particular was also bolstered by a small investment in some new software, which allows us to kind of mine the short-term rental sites and make sure that we're tracking all of those short-term rentals and setting them communication around their need and obligation to remit transient occupancy tax back to the county. This slide shows recording fees and property tax transfers. And so really this is reflective of a real estate market. These revenues tend to precede property tax revenue by 1.5 to 2 years. And so we look at this revenue stream to inform how much we expect our property tax revenue to fluctuate. As you'll see on the following slide, property tax revenue is significant for the general fund discretionary sources. It's really important that we pay attention to these trends and plan accordingly. And so you'll see here the COVID bubble for sure in 2020 and 21. That's when I bought my house, so I'm part of that. And as it kind of rolls down with the housing market stabilization, you'll see it's just very flat going forward. So moving into discretionary sources and uses, this is specific to the general fund. So we're looking at the sources on the left and the uses on the right. You can see here that 76% property tax is the biggest chunk of that pie, of that $75 million. And the next category down is sales tax at 6%. So a pretty significant difference between sales tax and property tax in terms of quantity. On the uses side, we are showing public protection as our largest category. And that's not just your traditional public service protection with the sheriff and district attorney and probation and public defender. It also includes Office of Emergency Services, ag services, planning, code and cannabis compliance. The next largest set of the pie is the general government, which is all of your internal service departments, including your clerk of the board office, the assessor, the auditor controller, human resources, purchasing, similar departments to that. Your board objective spending is interspersed in all of these categories. So some of your board objective spending falls under public protection with OES, and some of it falls under general government and the like. And so moving into how we're doing in the current fiscal year, our Q2 results would have been as of December of 24-25. And so looking at general fund revenues, we have $111.2 million budgeted. We've received 8.5. So that's a little concerning, but also not unusual. Because we receive our funding largely as a pass-through from the state, it does take time to work its way through the system. So generally at the second quarter of any fiscal year, we run about 9.5% of revenue received for the year. And so we are putting a caution sticker on this particular metric just because it is concerning and to the layperson seems alarming. But rest assured, this is not unusual. And if we were to look at how we sit today, midway through January, we are much closer to that 50% mark than that 7% mark. On the expenditure side, we're trending a little bit ahead for 58% expended. And that's primarily because we pre-fund a lot of our expenses, pension being the biggest one. By pre-funding our pension cost for the year and early part of the fiscal year, we save a significant amount on interest. And so that's a mechanism that we use to buy down, if you will, our pension payment for the year. And so what that does is shows that we're over 50% expended for 50% of the year. Again, not concerning and pretty common. Our typical 6-year average is about 56%. In terms of the general fund balance, so back to that $39.8 million in the adopted budget, we're currently sitting at $52.3 million. We expect to end the year at $43.3 million. This is a healthy fund balance. And you will see here in these categories, it's also pretty committed. It's assigned into specific categories. These reflect our purposes behind the fund balance. So it's used for things like emergencies and economic uncertainties. We have a fairly good chunk of money available to respond in those situations and only in those situations. We have board priority fund balance assignment, which reflects past board priorities as well as current. We have funds set aside for projects as they work through the planning stages and into construction. Facilities planning carries about a $3 million fund balance. That's part of your capital improvement plan. You'll be hearing more about that tomorrow. But we do tend to carry an assignment in the fund balance for those facilities because they take a lot of funding. They're not always done within the fiscal year. It's part of our planning process for how we fund those roof replacements, sidewalk repairs, ADA upgrades, things like that. And then you'll see the rest of them, information systems, infrastructure. We used some of that fund balance when you approved the enterprise resource planning contract with Workday earlier this year. That was a large expense that was planned, and so it drew down that fund balance during the year. And then pension contributions, we always keep a reserve in our fund balance for pension contributions in case something unexpected happens and we need to draw from that assignment. Justice Services, you'll see, is going to be in use as the sheriff moves through some of their capital projects and funding initiatives. The special project continuation is new this year. This is the action that you took in July to transfer the remaining of the ARPA funding that was committed to projects into this special project continuation assignment of the general fund. And that really just allows those projects that were slower moving to continue and be completed absent the timeline required by the ARPA legislation. So you'll see we expect that 7.3 to be reduced to down to 3.5 by the end of the fiscal year. And a lot of that remaining is committed to staffing, which is an allowable expense. And so we're just seeing those projects out through their completion. All right, so looking ahead to budget planning. We have fiscal management policies, as I alluded to earlier. And these policies really guide how we allocate resources and the work that your fiscal staff does throughout the year. There's 4 policies here, and I'll go into each of them a little bit. The budget policy is probably the most prevalent one. We use this constantly. We do look at this every year to make sure that if there's any changes that need to be made to this policy, we're making them. The fund balance policy dictates the assignments that I just went over and how we figure out those relative assignments and levels. And then debt management goes into how we want to manage our long-term debt and what criteria we need to meet in order to issue additional debt. And then pension management finally is really self-explanatory if you know what pensions are. So we have a significant pension and we have to manage that appropriately. And in order to do that, we have some policy guidelines that help us kind of understand the opportunities and also the threats to funding our pension. We have fiscal consultants that are always on board that are kind of experts in their field. They help inform fiscal staff and any board initiatives or priorities that are fiscal in nature. And so the first one I want to talk a little bit about is KNN Municipal Finance Consultants. KNN has been with us for a number of years. They are crucial in calculating our debt affordability. So how much can we afford to issue in debt in order to make some of those larger projects happen? What are the ramifications to doing so? And how do we navigate that in our annual operating funds? They also serve as bond advisors for capital projects. So if we are to go to market to issue bonds, they will be kind of our advocates in that realm, making sure that the county's resources are protected and that we're making sound decisions. We are looking at bringing on a pension policy consultant through Weiss Law and Cal Muni Advisors. This is one of the newer consultants that I am proposing to bring on to help us update our pension policy. So the pension policy has been in place for several years. It's a really good opportunity for us to kind of look at how we fund our pensions, what's our long-term plan, and really kind of putting forward some thoughtful work in managing that obligation that we have and making sure that over the long term we have a balanced pension. I'm going to get into a little bit of debt affordability modeling. So most of you on the board have not been with us as we've issued debt. And to issue debt as a city or a county municipality really is to go out to the bond market, the government bond market, and sell bonds. These are not bonds that you would go out to the voters for approval. These are bonds that we would keep in-house and pay the annual debt service as part of our ongoing operational budget. And so in order to look at how can we afford to issue debt, there's this debt affordability modeling that KNN helped us with. And so some of the things that this affordability modeling looks at is what is our current outstanding debt? What is our initial credit rating with the bond advisors? And then what are those opportunities and threats of issuing debt? And what are our estimates and capacity? So first, I want to touch upon our current outstanding debt. Overall, there's about $30 million in outstanding debt, which is really, really low for a county of our size. The red box highlighted is the payments that are dropping off, or I'm sorry, the payments that are going to continue after this year. The bottom three are dropping off after this year. We will have paid off those debts. And so the four that are remaining are related to the operations center, the solar project, energy efficiency project, and then the DA probation space building purchase. Let's see, going into our initial rating. So this is where we get a little bit complicated. So I'm going to try and piecemeal it down for you all. KNN calculated our economic and financial measures within the Standard & Poor's rating criteria. So Standard & Poor's is the rating agency. They rate all municipalities on these 5 categories. And you can see here the 5 categories are evenly weighted, 20% apiece. So how we fare on our economy rating is relative to how we fare on our financial performance, our reserves and liquidity, which means our fund balance, our management of our finances, and our current debt and liabilities. And so in each of these categories, Nevada County is outstanding. And to be outstanding, we have a rating of AA or AA minus, and the highest rating is AAA or AAA. We'll never achieve AAA because it's tied to our economy, which is looking at our local government and kind of our gross capital project or product within the county as compared to the United States of America. So our little county is not as diverse as the United States. We will never really achieve that top tier status, but that's fine. It doesn't really impact us in a way that you might think. It's just a data point, and it's one of 5 data points. So everywhere else that is within our control, we are in excellent position to get a good credit rating. And what that means is that the debt that we issue, we go out to the market for, we're going to get the best possible interest rate when it comes to paying off those debt over the next 20 to 30 years. So while rating is important, it's not the only criteria that we would look at before we proceed with a recommendation to issue debt. The considerations that we have here, both in opportunities and in threats, I'll start with opportunities first. Issuing debt means we have enhanced ability to complete large projects. When you issue debt, you're talking about 20 million, 30 million, 90 million. It's significant, and it's significantly more than we could pay out of pocket with our $40 million fund balance, of which $3 million is available for capital projects. You start to see kind of that magnitude is multiplied by issuing debt. We're able to preserve our fund balance by issuing debt and getting all of that money up front and not having to put cash outlay at the beginning. We can afford timely facility improvements that may be outside of our scope. If we're talking about re-roofing all of the county-owned facilities, for example, that could be $6 million, again, of which we have 3 set aside. So there would be a funding gap of $3 million in that case. If we're looking at constructing a new animal shelter at $25 million or improving the jail at $30 million, like all of these projects are out there and they kind of start adding up, and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to use our cash resources as the single funding source. The threats, however, when you do issue debt, you're committing to an annual debt service payment for the next 20 to 30 years. There are various opportunities and options for that repayment schedule. There's different structures that we would look at, and we would make recommendations to your board alongside KNN Public Finance for what makes sense for Nevada County. The other threat is enhancing the need for project delivery and staff capacity. So that's great that we have the money to go build the thing, but now we have to have the money to operate the thing and continue to maintain it. And so how does that piece fit into our overall financial plan and ability to afford the new project? There's also a timeline to expend funds, and so we wouldn't want to issue debt for projects that are thoughts or great ideas but aren't designed, ready to go to construction, ready to build. And so there's some timing implications for readiness in terms of if we go out to bond market, say in July of this year, which was our original plan, we don't have shovel-ready plans ready to hit the street and get a construction bid. And so that timing doesn't quite align just yet, but certainly we're looking at how to align projects and maximize our opportunity here. Again, bond proceeds, if you will, does not cover operational expenses. So when we are looking at issuing debt, we're looking at not only affording the debt service, but funding that operational capacity to continue to maintain that project. And then, as you well know, there are competing interests for projects. There are way more projects than we have capacity to issue debt for and actually deliver in a time frame required. And so when we're talking about financing debt, we're going to be talking about timeline, prioritization, relative impact to the community, and kind of this opportunity and threat for each project at each time. And so really trying to put all of our projects on the table in one spot so we can look at them holistically. Which one's moving faster than the other? Is that the project we want to move forward with? Is there something else that is a higher need or a greater benefit? We need to look at those. And really staff does an excellent job at trying to kind of step back and think holistically of all of the opportunities. Where do we want to focus our time, energy, and money? When it comes to debt service estimates and capacity, we do look at rating impacts. I'm pleased to say that we could issue $100 million in debt and our rating would not change. However, we could not afford to issue that much in debt. So looking at debt service estimates, to use Martin math, Hardy, you'll appreciate this, $100,000 per $1 million in funding is Martin math. It's not bad math, it's just math. And so we're using 100,000 per 1 million is a great ratio. We'll never go above that. We will very likely be below that, but we'll never go above it. And so you're looking at a $30 million construction project. If you want to issue $30 million in debt, you're now committing to spending $3 million a year for the next 20 years to pay off that debt. And so it kind of helps you start thinking about the magnitude of, you know, this big number that we're going to get all at once, and then this smaller number, but it's ongoing for 20 to 30 years. That's a significant challenge, if you will, for us to kind of figure out when our revenues are not increasing, but our expenditures are. And now we're talking about increasing our expenditures even more by adding on debt service. We do have required collateral assets. Bond debt is not dissimilar from buying a house or a car. You're pledging an asset in order to get the funding and paying it off over time. So we would have to identify some assets that we would put up for collaterals in order to issue debt. Luckily, because we have such small amount of debt, we have plenty of assets in which to pledge. So that's not a concern for us. One new concept that KNN has recommended we explore is what's called a reimbursement resolution. And so this would be an action that we would bring to the board likely in March or April. And it would basically request that the board authorize any future reimbursement for capital expenses incurred from that point until such time as we issue debt. And so what that allows us is some flexibility for, as we're going out and doing that design work and that engineering and getting permitting and getting construction ready for those projects, we're outlaying that cash up front from our fund balance. We have the ability with this reimbursement resolution to pay ourselves back after we issue the bonds. And so really it's again, a financing mechanism to give us that maximum flexibility. A reimbursement resolution does not require us to use it. So we could make a decision at that point of issuing those bonds, whether we wanted to reimburse ourselves for that cash outlay that we already incurred, or decide that is a better use of funds and proceed with more debt proceeds. So all of those are considerations as we continue down this path of issuing debt. And so now we want to talk a little bit about our fiscal challenges and opportunities, because again, I'm painting the bigger picture. We have all of these threats and opportunities, and also all of these wonderful projects on the horizon. And really, my job as your CFO is to help navigate the conversation to identify what's the highest priority, what's the highest and best use, and then have me and my fiscal team really look at what are the sources available and how do we navigate a piece here and a piece there and a piece there. Not one solution is going to fit all projects for sure. And so some of our fiscal challenges are paramount, right? COVID funding is ending. We got a significant amount of state and federal money during COVID for very specific things. But some of those things were enhancing our services to the community. And now as we're seeing that those funding sources dry up, there's certain services that we would like to continue. And so your agency heads and your department staff are all working on how do we navigate that opportunity to continue the good services that we had during COVID without the COVID funding to back it up? And so some of that is retooling processes, and some of that is identifying efficiencies. And sometimes that means we're discontinuing certain projects in favor of others. And so working through those challenges over the last couple of years, and that will continue for the next 2 at least. We have significant capital project needs. I don't think I can say that enough. You're going to get sick of hearing it, but it's always going to be there. We have continued staff capacity building we're working on. So we continue to add staff because we need capacity in order to deliver the services that our constituents are asking for. And yet that's a balance, right? That adds to our pension, that adds to our salary and benefit line item, that adds to our cost overall. And what is the return on investment for those staff? We're being very thoughtful in how we add staff. We're asking a lot of questions of agency and department heads and fiscal staff. Can we fund it with other sources? Is it sustainable? Is this a one-time need or an ongoing need? And we're using all of the mechanisms and tools that we have available to make sure that we're adding staff in an appropriate and thoughtful way, and for the long term where appropriate, or the short term, if it's, say, a grant that's going to end in 3 years, then maybe that's a limited term position. We have those tools and we do use them throughout the year. Our pension costs are also always going to be there. And so making sure we have a solid plan for how we fund our pension obligation, and we're being very careful on sustainability again of that obligation that we have. Fire consolidation you'll hear about tomorrow. That's on the horizon. We are a partner in this effort. We will be briefing the whole board on what's been going on over the last 2 years, but this is a threat to our community. And so how do we as the county support that effort? In what ways? Library Measure A is going to sunset in 2030. So this is a horizon threat, but it's there. We know about it, and we're going to have to think in a couple years from now whether or not we want to extend that Measure A to continue to fund critical library services, or whether we want to let it sunset. So that's a policy decision with long-range implications. State and federal budget uncertainty, you heard a lot about this today, and luckily our budget process allows for that uncertainty because it will always be there. And each year is a little bit different, but the timing is never going to align and the impacts are never going to be the same. And so we just take an approach of careful and steady, and also like making sure that we have the fund balance to support programs to at least allow for a slow rundown if they are going to end that federal and state support. And then Grass Valley Sphere of Influence and Tech Sharing, you'll hear from Grass Valley tomorrow. They have a host of projects on their docket and horizon that they're looking at, and we are aware of their sphere of influence, and that has some implications if they start annexing additional property into the city. That takes away from our tax base, but also they then take on the responsibility of providing services to those areas. And so again, something to be aware of and consider to look at as a challenge coming up. Specific to pension costs, we show this slide often because it is a large amount of money. We had a recent grand jury report last year on our pension, and part of the reason why we want to bring on a pension consultant is to take a little bit of a more holistic view of these long-term costs. And so the graph on the left shows our current pension stats last year as compared to the current year. And it shows the accrued liability, and this is the amount that we owe, and the total assets, which is the amount that we have in the bank plus interest earned. And that calculation arrives at your unfunded liability. And then the funded ratio is the amount of unfunded liability relative to the accrued liability. And so it really just speaks to the overall health of our funding. We are obligated to report this every year on our comprehensive annual financial reports, and we're required to kind of work through this. I will say, however, that these numbers come from actuarial reports from CalPERS. So think of like the biggest math brain possible and double it, and that's the CalPERS actuarial. It's super complex and complicated, and every one of our pension plans is like a 35-page document of math. And I love math, but I was not a mathematician. And so having people kind of decipher it for me so that I can decipher it for you is the process that we kind of go through. And really CalPERS tells us over the next 20 years, in order to afford all of your accrued liability, this is what you're going to have to pay each year. And the challenge is that each year that number changes, and that number changes based on a variety of factors, one of them being how well did the market perform 2 years ago. And so CalPERS is using numbers from 22-23 to tell us how much we owe in 25-26. And so there's a little bit of a lag in their performance relative to our impacts. So if you recall the headlines back in July, CalPERS had a great year. Their investment returns were significantly higher than anticipated. We're not seeing that savings in 25, 26. We're not going to see them until 26, 27. They will come, but they're not just automatic. And so while you see headlines in one area, it takes a while to work through that system and for us to see the benefit of it. And then that benefit could just be a 1-year reduction, or it could be a more sustained reduction depending on a whole bunch of other factors, including how much liability are we adding each year by adding staff, and how much liability are we taking off because people are retiring and then they're going to cost less. And so all of those factors kind of maneuver into this large pension challenge, if you will. State and federal budgets, I won't spend a lot of time on this because you had the great presentation earlier today, other than to say the governor's budget in January is generally what we move forward with because that's the best information at the time. We'll be watching the federal budget closely. We'll be talking with our lobbyists regularly, and all of that will inform our budget proposal to you coming forward. And also, we will make sure that any significant impacts that arrive between the time we develop that budget and it's adopted, but also implementation, we're nimble enough to be able to have some kind of off-ramps. We know where the funds are going to come from if we need gap filling, and we know where projects can continue if we have funding materialize. Okay, so wrapping up here, wanting to make sure that we touch upon our core services definition. This is your fiscal stability and core services board objective. And so we are defining core services as on the screen, that which is fundamental to the mission and departments of the county to meet mandated and essential community services. Areas funded by the county in this category include state mandates, emergencies, services that support community health and safety, such as infrastructure, roads, jail, justice, basic public mental health services, and other social services. This is a fairly broad definition. It's intentionally broad because we do a whole lot, some of which we're mandated to do, and some of which it's because our constituents need us to do it. And so that balance is something that we strive for all the time in all of our programs and all of our proposals in terms of funding. So to prepare for 25-26, a little bit into the key dates of budget development. So I talked at the beginning about that timeline. In September, we looked at the senior executive workshop to inform what we were going to talk about today. We had some staffing change requests processed through in October. Those are coming forward. And then we're here at the Budget Board of Supervisors workshop. We'll be having budget kickoff, as I mentioned, next Wednesday, and that really begins the work of your fiscal staff in each of the departments. They start crunching numbers, they start identifying what staffing is going to cost in the next year, as well as their programs and priorities. And then budget subcommittee, we have a pretty long lead time kicking off April 28th, and we'll run through May 16th. Not every day, but a significant amount of time will be spent by your chair and vice chair diving into the nitty-gritty details of budget. And then we're currently planning on that budget hearing to come forward on June 10th. I think I said the 3rd earlier, but the 10th is the correct date. And then budget adoption on June 24th. So again, I'm seeking policy direction today on updating our fiscal policies. We will be bringing drafts through the budget subcommittee and then to the full board for adoption. And that includes the budget policy, the fund balance policy, the debt policy, as well as the pension liability policy. So those 4 documents we intend to bring through over the next 6 months through budget subcommittee to the board. Also wanting to get your thoughts and policy direction on bond financing. What questions do you still have? I realized it was a very high level overview that I gave you today, but we do have KNN ready to provide any additional support and or answers to your questions related to bond financing. Specifically looking for direction on that reimbursement resolution. I'd like to bring that forward sooner than later to capture all of the costs that we may be incurring over the next 6 months. And then any funding for board objectives. And so you can choose to talk about these now, ask me any questions. We've got about a half an hour left in this session. Happy to field those questions. And also we'll be bringing some of these back on Friday for that final discussion relative to your priorities and direction forward. With that, I'll hand it back to you, Chair Hall.
Thank you, Erin. We love Martin, but this is a really refreshing change. Not quite as many numbers to take in. and very clear. I appreciate the clarity of this. So it's a lot for us to take in, but if you have questions or conversations about this that we want to have, now is the time.
Thank you, Aaron. That was very clear. It was a great presentation, and I think from my perspective, I am uniquely kind of positioned along with Chair Hall because we participated in the budget last year. I think I was just going to stick to questions, comments on these policy input areas.
Time for conversation, so feel free, just
Okay.
as long as everyone gets a chance to.
Yeah, I'll be quick. On the fiscal policy piece, the general fund and Martin and I had a great philosophical discussion. Much of the budget process was Martin and I arm wrestling over this concept, but the general fund is one element, and then you broke out the fund balances, other major funds, and then there's also minor funds. I think we carry a pretty healthy fund balance, and I think year over year the growth has changed, it's flattened, but I still think we're in a fairly healthy financial position. We're in a very, very healthy financial position, as well as a very healthy fund balance independent of that. So on the updating fiscal policies piece, for me, I'd like to see a slight loosening of the fund balance principle to aid in housing, homelessness, and libraries. And libraries itself has an $8 million fund balance, and I know we're kind of hedging our bet based on a future potential of Measure A changes, but I think on the fiscal policy side, I think the indicators, and that's why I asked the question today about the state budget and how those indicators affect our local budget. I think we can afford to do some of the community building work we need to do through minor changes to our fiscal policy and still have a very healthy fund balance and general fund balance. So that's just one board member's perspective. On the bond debt, I think the returns, or the cost of the carry cost of the debt, in my opinion, is high. 100K per million, I think, is high. And I wish Georgette was in the room, because Georgette had some concepts too that she ran by me that I thought were a little bit more realistic. And she and Martin also had a dialogue on that. I would support bond financing. In advance of going for bond financing, I think the board should be provided some pretty detailed conditions and priorities on how that, obviously which projects are going to be started at which timeframes, and when the bond funding would be required, when the debt service would start, and then what fund balances or what unrestricted net assets would be paying those fund balances over time, so you could understand how it would affect the general fund. Because I think just making commitments just against the general fund for that debt, for that cost of that debt, is obviously would have to be looked at carefully. Because I know ultimately that's what it comes down to. If the independent fund balances can't cover it, then it's going to be a general fund obligation. And so without the state, not knowing where the state or the feds are going to be over the next few years, I think that's something I'd like to see. And then the board objectives, I have absolutely, no concerns. I think we've handled the board objective funding well in my tenure here. So I don't think any necessary changes are made there, but maybe some of the other changes may affect how the board objectives get completed. For example, housing and homelessness would be affected if we could use more of the fund balances.
And I will just note on the debt service, you're right, 100,000 per $1 million is high. It's intentionally high at this point. As we get closer and we refine those numbers, it does run about 70 to 80,000 per million. And that's largely dependent on whether it's a 20-year repayment or 30-year repayment, and then also the interest at the market at the time. So there's some fluctuation and some flexibility built in, but definitely, and one point I didn't mention, the full board has to approve any financing. It doesn't happen in a vacuum. We do have a debt financing committee that meets and does kind of all the heavy legwork, but the package that will come before your board will be fully transparent and will provide the options available and be able to answer any of those questions ahead of your vote on moving forward with issuing debt.
One more quick question. If you took out debt for some capital improvement project, is there Fed or state grant funding that you could pay down debt? So for example, could we then pursue, or is that not a thing? Does that ever happen in our government world?
And not specifically, so we wouldn't use state or federal financing to pay down the debt. We would use it to fund the project so there wasn't as much debt. But under certain scenarios where the occupants or use of the building is going to be Health and Human Services, for example, because that's an easy sample, they are funded by federal and state money in realignment, and so they would be a non-general fund source able to contribute towards the cost of that building, which would include debt. So under that example, not directly, but kind of indirectly, but it is pretty specific upon the use. So we have to be mindful of the restrictions and strings with other funds.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, others, so you can bring up your own questions or issues or react to some of Hardy's suggestions.
So just running down the list, one of the things, and this might not be the right place to ask, but I think if you're talking about fiscal policy, one of the updates I would like to see to our fiscal policy is the potential to set aside a small amount of money in our budget that's unallocated for things that might come up during the year. Because oftentimes, someone will come to us in June with a really great idea and we'll say, well, we can't talk about that until January. I would like to see us have a policy in place where there's a mechanism to talk about it. And I'm not talking about huge projects. I'm talking about various community things that we all work on, or collaborative things with other organizations. So just one thing to throw out there. I completely support the bond financing. I think Hardy brings up some good points of having us really understand how that money is going to be paid back, where the pool of money, and then also before we bond for these things, knowing the exact, as close as you can get with government work, but knowing what the costs are going to be. As you mentioned, $25 million for animal shelter. I think potentially the cost could be significantly less than that based on some of the work that I've been seeing, working with Craig and our partners on this issue. And then, I think funding the board objectives, that's something that we're going to be talking about on Friday, I think, when some new ideas come forward. But just think to have the flexibility to be able to do things outside the cycle, I think government needs to answer to that. The only thing that holds us back is our own policies.
Right. Yeah, and at this point in the capital project conversation, we are using big, large, round numbers. And again, that's very specific so that we can have kind of a threshold of which we won't go over, but knowing that we have some room to fall under, and also that there's always cost overruns. When you 30% design a project and you're going out to bid, how much is it going to cost? You could have a 20% contingency on that 30% drawing, because you know that during the rest of that 70% of engineering and permitting, things are going to pop up that you didn't anticipate. And so definitely animal shelter at 25 million is high. I think the initial estimates came in at more like 17, and it'll probably end up potentially at 20. And so really looking for bundling projects as well. If we're going out to the market to issue bonds, we might be looking at $40 million. And with that $40 million, we may be able to get 3 or 4 projects in that same time period. But that goes back into looking at staff capacity and timeline and readiness and priority. So all of those factors kind of come into play and will be discussed further in detail as they come through.
Sue, are you ready with questions or comments, or do you want to, I can circle back?
That kind of answers questions about finding bonds.
Can you make
a bit more about the reimbursement part of it? So reimbursement resolution. So that would just be packed into the bond at the end on that point?
It could be. And so I'll use the animal shelter as an example project. We've paid already to design 30% of the plans for a new animal shelter. Had we had a reimbursement resolution in place, we would have had an opportunity to get reimbursement for that outlay of cash when we went to the market to issue bonds for the project. It does add to the cost of the project in terms of what we issue debt for, but it also could potentially preserve fund balance for another use. And so when you look at all of the different funding sources available, we're going to really want to focus in on perhaps we get a grant. And if only we had expense to put towards that grant, we could use it for engineering, for example. There's just different timing mechanisms and opportunities to maximize and leverage funding that a reimbursement resolution would give us a little bit more flexibility on. And the fact that we could opt not to use it, again, adds to our flexibility at the time in which we're incurring that bond expense.
Yeah, that's what I was understanding. So that would be flexible as well. You wouldn't have to make that commitment at the time you went out for the bond. Okay.
Right. So we've already committed to doing the design. We've outlaid cash from our fund balance in our capital projects. We're doing it. If we were to get repaid through that bond issuance and amortize that funding over 20 years, then we have that $1 million back in our discretionary funds and can put it towards design of another project, for example.
Thanks.
Rob?
Thank you for that detailed presentation. I think I probably more recently went through sort of the orientation, so I got to ask a lot of questions and see a lot of this ahead of time, which was very helpful. A couple of questions I had. So you referenced the grand jury report on the unfunded pension. And like, I guess as a citizen, when I hear that, you know, you hear about the state and the unfunded pensions and this, what's the difference? I mean, I know you kind of explained it, but why we're in such a good position, I guess, if that's what you were saying. And I guess building on that, I like the idea of getting some input from the consultant because I think that'll help to kind of give a different perspective and explain it. So yeah, I mean, that's a general question, but I would love to just kind of hear what makes us different if we are than other municipalities that we hear about in the news, and maybe that's not totally correct either.
Sure. I think pensions is a significant factor for all municipalities, including the state. Each one is different in terms of how much unfunded liability they currently carry on the books and the relative comfort with the percentage of funded. 60% funded is where we're at now, 64%. It's pretty low. I think industry would like us to be at 80%, but that's pretty unattainable for most jurisdictions, including Nevada County at this point. If we were to stop doing everything and just put money towards pension, we could get there. But that would be a point in time that we would be there, and then the following year, we would have to do something else because each year it changes, that amortization schedule changes. And so really, it's a long game, and it's a balancing act. And so Nevada County, I think, is better positioned than some jurisdictions because we have a lot of different tools at our disposal that we don't tend to use. And so we have a pension trust fund, which is about $5 million available for us to use to make our pension payment if something catastrophic happened and we had to reallocate a significant amount of resources at once. We also have that pension reserve in the general fund that allows us to do exactly the same thing. They're specifically for pension, but they're safety nets for us right now. We tend to like to budget in our operating proposal full payment of that year's pension obligation. We save money by pre-funding it, so having the cash available on hand to pre-fund that whole year's worth of pension obligation saves us millions of dollars in interest. And so all of those mechanisms kind of work together to make us in a stronger position than some jurisdictions that are only paying the minimum. It's very similar to a credit card, right? If you only pay the minimum, you will be paying on that debt for 30 years, and you will pay way more in interest than you ever did on principal. And so looking at it from that perspective, being informed by a consultant is helpful because there are some tools of the trade that we're not aware of in Nevada County that other jurisdictions have been successful at. One of the findings in the grand jury report was to issue bonds. So similar to what we're talking about issuing bonds for capital projects, you can issue bonds to pay off your pension obligation. It's not a recommended practice because, again, now you're paying debt on that bond issue that you did to get to full funding. You still have ongoing obligations that change every year that you have to come out of pocket for, in addition to the debt service on that one-time funding that you did. And so it just compounds a little bit when you do something like that. But there's other tools to use, and in talking with CalPERS and getting a bit more up to speed on what's available to us, I think we'll have a better handle on how do we get to a better ratio and what is that ratio for Nevada County, all things considered. I think the fact that industry standard is 80% doesn't mean that industry standard for a small rural county of Nevada is correct. And so really getting some outside opinions and experts to look at our specific situation and make some recommendations is really where I'm after with that.
Perfect. That answered my second question, which was, I mean, I look at you, you know your stuff. You seem really smart. We've got the CalPERS actuarius or whatever you call them. So I was curious what the consultants are going to bring, and you kind of answered that. The last, I guess, question, not really comment. So you mentioned that none of the existing board members would have been in office when there was a bond issued. Can you, and I think I know the answer, but I just kind of want to get a little more background. What has changed now, particularly when, I guess, in a general sense, the carrying costs are so high now. So what is it that has changed that we're heading that direction now, or you know, evaluating that?
I think we have a significant number of projects right now that are on the horizon that are forefront in our minds that maybe weren't there before. They might have been ideas, but now they're got full steam behind them. I also think we have a fair amount of deferred maintenance in our county facilities and infrastructure that needs to be addressed. That can add up, and if they all come due at once, issuing debt to cover them at once and then pay them off over time makes sense. I believe I've only been at the county for 5 years, so I don't know that much history, but my understanding is that in the past we have not wanted to issue debt. We'd rather pay cash up front. That's certainly a choice, and we could continue saving our fund balance for a very long time until we had enough money to do the thing that we wanted to do. But that would be just one thing. And so as we look at 40 different capital projects on our list, and maybe 5 of them are in the millions of dollars, how do we achieve that? Is that what we want to achieve? And what is the cost? And so that cost could be debt issuance and paying off over the next 20 years. And that could mean that we do those major projects over the next 5 years, and then we have another 15 years before we issue debt again. That could be a policy consideration, that we're looking down the horizon that far to say, what is the lifespan of our current buildings and infrastructure? What's the amount of money that we have to set aside to maintain them at that current quality, if you will? And what is the opportunity cost of not doing additional projects down the road?
I could just add to what has changed. So we also paid off debt on buildings. For instance, the Eric Root Center, that is paid off. Other projects have been paid off. So we're in a position where it's up to the board if they would like to explore doing bond debt for the capital projects that are on the horizon that came from the board.
I was just going to mention, that was a great question, I think, Supervisor Tucker, that one thing I had kind of learned over the course of the last 2 years being chair and vice chair, just kind of looking at the facility side, is aging infrastructure. So not necessarily new project construction, but just really big, huge carry maintenance cost of some of the buildings. And then we've had, kind of drastic changes too, I think even just in the last 4 or 5 years about what's being requested of government to serve our community. So those changes are, those needs are changing and growing. And so the long cost of like keeping things and maintaining them is part of it too. Because some of them, what we're talking about, are new projects, but some of them are not. I mean, re-roofing the jail, dealing with the courthouse, dealing with the Eric Root Center, dealing with the airport, property land. And those things are just part of running a county that have been sitting out there waiting to be fixed.
Yeah, do you want to?
Yeah, it definitely does, but it just comes out, it's all out of, it's all coming from a different pot. So I mean, if we're not using general funds, and we have to, if we're building something, that money is not available for maintenance and vice versa.
Karen, did you want to address that a little bit more, or no? The issue of deferred maintenance, separate from ongoing operations costs.
Sure. So we do maintain our buildings currently with existing staff, and I think like any building, you can repair and repair and repair, and at some point you're going to have to replace. And so we're at a point now with our roofs in particular where we really just need to replace the roof on the Rood Center, on the jail, on the juvenile hall, which is now dispatch, future training center, the courthouse, like all of those roofs come at a hefty price tag. And so does it make sense to bundle them all together and try to get a discount because you're issuing one construction contract for multiple locations, bigger job, cost of economies of scale. And then addition to major maintenance, we've recently installed generators over the last couple of years. We've paid cash for those generators and that installation. That was a significant investment. And so looking at some of those major system upgrades that are necessary periodically, usually every 10 to 15, maybe 20 years for a new HVAC system, things like that. Our facilities crew does a great job of limping us along and making repairs as needed. And then the ability to replace in whole then extends out and reduces those costs at the same time. So there is a trade-off, as Hardy mentioned, between replacing and then also having that operational cost, but it does tend to balance out over time.
I wanted to ask, you mentioned early on that our debt, the amount of debt we have is low compared to other counties. Could you talk about that a little bit more, especially among rural counties? Like give us the range of what's considered sort of safe to be in.
So I look at low being relative to our fund balance. So we have less debt than we have fund balance. If we had to all of a sudden pay off all of our debt tomorrow, technically we could because we have the cash. It's not assigned for that purpose, but in extreme situations, that's something that we could look at. Some counties and cities that have issued debt for projects have issued debt based on what they expect to generate out of that building. So this happens when you're purchasing something or building something that's going to be for public benefit. You expect to charge rental fees. You expect to get an income stream off of that building. That's not the norm necessarily, but some jurisdictions have done that. And so betting on a revenue source that's not yet materialized is a little bit more challenging and a little bit more risky, and we don't have that opportunity here, and I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. Definitely want to have that revenue stream available to pay off the debt that we issue. And so looking at our relative sources and the flexibility that we currently have as compared to the debt that we're proposing to issue, that should balance out, right? We shouldn't be upside down. You shouldn't have more debt than you have operation to support it. And so that's just a consideration. But I look at it and say that as viewing the amount of collateral assets that we have to pledge towards a new debt, as well as what is our current annual payment relative to our operational costs and everything else in our budget.
Okay, so it sounds like there's a combination of things that you have to look at. And there's no like recommended percentage of debt to general fund or?
Not specifically. I mean, it's similar to what is considered a healthy fund balance, right?
Right.
They have, our Government Finance Officers Association does have recommended thresholds. They're actually pretty low. It's like you should have 3 months of operating expense on hand at all times and available. 3 months is not a lot. That's not a lot of money. That's not a lot of time. That doesn't give government the opportunity to turn on a dime and meet the needs that are presented. And so we tend to want a higher threshold. And what that is currently in our fund balance policy as a pretty low threshold, but that's just specific to the general fund. And we don't have similar policies which speak to the other funds. And so there's some opportunities there to right size what that comfort level is. And a lot of that comes down to my comfort level, as I recommend to your board and your board's comfort level. You can choose to disagree with me and say, gee, Aaron, I appreciate your fiscal conservativeness, but also we'd like to issue debt for housing, or we'd like to do some projects. And so how can we meet in the middle and figure this out, what feels good to us all things considered. So it is flexible. It is a bit of a dance, which is why we have those policies as kind of the guardrails, but they're not intended to do anything other than guide us towards that decision.
Okay. And then, so one, I think, final question on this. Can we go back to the slide that showed all the bond debt that we have? Yeah, thank you. So we have several, it's hard to read for me, but we have two that are expiring in 38, and the next one is what, 31?
31 and 33.
33. So is there, I don't know, can we go back? Is there a reason we did so many in such a chunk there? I'm kind of curious, yeah, that we had so much then, and then we've done so little since then, and now and I'm comfortable with us going out and doing bond debt. I mean, I echo my colleagues, I like more information and, as we go forward. But is there an explanation for why, was that good fiscal policy to do all those at one chunk, or is it dependable, or does no one know anymore?
I mean, I think there's opportunities that we took with these the top three, actually the top four, right? So the district attorney and probation space, that was purchasing additional office space. That was a need that we had identified where we were outgrowing the facilities that we were in. And so an opportunity arose to purchase a building or some office space, and we chose to finance it. That doesn't necessarily mean it's bond debt, but it could be a loan. It could be private equity that we're paying back on that one. The solar project and energy efficiency project, those are combined, and so they were likely done at the same time. The investment of putting solar panels up at our Eric Reed Center and some of our other locations was kind of a cost benefit, right? We're going to issue debt to put in the infrastructure, and we're going to see the savings on the energy efficiency that we're going to achieve by generating our own solar power. And so really it just speaks to the opportunities that were available at the time and the relative comfort of the board to pursue that type of structure.
And then also the health of your general fund. If you look at the historical perspective of your general fund, I want to say in 2001, it was less than 10 million. And so at that time, it probably wouldn't be wise to go out for debt service. Now you're looking at, through the fiscal policy, really with your predecessors before you have set in place, we've really been able to have a healthy organization when now you're in a position to make the policy decision if you want to take on bonding.
Thank you. And I do remember the two. I was on the board for the two, and that was a very uncomfortable feeling on the Operations Center, just because I don't feel like I had all the information that you are bringing forward now. I think this is a much better way that we go in with our eyes wide open, understanding what we're committing to. So that's very helpful. So I think those are my questions. I would just say that going back to your final slide, yeah, I'm comfortable with all those, not really policy directions, so.
Can I reflect back?
Well, let's have you do that.
So all the bond payments, the debt, does that just come straight out of the general fund as bond payment, or does it get attributed to each one of the departments that you paid for that benefit for? So like the Operations Center, does that just come out of general fund, or does that go against the CDA budget?
So it does come out of the general fund. There's a rather complicated calculation, of course, behind it. We actually have a debt service budget unit that is wholly dedicated to the debt that we currently have and the payments required. We do recover some of that cost through our cost allocation plan, but generally, yes, it's general fund backed.
Is the cost allocation plan back charged? Does anybody other than the fund balance, great example that Supervisor Swarth that was bringing up, does that get distributed at all through the cost plan to other people that wouldn't be using any of that service? Does, right?
I would have to look into that specific question because I know that there's a complex calculation behind it, and you kind of have to follow the bouncing ball to make sure that it really is the right answer. So I can get back to you on that question.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to ask our CEO. So you have one more question too? Yeah, go ahead. There's time.
No, I just was trying to remember. I just remember when we, like the op center, we finished paying off the Rood Center, so it was really like a like for like. We didn't go into more debt.
Point.
So if
Right.
I remember right, that's how two things we paid off at the same time, I remember.
And the solar bros bringing in revenue, yeah.
Yeah.
And if I can, like that's the benefit of having a municipal consultant because they are aware of all of our debt that we have available, and they're also aware of opportunities that we would have to pay off some of that debt in favor of a different debt issuance. And so they're looking at things like that, and really they're on our side and they're advocating for us to be fiscally healthy at all times. and they're not going to recommend a structure or an amount that would cause us concern or problem. But I absolutely understand your hesitation. It's a big decision to make. It's a large dollar amount, and it is a 20 to 30-year commitment. And so for sure, want to make sure that we're answering all of your questions, that it is fully transparent, and that there's no question as to our path forward.
I just want to note for the people who are going to be supervisors 20 to 30 years from now that we're very carefully considering what we're going to do to them. I just want to finalize with my comments that yeah, I'm comfortable with all of these going forward personally, and look forward to learning a lot more about the bond financing and the sort of the menu of projects we can consider based on the costs and whatnot. I also agree. I also want to acknowledge, I think it's a wise idea to have someone look at our pension and see what more we can do. I know we've been really good about that, but never hurts to get some more professional eyes on there. And same with the bond financing, have some folks who are expert at this help us figure that out. I think I will just comment on Hardy's interest in the fund balance. We've had this conversation for a couple of years now, and I would say just on that issue, for me personally, given the unexpected nature of this coming year, I would prefer not to change anything with our fund balance. But I hear you, and I may be on a case-by-case basis. That's something we could look at. That's my opinion. So I'm going to turn over to Allison to reflect back what she's hearing from us.
So board members are going to do my best to reflect back this conversation. So actually the first is going to be your policy direction on fiscal policy. So I'm hearing two different things in terms of changing the policy to use fund balance on homelessness, housing, library were some of the examples. Is there consensus to bring back recommendation on changing that policy? I'm also hearing from Chair Hall that maybe not this year and we should postpone it until we have more stability with the state and the federal funding. So I would like further discussion and direction on that.
So we are going to hear this as we go into, we're going to hear this again on Friday. I think it's something we probably need to think about a little bit more in depth and then come with some real decision.
All right, is that consensus that we will table this till Friday and then, okay. The other thing I heard from Supervisors Rothelt in terms of the fiscal policy is to build into our policy of our fund balance a set aside for unplanned special projects, so we're able to leverage partnerships when things arise throughout the year where we're not waiting in terms of our budgeting cycle. The consensus? Okay, wonderful. I'm also hearing that there is a small one. Okay. Everything will come back to you, and for the benefit of the public, these are board discussion policy. Everything that we're discussing today will come back to you at a board meeting with staff work and recommendations for your consideration. I'm hearing from the board that there's support for bond financing debt. I'm hearing that you're asking staff to work with a consultant on the bond financing strategy. I'm hearing to come back to the board in advance of consuming debt is to look at the details, the conditions, the priorities of project, as well as what special revenue funds can be used to fund that specific project. And then also, I don't want us to ignore your question that we'll go back and do additional research in terms of how does this compare to other rural counties or comp counties in terms of debt issuance. Is that consistent with the board? Yes.
You said consensus for bond financing debt. You mean to explore all the options? And, yeah.
Correct. To come back to direct staff to continue to work with consultants to come back to the board. And what I am envisioning is that maybe in a workshop format at a future board meeting, and then come back with a final decision, because it sounds like we still have staff work to do based on what I'm hearing, support, do more research, and then come back to the board.
So at that time, after that, then we would look at the reimbursement?
Well, that was my next thing. I'm hearing consensus on we should move forward with a reimbursement reso, and that's something that we should bring forward to the board in the spring.
That's just an internal accounting mechanism. We're not talking about.
No, and that's recommendation of your CFO to position us to have that option if we do that.
It would not commit us to using it, but if we didn't have it, we wouldn't be able to.
So that's a yes. Okay. I'm also hearing directing staff to engage with a pension consultant to bring back recommendations on our updating our policies. Okay, and then so I think those are all the things that are captured. So let me know if there's anything that I missed or captured incorrectly.
Nothing missed, just completely new topic, and I'll keep it super brief. Sorry, Chair Hall, just want to bring it up, but it's important, but it does relate to the financial piece. And I think I threw it out once before, but is there a way that maybe over the course of the next few months, maybe the chair and vice chair would do it, but just looking closely at the RSC process, trying to understand how that process is, whether it needs to be refined, improved, enhanced. We just saw a lot of staffing changes and modifications last year, and I think it's wise for us to look closely at how much time passes when certain departments need people and what the fiscal impacts of hiring and having vacancies are. So I would just throw my hand up and ask that if we could just do some modest amount of kind of introspection and investigation and assessment of that process. I think it would benefit us financially.
Yeah, absolutely. So the RC process is our vacancy review process. Unlike other counties, we centralize our vacancy reviews since that is a leading driver of expenditures for any government. And so what I'm hearing is for us to review that process with the budget subcommittee during our budget cycle. Okay, consensus on that? Okay. All right, we got the direction we need.
All right, Erin, thank you so much. Excellent job. Good job.
Thank you, Erin.
All right.
And I would like to just remind everybody who's using a mic, if you could make sure you turn it off when you finish talking to reduce any feedback. Thank you. So coming up next is recreation, and I will ask Zach to set the 20 minutes on this presentation, an opportunity for discussion, and this will be Shivati Karki-Pearl and Tricia Tillotson.
And let's give them 1 minute to set up so we
Okay.
can also.
Yeah. So if you want to stretch for 1 minute, you can stretch for 1 minute. But, okay, I think, and they get 20 minutes, not 15. Oh, you're on it. Okay, good. Okay, you're up.
Okay, so good afternoon, Tricia Tillotson. I'm your Community Development Agency Director, and I'm pleased to kick off the Recreation Board objective presentation and discussion. Joining me is Shivati Karki-Pearl, our Senior Administrative Analyst focused on recreation and implementing the Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan approved by the board in early 2024.
Excuse me, Tricia,
Yes.
I apologize. I think there was a miscommunication. Our chair just stepped out for a moment, so we'll start your 20-minute in just a minute.
No worries, thanks.
Yeah, so thank you. We'll just take a short little break. Yeah, music off. That was a short little stretch break. It's always good to have a stretch break. All right, now I'm going to count again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have all 5 supervisors. We'll start. You get 16 extra seconds here. Okay.
All right.
And recreation.
So I'll just start over. So good afternoon, I'm Tricia Tillotson, the Community Development Agency Director. I'm pleased to kick off the Recreation Board objective presentation and discussion. Joining me, Shivati Karki-Pearl, our Senior Administrative Analyst focused on recreation and on implementing the Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan approved by the board in early 2024. Under the board's leadership, the community and county were able to accomplish quite a bit, as was discussed at your January 14th board meeting and included in the staff memo for this item. Today, we will quickly highlight 3 important components of recreation, including the economic impact of outdoor recreation, an update on the Outdoor Visitor Safety Fund, and the many projects completed because of it, as well as additional grant-funded projects. The majority of the presentation will go over ongoing projects, priority projects, and proposed policy discussion points for board consideration. So with that, I'll hand the presentation over to Shabati.
Thank you, Tricia. Good afternoon, Chair Hall and members of the board. I'm Shabati Karki-Pearl, your analyst for the recreation program. Recreation continues to be a high priority for Nevada County as outlined in the Board of Supervisors 2024 objectives. These efforts focus on implementing the Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan, a comprehensive strategy designed to balance recreation access, sustainability, economic development, while preserving the county's natural beauty and resources. So on this slide, you'll see a chart illustrating the economic impact of recreation provided by the Outdoor Recreation Roundtable. Clearly, California is leading as the #1 state in its economic output through outdoor recreation. And according to our own county's transient occupancy tax, the revenue has experienced significant growth, approximately 48% between 2019 and 2023, underscoring the critical role of tourism in funding recreation initiatives and supporting the local economy. So on this slide, you see the top industries in California for recreation activities. Popular activities such as hiking, bicycling, and snow sports are seeing significant growth of 13 to 24%, underscoring the value of investments in the recreation infrastructure. And locally, Tahoe National Forest, South Yuba River, and other regional destinations attract a diverse array of visitors with economic impacts extending to lodging, retail, and local services. This example of visitor demographics provided by South Yuba River Citizens League and Tahoe National Forest highlights that 70% of our visitors to the rivers and the forests travel anywhere from 25 to 200 miles away. This clearly demonstrates the need for a robust strategy in future planning to align with economic development department's tourism efforts, and emphasizes a significant opportunity for the county to develop an ecotourism or stewardship-focused tourism economy. To effectively support such a program, it would be critical to establish a methodology for measuring visitor numbers and assessing the socio-economic impact of recreation across the entire county. So over the past 2 years, funding has been instrumental in achieving several milestones. 2 key sources, the Transient Occupancy Tax and the American Rescue Plan Act, funds have supported critical projects that strengthen infrastructure and enhance visitor experiences. The first among them is Outdoor Visitor Safety Fund. A total of $850,000 was awarded through 2 rounds of grants, funding 17 diverse projects, and these include wayfinding signage, parking lot improvements, and public safety enhancements. Building on the success of 2024, several key grant-funded initiatives are shaping Nevada County's recreation landscape through 2026. These are the Outdoor Safety, Visitor Safety Fund Round 2 projects, the Wayfinding Signage Project, improvement for recreation access at the Government Center, the County e-bike fleet program to model and test micromobility options, enhancing public access and amenities along the Truckee River, and Soda Springs Visitor Center at Van Norden Meadows. In 2025, the County Recreation Program will continue to convene 3 key collaborative groups, which have greatly benefited from the support of our supervisors. Your guidance, advocacy, and active participation have elevated these cohorts, bringing increased awareness and strengthening their impact through your leadership. Pines to Minds has now moved into its implementation phase this year. Our collections and partnership agreement and partnership charters are being finalized, and committees for fundraising, trail building, and signage have commenced as of this month. South Yuba River Public Safety Cohort is our award-winning program, and work will continue to enhance safety education and outreach, parking enforcement at access points, and opportunities for fuel reduction projects. Nevada County Recreation Coalition has a lot of exciting movement this year. The coalition will be hosting its first Nevada County Recreation Fair on May 3rd at 10 a.m. at the Bodhi Hive in Nevada City. In partnership with IS and Facilities Department, we'll be piloting a recreation outpost program and exploring ways to expand it throughout the county. And we are supporting our organized rec partners for completing important projects through various gap funding loans. We will further explore funding sources for projects identified in the Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan. And finally, the Combi Road Trail project, which is led by the Public Works Department, was approved by the board in December. And this Higgins Area Economic Development Recreation and Resilience project will construct a sidewalk and bike lane from State Highway 49 to Magnolia Road. So I'd like to now bring attention to the board to some of our priority projects that require funding with their timelines and cost estimates. These include the Comprehensive South Yuba River Access Management Plan update with an estimate of $250K required. Pines to Mines Trail construction, even though there's fundraising in progress as we speak, there's a requirement of $2.5 million. We're looking at vacant land acquisitions for recreation. This is an ongoing process. And then, of course, recreation improvements for river access by bridges. I've highlighted 4 different bridge crossings over here. Support for rebuilding of Independence Trail and also an adjacent wall toilet and signage at the crossing of Independence Trail. A potential summer river shuttle program, and research and development into a mechanism to track the economic impact of recreation in Nevada County. So before I hand this back to Tricia, I would like to emphasize the importance of your continued engagement and of allocating revenues for recreation in order to advance the goals of the Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan, which was adopted in May 28, 2024. And this funding will enable prioritized projects to address growing visitation challenges, enhance tourism, boost local businesses, and increase TOT revenue, while supporting sustainable management of recreation resources.
Thank you, Shivati, for walking us through the proposed projects for the next year and potential funding allocation discussions. Here's some proposed policy discussion points, including potentially forming a recreation ad hoc to prioritize the projects that we went over and recommend funding to the budget subcommittee. And ultimately, of course, this goes to the board, the full board, for consideration through the budget process. I know we went through that pretty quick. Happy to answer questions, but I'll pass it back to you, Chair Hall.
Thank you. It is so exciting to see so many projects up there and potential start dates this year. I mean, when I look back the many years that I've been involved with advocating for the South Yuba River since pretty much year 1, and there is so much up there now. We have just really upped our game on this, and I think it's important that we talk about, whenever we talk about our recreation and outdoor programs, it's our recreation economy. It's so intertwined, and that's become clearer and clearer. So I'm just really thrilled to see this presentation. So let's open it up for questions, and we can have comments on the recommendations already if you'd like, but maybe we start with questions if there's any questions. Go ahead, Sue.
Okay, no, this is great. Shivati, you're doing a great job in this position. I appreciate the work you're doing. Looking forward to some of the exciting. Yeah, it's on. I'll kiss it. There we go. So I just want to talk about priority projects. I think this is great. It looks good, but like we're just really leaving out our park recreation that needs some work. I thought we were going to look at some of that a little bit more, so that just disappoints me a little. I know that this is important, but I also know that our parks are struggling, and we have kid programs that need to take place that really need a priority. Our kids need to be doing things during the summer, so I'd like to see something like that added into this again at some point.
May I address that really quick?
And can we, Sue, can you be as specific as you can? So we know exactly which programs I mean, I hear you. Let's make sure staff hears you.
Okay, so I know, we just look at, just for example, let's use sports. Okay, so, and I know we have it on here to look for land, like at Bear River, because they don't have their own park. We all have to share down there, which is amazing that we do make all those fields work. We've got challenges at Western Gateway. Especially with our Little League and our senior ball players that come. It's an income for the parks as well, but so there's challenges that go along with this. We just lost our our creek crossing. That's going to cost us a ton of money. We've been great with looking for grants. The county's done an excellent job. I just don't want to get that loss when I look in this. There's not really a huge priority for any organized recreation. And I think it's important that we look at how do we keep our kids engaged in our community as well as adults. We have so many different sports stuff. It's different than being in the city. We don't have that collaboration going on there particularly. But even Nevada City, I mean, there's just challenges. We have a lot of kids. We don't need to always see them going down. And it is an economic driver. When you have these activities, when you have sports competitions and all that, we do bring people into this community, whether to stay here and spend money shopping and eating and camping. But my big priority is that we keep our kids here involved. I think that's going to be really important. And we just saw this at Western Gateway. We may lose our baseball season because of this. And where do our little kids go, right? So I just want us not to lose organized recreation over all these other big projects.
Yeah, it's a super good point. I'm going to give it to you, Hardy, but maybe you could also both address there was an ad hoc, which we don't have again, but it was the both of you, Supervisor Bullock and Hook, representing these sort of two sides of the outdoor recreation picture. So yeah, let's.
Yeah, that was what I was going to comment on. The recreation master plan, I think, had initiatives built into it to create, and I'm not going to get the terminology right, but a support structure around organized recreation, park and rec districts that needed administrative support. And I think we called it, Sue, if it was like a portal, it was like an admin portal or something that we were going to do to help their administrative function of these independently kind of volunteer boards sustain themselves so they could focus on the park management. I don't know. To tell you the truth, I was surprised we didn't see some of that on here, but.
Yeah, it's not there, but we do have work going on to support the organized rec. So I believe last year there was a lot of conversation, like you mentioned, Supervisor Bullock, to help them with a coordinator, a common coordinator, and I believe conversations were held around it. I've hosted two recreation coalition meetings, and there was a will for the Parks and Rec partners to come together and start meeting starting this year. So we're going to resume convening that to come up with solutions. And as far as the Western Gateway Park, we are working with Brandon and helping with, they've submitted another application for a gap loan funding to support, because they have received a rural recreation tourism grant, which the state is allowing them to use it to fix the creek crossing. And we're working with them to see if we can help them with grant funding. And that'll come to the board in February, actually, for your approval. So it's not forgotten. It's just not on the top of the list in the slide. Definitely work's happening. Yeah.
No, and I appreciate that. The county's been great working with those. I just want, when you look at a priority list,
right,
I just want something that says it in there so that I get to have a visual.
Right.
Thank you. I think that's heard. We will reflect on future slides, all those other projects. Thank you for bringing that up, Supervisor Hook. Any other questions or comments on the? We have a few minutes left, so let's actually, unless there's a longer, if we need longer conversations, we can come back to the board, but.
I just want to say thank you, as a member of the ad hoc, it was, it was an awesome process to go through with the consultant building that plan. The plan got completed and it's up and published, and in the synergy around that, having everybody get together was amazing. I mean, recreation touches every part of our community, so great work, and it's been fun to work with you and as you jumped in there and took over for Erica, so I just want to say thanks for the support there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to kind of echo what Sue was commenting on about the active recreation versus passive. I 100% support this. I personally think the county has made incredible strides in outdoor recreation for the community and appreciate the fact that it's been a priority. And I think also people are looking at different activities that they're considering recreation now. So I know, I've been working with Grass Valley on Matino Park for some different uses there that aren't your traditional soccer, little league. And, the community seems to be supportive and behind it. So I'm hoping as we're working forward with some of our things that we're actually looking at new ideas. 20 years ago, pickleball didn't exist. And now you could build 50 pickleball courts in this county and they would be filled. And I look to the sheriff because, and they would be full all the time. So I think, hopefully we're keeping an open mind and looking for new and different opportunities as well as collaborations. I've been working with the Land Trust on connecting some of the trails that through Grass Valley, and it's kind of awkward because it goes city, county, county. It's complicated, but there seems to be a real demand to have trails in town as well as the Pines to Mine, which I 100% support. So I say keep up the good work, but the acknowledgement of the organized recreation I think is really important, because even though we don't, as a county, we don't manage those ball fields, we don't have parks, they're special districts. All of our parks are regional parks. The Grass Valley, Nevada City, even though those parks are in their city, they are regional parks because everybody from the county uses them. Right. And I think Bear River is probably the same way.
Yeah, and there's interesting stuff. So when you hear about the wayfinding signage project that we have, the towns to trails focus is there heavily, and one of the things we're going to do is make sure that we work with the cities to create signage so that tourists, but also local people know that there are trails that are within walking distance of downtown, and they can explore that, come back, have lunch, and make a full day of it, and not have to drive far away to go into trails. So there's a lot of exciting stuff, projects underway.
Thank you. So I want us to wrap this up but with the question of should we come back and re-up the recreation ad hoc? Yeah, I see nodding. Okay, then we'll bring that back and we'll make a decision about who. And so come talk to me if you would like to be on it and think you should be after this. Okay, thank you. So,
and then I just want to make sure we reflect so we have clarity moving forward. So what I heard is that we'll go ahead and include the active recreation projects and our planning documents. They'll be coming to the board at a later date.
Yeah, I only say that real quick. Just interesting, just the library. You can get equipment at the library to do sports equipment too. And then I just do want to give a shout out. You're doing a great work. I want to say though, there is like pickleball. We just had a whole crew. They're going to come in and replace the courts at Western Gateway Park. Our parks can't do this without private partnerships as well. Our disc golf, a lot of those places, there's a lot of private partnerships that could come in and help. So I just want us to be there to be supportive. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and all our nonprofit partners and city partners, and this is definitely not something we're doing on our own. So thank you for that. All right, thank you so much. Great presentation.
Thank you very much. And we are back on track on our meeting time. So we are going to break for 15 minutes. We'll come back at 2:55 for the economic development presentation. All right, thank you for being quiet all of a sudden. And now we're going to get into the economic development, and I'm going to hand this over to Tricia.
Thank you, Lori. Good afternoon again, Supervisors. Tricia Tillotson, your Community Development Agency Director. I'm pleased to present the Economic Development session, and joining me on the panel today are Kimberly Parker, our Economic Development Program Manager, Michelle Bodley, our Treasurer Tax Collector, and Kristen York, Vice President of the Sierra Business Council. Also, handouts have been provided for you because there are several discussion opportunities throughout the presentation. With that, I'll pass this to Kimberly.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Hall and members of the board and our audience. Glad to be here today. We have a lot to cover, and we're going to go very high level and pretty fast. I just want to indicate we have 3 areas for policy direction this afternoon, and we are going to take 10 minutes after each of the policy direction for your, after the item for your discussion, and then we'll come back in. If we don't get through the full discussion, we believe we'll have some time at the end and can come back at that. So with that, I would like to go ahead and introduce our Treasurer Tax Collector, Michelle Bodley.
Good morning, Chair Hall, members of the board. I'm Michelle Bodley, your Treasurer Tax Collector. I'm here today to provide a brief overview of the cannabis tax structure in Nevada County and options for adjusting tax rates. So in November 2024, there was board discussion regarding Nevada County's current cannabis retail tax rate and whether the rate may be adjusted for newly allowed cannabis dispensaries. The authority to adjust tax rates falls under the Cannabis Tax Ordinance 2523, whereby the board may, via ordinance, adjust cannabis tax rates no more than once per fiscal year and not to exceed maximum rates outlined in the original ordinance. Different tax rates may be established for different categories of commercial cannabis businesses, and adjustments to tax rates may be made in addition to automatic consumer price index increases. The table on this slide shows a comparison of Nevada County's current and maximum retail tax rates compared with our neighboring jurisdictions, our City of Colfax, City of Nevada City, City of Grass Valley, and Washoe County. This next slide, and you should have this in your handout for reference, this slide is a comparison of the entire cannabis tax structure in Nevada County for all business types. From left to right, the columns include all cannabis business types, 2324 registrations received by our office, the current annual rate and taxing methodology, the annual minimum tax that a business is required to pay, 2324 tax revenue collected by our office, the maximum allowed rate that may be imposed, and whether an annual CPI adjustment applies. Again, the board does have discretion to adjust any of these cannabis tax rates or change taxing methodologies. Although we don't have revenue estimates for potential dispensaries at this time, the limited amount of data we have on our new micro businesses indicate we may expect to bring in between $50,000 to $75,000 in tax revenue for our micro business retail sector at current rates. So some tax rate adjustment information and considerations for the board. Again, different tax rates may be established for different license types. Within the retail sector, it's important to know that there are several different retail categories. Retail storefront is a physical location with an on-site dispensary engaged in sales. The micro businesses also have a retail component where they may either have on-site retail sales or non-storefront delivery sales. And finally, nursery retail includes cultivation of clones, plants, and seeds. Also for the board to consider that if a rate change is imposed, CPI adjustments to date may be included in the rate change calculation. So for example, Nevada County's current retail rate is 2.73%. If the board were to impose a 2% increase to the rate, the new rate would be 4.73%. Some other considerations for the board: the newly approved dispensary locations of the rural centers of Soda Springs and North San Juan may each have their own unique tourism seasonality. Additionally, the industry is heavily taxed. There is a 15% state excise tax as well as a 7.5% sales and use tax already imposed in addition to local cannabis taxes. And as you heard mentioned in previous public comment, the state is considering increasing the state excise tax rate from 15 to 19%. The final slide provides some options the board may consider when evaluating a change to the cannabis tax rate. If no changes are made to the current tax rate of 2.73% for retail, annual CPI adjustments will continue to be applied. So for example, our current rate of 2.73%, if the CPI were to come in at 3%, our new rate for next fiscal year would be 2.81% for retail. Item B, the board may consider increasing the current tax rate for retail storefront dispensaries only, with annual CPI adjustments to continue. And finally, the board may consider increasing the tax rate for all retail categories with annual CPI adjustments to continue. Included here is a sample implementation timeline for the board. If a first reading of proposed changes were to pass in March, changes could take effect as soon as May 2025. Before we pause to allow for questions and discussions, I would like to thank our partners within CDA Cannabis Compliance for their ongoing collaboration with our office, as well as our Nevada County Cannabis Alliance for their thoughtful discussion and input. And now I'd like to pass it back to Chair Hall for discussion and questions and policy direction.
Okay. Thank you. Just to clarify, so on the timeline, if we decide to increase anything, then it comes back to the board. If we decide to make no adjustment, nothing needs to come to the board.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, let's open it up for comments and questions. Who wants to jump in?
Can you put the chart back up that had all the different taxing for all the different entities? So, no, the previous one, that one. Yeah, thank you. So when I look at this, I think the only change that I would like to see made is on the retail dispensaries, that we match the same tax that the other municipalities in our jurisdiction have. So it'd be the 4%. So to go from 2.73 to the 4%, I would support that. I think that you want to have consistency. The cannabis business is difficult to begin with. There can be an oversaturation of dispensaries if, we're not allowing that here in our county, but I've seen that in other communities. So I just think the more consistency we have with other businesses in our jurisdiction, and I know from personal experience that it's not very much, but it's a perception. So when the cities have raised their sales tax over the years, when I was in business, I would have people literally say, I'm going to shop in Placer County because their tax is 1% lower. And it was a principle. It wasn't about the money, but it was the principle of it. So I just think for consistency's sake, I would like to see us match the other jurisdictions and not go up. And hopefully the state will not make the decision to raise their excise tax, because I think those things are out of our control. But that's what adds the majority of the cost when you're purchasing cannabis products, is that 15%.
So again, the board does have discretion to adjust any of the rates among the cannabis business types or change the methodology. So changing just the rate for retail dispensary is allowed.
Maybe speak in your mic. It was hard for me to understand you. Thank you.
Again, the board does have authority to change any of the license type rates, including just solely the dispensary rate.
Just a quick question. Is there any discussion on the web platform about opposition to additional state tax mandates related to cannabis?
No, your platform doesn't include any of that language.
Okay, thanks.
Sue, Rob, any questions, comments on this?
Thanks, Chair. Could you go back to the slide that showed the other cities close to us? Okay, that one, thank you.
Max retail set by statute, where does that come from?
Under the original tax ordinance, the maximums were set under original ordinance. And so any changes beyond the minimum and maximum rates would need to go back to the voters.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I just soon see it stay the same myself. I think that we've got enough challenges. The state can't make up their mind what they're doing. I mean, they're constantly at a change. Our folks are trying to follow all the complex rules and regulations that are going on this. Granted, the dollars we need for enforcement, I don't know that this is still paying for itself. Maybe somebody could answer that question.
Yes, so in the board memo, there wasn't a table of costs and revenues broken out by department among the Treasurer Tax Collectors Department and CDA. Largely, the program over the past 5 years has paid for itself, but there are definitely ups and downs from year to year as far as tax revenue and cost.
Yeah, so, and I can understand what Lisa's saying too as well. I mean, Washoe, though, is still at 3%. It's only a hop and a skip to there. I'd be fine, but I just like to see us stay the same and keep going with our regular CPI for the time being. I mean, I think, especially if the state's going to raise their excise tax, let's see what they do too. We could revisit this again, correct? Over time. I just hate to put another burden on our little businesses here. That's just my thought.
I'll jump in and say I agree with you. I hear Elisa, but I'm sorry that other cities are going so high. I wish they wouldn't, but yeah. But I'm open to other comments. Rahab, do you have thoughts?
My inclination would be to not increase the taxes, but if I were to, I would be open to what Lisa suggested, just because I see the value of having kind of a regional equity there. So I don't feel strongly one way or the other. But as far as the rest of them, out of curiosity, the other municipalities, all those other categories, the nursery, distribution, transporter, are those the same as their retail?
Yes, largely the cities have a retail tax component that I believe encompasses all of those operations, so just a flat retail tax for those. But I'd have to let me do some more research. I can get back to you.
Bertie, did you have something more you were going to say?
I'm torn on this. I definitely do not want to raise the tax. I do, Supervisor Swarthout brings up a great point. I think just representing District 5, there's no competition with the entities listed here, but definitely between Nevada City, Grass Valley, and unincorporated areas in West County, there will be competition. 3.73 versus 4, that's a pretty big difference if you're, have a lot of gross sales, so I understand that. I'd rather not change it because I don't want to put any more pressure on the industry right now. And I'd like to see what comes out of the state and then revisit the discussion. The one piece I would propose is maybe we take some advocacy to support our industry on the ledge platform and add that to combating additional state taxes on this industry. I'd support that.
Yeah, that's a great point. We were also discussing earlier the whole banking issue, whether that's in our ledge platform. Is that one in our platform?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Cannabis banking is in your platform.
Okay, so is there approval that we want to add this to our ledge platform to advocate to reduce those state taxes? Okay.
We'll go ahead and put that in too.
I mean, I wonder also if we can, I guess that's a conversation with the cities themselves, but it'd be nice if they were, they could lower their tax too. If the state continues to raise their yeah. All right, well, any other questions or comments on this one?
So what I'm hearing in terms of the board policy direction is we'll bring something, actually it's going to stay the same, so nothing will be coming back to the board unless we're directed otherwise.
Stay open to that, I'm hearing, based on what the city and what the state ends up doing.
And we'll add that to our ledge platform. And then how about we revisit this in 1 year? or would you like to come sooner?
We know what the state schedule is for when they're going to make their decision about when they're going to, if they're going to raise the tax and when it would go into effect?
No, I don't have information on that, but I'll gather that for you.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if the state moves forward with it, some, you know, like in 6 months, then potentially we could revisit in 6 months. So, and I doubt, quite frankly, there won't be a new cannabis dispensary opened within a year, would be my guess. Even though there's approvals, it's a really long approval process. Even though, yeah, we passed the ordinance to allow for it, but it's going to take a long time. So, you know, maybe 6 months, 12 months at the max to bring it back to look at it. But, you know, obviously this is a new industry. I want people to be successful. In the scheme of things, the tax for them is just a small component of what their expenses are, based on how much it costs to start a dispensary. So, but when you look at how the cities are funded versus how the county is funded, that special tax is really important to them because, you know, we all know during COVID, the special tax in Nevada City on cannabis is what kept the city going without tourism dollars and retail sales dollars. So I just think it, you know, it's an important component financially for them.
So hearing the board discussion, we won't bring the tax item back to the board, but what I'm hearing is once the state takes action, that could be a trigger for us then to bring something back to the board. Does that seem fair? Okay.
That may be one component that, and I don't, this is even possible, but the 2 retail, unincorporated retail areas, Soda Springs and North San Juan, thank you. Could we use that as a triggering element? Like if we were 90 days or, 6 months away from opening one of those dispensaries, the board will agree to revisit the topic, to your point, because what you're saying, I think, is the tax isn't going to be, we're going to have no effective change because we're not going to open those unincorporated dispensaries, but to solve that, we could talk about it prior to opening. If CDA had a permit that was pending and was about to open, maybe we could revisit the topic.
I mean, is that fair to business to like let them start developing a business for a year and then come in at the end and say, oh, what way we're going to raise your taxes? I feel like that's not good faith, honestly. I'd rather do it separate from that process so they know.
Chair Hall, we're at the end of our 10 minutes. Should we proceed so that we stay on track at this point?
Finish this
We need to finish this discussion.
I mean, I think that's a good point. I'm just trying to honor the process of understanding what the actual true implication of the business would be.
Right.
And to Supervisor Swarthout's point, I think that is valid. But yeah, either way, I think, I mean, 6 months may be a better compromise because we know it's a set.
After dispensaries state. Okay, so if there's nodding of heads and consensus, no action will come back to the board on the tax at this time. We'll bring back an item to the board once the state has taken action on the tax. Correct? Okay, great. Thank you. Michelle, do you have the direction you need?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And thanks for everyone being so engaged. This is great. This is our opportunity. So, all right.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to move forward then and talk a little bit more about economic development. I'm going to give just a very brief comment about a couple things that will be happening this next year that you'll have to look forward. As you know, we have an approved 2-year action plan for economic development. I have to say there's been incredibly good collaboration between all the economic partners. Right now we have 12 of our economic partners that have helped identify 75 tasks out of the action plan, working together independently and collaboratively. And we hope within this next year we will have 35 of those that have either been completed or made great progress. So we're very excited about that, and I'm very appreciative of all the partners' efforts. Something that we are currently working on that we will see happen hopefully before the end of this fiscal year is we have several collaborative partners working on developing a guide to doing business in Nevada County. We're working with the cities and the town, and this guide will provide essential information together and will be available both in electronic and printed form, and is really going to help to be a guide to do business in the county. The other kind of important area that we're doing work on is systemizing our business retention and expansion, or what's called a BRE program, and this is a cornerstone of the action plan. VRE programs preserve local jobs, our tax base, and keep us in regular conversation with businesses to serve their needs and also serve as an early warning sign. Currently being developed is a set of procedures, new tools, check-in lists, a tracking system, and how we're going to move forward. We intend to get this in place by the end of February so that we will launch our effort this spring. And Supervisor Hall, I know your area of top priority this year is youth, and I just will say we're also working on a youth pitch camp. I'm working with my good partner Jeff Dallas, a bus tour that is going to work with our CTE program. A lot of great youth programs we're going to see, and we're working with the Ranch Project, Nevada Joint Union High School District Ranch House. Tourism is also an economic driver for the county, and while many of our small businesses are utilized by residents, their longevity is highly dependent on tourism. Many are struggling right now. This includes hotels, eateries, shops, arts and culture, and more. In 2025, there are many plans, but just to highlight a couple very quickly, is we're coordinating with Placer County to create a visitation loop that will go from Colfax to Nevada City to Grass Valley and back out Auburn, highlighting many great things to do and see on their visit. We also are going to have an editorial in the 2025 Destination Marketing Magazine with the theme of Live, Work, and Play in Nevada County. As you know, tourism is directly tied to TOT, transient occupancy tax. In many counties, TOT funds are allocated to the county's Economic Development Office. And as you can see in the chart that you have as attachment 6 that was in your packet and handed out, TOT funding is primarily used for investing in tourism, promoting marketing, the areas of support for local business, and fostering community partnerships. There's often some TOT money directed to infrastructure projects as well. And with Nevada County's appeal as a year-round destination for outdoor recreation, arts and culture, etc., the TOT in the unincorporated region is anticipated to generate approximately $1.3 million this year. So I'm going to shift to business licenses, and to lead off, I just want to share a few key points. According to the Employment Development Department, there are currently 4,614 businesses in Nevada County, and while they could not, and we couldn't find another source that could break out an exact number in the unincorporated areas, the statistics that's usually used is 20% of the average businesses. So if we're following that formula, then we would be talking of about 925 businesses in the unincorporated area. A business license program that we might look at, we would be looking at being cost neutral. We can make sure the costs are covered, but it would not be a revenue generator for the county. I want to stress in all the counties that I talk to, this is very common, that their program is optional. As you can tell from the board memo, there are many advantages to businesses participating in a business license program. I need to tell you that I get between 5 and 10 calls a month of people asking for a business license. It's usually tied to people needing to refinance or find financing and funding. They're required to have a business license. And then working with our tax collector office, we believe that the annual fee can be kept very minimal, $50 to $100, and I think Michelle agrees with me, $100 is on the high level. We think that it would be much lower than that. Early work doesn't land us near that high figure. And so there are 3 options for policy discussion. Number 1, the board could choose to do nothing. Number 2, we could implement this internally through the tax and the treasurer and tax collector office. And number 3, we could contract with an outside business to manage the program. We will say that Michelle and I, when we were looking at this, found that option 3 of option 2 and option 3 would probably be the most economical. Before we go into the board direction, I just want to point out what it would look like timing-wise if we went with either option 2 or 3. If you're interested in one of those options, the first step would be to determine if the program would be handled internally or externally. And if it would be handled externally, we would want to go out on an RFP and set up a contract. Once that's decided, the Treasurer Tax Collector Office and the Economic Development Office will determine necessary fee structure. An ordinance would be developed, and we would include a public process as part of that ordinance. And the Economic Development Office would ensure sufficient outreach and education and engagement with business occurred, as well as not only in the community, but with other county departments. The goal would be to have implementation on or around January 2026. At this point, we'll pause for another 10 minutes and then open it up for some policy direction from the board.
Thank you, Kimberly. Yeah, and I think the business license issue came up during COVID when we realized we had no quick and easy way to reach out to businesses throughout the county to let them know what was going on. So thank you for that. And these are the only items, these 3 business license items are the only thing you want board direction on?
Yes, we'll go back.
The TOT issue is something that will come back at another time?
I've been told the TOT issue would come back in the budgeting process.
Yeah, okay, very good. Okay, comments, questions on the business license?
Okay.
Thanks, Sue.
So thanks for bringing this interesting. So one, I would think that before you even get ahead of this, you should be bringing the business community together, because I'm getting really mixed messages on this, for one thing. I mean, the other side would be, is this really going to be optional?
Yes, absolutely.
And so I think that would be really important. And I would tell you, most of my little businesses are saying, we are nickeled and dimed to death, and they do not want any more oversight. So I just want to throw that out. I think you brought some good points up, and maybe if it is optional, I could be really supportive of that so that they could see how it works, and then maybe they'd want to come into the program. I just hate putting one more thing on some of my really small businesses. Even $100 makes a difference in a day.
Absolutely.
So, and I understand the importance, but I'm just telling you the feel that somebody told me the other day, oh, I heard you're going to demand this and you're going to be charging this. I said, well, we're just listening about this. Let's have a conversation, you know. So I would think that I think that would be very important, is to be very clear and transparent with our small businesses in a rural community like we have, that some are small. $100 is a lot.
Yeah, and that's the high side. We really have talked. We think we can keep it lower than that. I understand what you're saying. And in talking with the other counties, most of them are optional. And I believe that if we can show value, you know, to these businesses, they'll come on board. But they can choose not to.
Okay, let's keep it to a board conversation at this point. Lisa?
You know, this has been a discussion that we've had for a while, just that I've had kind of behind the scenes. And, you know, I support this. I agree with Sue. It is hard. You know, you do feel like you get, as a small business owner, you do sometimes feel like you get nickel and dimed. And so I think if we're going to do this, we need to show value. We need to say what's the purpose and why would it be important for people to want to be a part of it. And then also, I think there needs to be some work done with the business community, either through the chambers or merchants associations, or I think the 925 number tracks really well, because there's about, what do you say, there's like 4,200 businesses in you're just talking Western County, right?
No, it's
the whole county. Okay. So, and Grass Valley has about 3,000. So the 925 actually does track really well. And you're not talking, for us, this is not a huge financial windfall. At $50, you're only talking about raising about $40,000 if everybody participated. So I think for us, it's not necessarily a financial issue. It's for, how do we identify people who potentially need help? And if you don't know where people are, I know, and you know, in my years working with the Economic Resource Council, they've done a good job of like trying to survey to see like who is actually up at the airport. Of all these, you know, small little individual businesses that are in some bigger buildings, and how many are there, and you know, are there people there that we could actually be helping? So I think before I would be, before I would vote in favor of doing it, I would want us to show what the value would be to the business community for it. So, and I'm happy to brainstorm some of that with all of you. I mean, I had a business that paid a business licensing fee to the city. I was curious, Hardy, is there a business license in the town of Truckee?
Yeah, I think Kimberly can update us on the process going on up there.
Yeah, the town of Truckee hired the chamber to create a business landscape program that they are working on, gathering all that data. It's optional right now that they're going into it. And they're kind of waiting, I think, to see what comes, out of what we're doing. Both, as you know, Grass Valley and Nevada City already have business license programs. So the town of Truckee is doing it. They just haven't quite figured out what it's going to look like. So right now it's called a business landscape program.
And I like that concept because you're tying in other things other than just paying a fee, because they're probably going to be showing the value that they're going to get for paying
Correct.
that. I know in the city, at least up to 2019, before I closed my business, it was $95. I don't know what Nevada City's is. And I will tell you, in all the years I was on the city council, I never had anybody complain to me about paying the business licensing fee.
No, and one of your attachments shows some counties, and I believe the towns and the cities are on there with the amounts that are being paid.
Yeah, go ahead, Sue. Just a real quick question. Would those be merged together? There wouldn't be a separate business license for the county versus the cities?
No, the cities collect their business license, the county would collect its business
This would just be the unincorporated area.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. This is just.
Yeah, this is just
Yeah,
unincorporated.
so they're not going to be charged another fee in town to do that. Okay, and I just one other thing though, things that start being, saying it's optional turn into, or, I get intention. So I just want to be careful so that we keep this real transparent to our little businesses.
Rob, do you have questions or comments?
Thank you for that, and I love the work you're doing. I know we've crossed paths a number of times. I'm pretty skeptical of it, not because you haven't thoroughly laid it out. I think I kind of echo what Sue was saying with the idea, whether it's real or not, of adding another layer, another fee, another license. And I am curious, and you don't have to speak to it now, but we can, I guess, there's some questions that I would have. Say a contractor, if he was a member of the Grass Valley Chamber of Commerce, and the Contract Association, it seems like they're already getting a lot of these elements, maybe not all of them. So in my mind, I just have a lot of questions of whether I'm sure it'll add value, but I don't know, as a business owner for years, the idea just kind of doesn't thrill me. So yeah, that's my take.
Thank you, Supervisor. Be happy to meet with you at some point.
Artie, did you say everything you wanted to say about this?
Yeah, I don't see the need for it. I can't see the value. But, I do recognize Supervisor Swarthout's describing, and I wouldn't be opposed to additional assessment or study work on it. I tend to see another layer of bureaucracy and an unneeded fee that people, hey, I'd like to throw $50 at the county. I just don't see people voluntarily signing up for it. That's my opinion at this point. But I would not be opposed to the experts returning with some modest amount of study work on it to understand.
I'll weigh in here too. I think I'm in line with a lot of you. I see the value to the county because we went through COVID and tried desperately to reach our businesses, to provide help, to ask what they needed, and we were right, and to provide grants, the ARPA funds that we had, and it was really hard, and they could have benefited from it then. I could see that. On the other hand, this has to work for our businesses. It can't be just another fee, another piece of paper. I think the fact that Grass Valley and Nevada City both have one shows that there is a need, but how to make it work better for businesses. So I'm kind of hearing that we need to do a little more research on this and spend more time with the businesses. Is that what you're hearing?
So what I'm hearing is to bring an item back to the board for discussion with the guidelines of having it optional, conducting business outreach in advance, and then also demonstrating value of a license and a recommendation on the fee and how it would be administered. I'm not hearing consensus that the board's in favor of license. I'm hearing consensus that more information is needed. Does that reflect the intent of the board?
I think, yes, but I also think that in discussing it more is to bring back some information after having conversations with the business community. One of the purposes of a business license is for communication purposes. So if you have a new policy that's coming out, like, for example, the SB 1383, not having a list of all the businesses in the county, then you're dependent upon an outside agency like Waste Management to define it, and then we get stuck in the middle of that sometimes. So I would even support something where there was no cost to it, voluntary and no cost. To start, I know that we don't like to do anything where there's no cost to it, but if it is a benefit to our businesses and we can figure out a way to do it, maybe that's the way to start and see what kind of participation you get.
Yeah, we are funding to administer the program. Projected cost to administer the program would be around $40,000. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And so we were looking, if the board decided to have a fee to pay for the cost of administering the program.
Just do the cost.
Yeah, that's what the cost would cover, plus the 4% that goes to the state.
Yeah. We have to wrap this up, so one more, go ahead.
Yeah, really quick question. Go Nevada County. I'm not sure if it's in the policy direction, but you put it on your slide for us.
No.
What's that?
No.
Well, you had it up
Oh, that was
No,
that was an update. That wasn't part of policy direction, but I'm
We're happy
happy.
to discuss Go Nevada County.
Okay.
It's not a
My-
no, we can't discuss.
I just raised
We're
my
happy to
hand
discuss.
briefly on Go Nevada County. So I originally signed on to the Go Nevada County website and was part of it through recreation, but I'm wondering if we should revisit it and try to take some of that money and stop doing Go Nevada County and redirect it toward impacted communities that may feel underfunded through TOT or other funding sources where we can get to that money. And I'm not saying that Go Nevada County is not valuable. I'm just saying that for the bang for the buck and where we need to prioritize helping communities who are suffering from the impacts of recreation, it may be a funding source that we could use. It would be more flexible, available to the board to talk about. So I just was asking if anybody would consider thinking through that a little bit, because I think there's a lot more horsepower on the internet, people advertising for specific sports locations and access and amenities and lodging that people don't Google Nevada County, typically speaking, to find recreation opportunities.
So if that's the direction of the board, we're happy to come back and do additional staff work to bring back that contract, what the costs are, to look at the value added, and then receive direction if it's a contract that we would continue. I believe the continue coincides with the fiscal calendar year. Is that correct, Kimberly?
Yes.
Okay, so we could do that this spring.
So, and I would support that also.
Okay.
I think it's time to revisit it, see the effectiveness, bring it back to the board for more discussion.
Okay, so we would do that. Let us take a look at the contract, go back into the notification requirements, and then bring that to the board for further direction.
Okay, thank you for everyone's engagement. We're going to move on. Thank you.
Just so I'm clear, because that's my job, to make sure that we're in alignment, is that with the business license, we're going to bring back an item to the board, a license that is optional, business outreach, and show value. And so I just want to make sure that reflects your intent, that this is what the item will reflect coming back to the board this spring.
I mean, I would like to see an option that it's optional, but also an option that it's cheap enough but required, just so we have all of them. Does anybody else think that would be worth it?
So with an option of, I'm hearing a fee that covers the cost of running the business, and then license, and then having it also the analysis of not charging a fee. Okay.
Use your mic, please.
So we'll provide options, cost recovery, anything from optional being free to cost recovery, but I'm not hearing desire to have it any more than that. Okay. We
Thank
got it.
you.
Thank you.
Great, are we
Okay.
ready to move on?
Yes.
Okay, great. At this point, I would like to introduce Kristen York, who is the Vice President of the Sierra Business Council, and she's going to talk about incentives.
Great. Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Chair Hall and Board. You have we'll call it a white paper in front of you that is in support of Kimberly's action plan. And the point here was identifying incentives that could be offered to businesses or developers to offset costs, help them survive, et cetera. So in that paper, at the very end are a couple recommendations, and we've broken them out into 2 priority buckets. So the first priority bucket, these are things that are very accessible. They require minimal investment in time or money by the county, and very easy to go after. So first of all would be the action plan talks about establishing a CDFI, which is a Community Development Finance Institution. The county is actually not eligible to do that. But what the county can do is partner with existing CDFIs to expand into the area. CDFIs are very important. They fill a niche where traditional banks do not. They will lend to nonprofits. They can lend to businesses that may not have quite the credit score. They can lend to various organizations. And what this would require was probably Kimberly and maybe Gail or myself or a coalition meeting with these CDFIs to encourage them to lend further into the region. One ask, and this may be possible, is that the county would invest in that CDFI. It's a very low risk investment, so just keep that in mind. Number 2 would be expanding the SBA micro enterprise lending into the county. SBA is a small business administration. These are government-backed loans. Micro enterprise loans are typically $50,000 or less. Is a very important niche for businesses because most traditional banks will tell a business to go get a credit card, and that is the worst advice they could possibly give. Whereas a micro enterprise loan it has a typical interest rate that will float around. Number 3 would be consider a SCIP. That's a statewide community infrastructure funding program. That would benefit developers and mitigate the impact from upfront costs. So the way this works is you would sign up, it's a state agency that runs this. So a developer comes in and they have mitigation fees that they have to pay upfront that are required. And it can be in hardship. This could be a housing developer, it could be a shopping center, it could be a recreation amenity, anything like that where they have to pay a mitigation fee. And instead of them paying upfront, the state agency, this is a tax exempt bond that's been set up, would actually pay that for the developer, and then the developer would pay the state agency back over time. And there's a small interest rate. Placer County does this, the city of Grass Valley does this, El Dorado County, Truckee-Donner PUD, so it's very popular. Would probably maybe require some Michelle's work. You just need a contact at the county, but it doesn't cost the county anything except for a small amount of staff time. And then the 4th, this is easy, engage in the Rural Renewable Energy Network program that's beginning this year. And a full disclosure that SBC is running that, but this is a low commitment for you. But what this does is it offers your businesses and homeowners low-income financing or on-bill financing, sometimes at 0% if they qualify for energy efficiency projects. There's a workforce development portion of that that's designed to meet the new building codes and energy codes of the state of California. So that's a super easy one, and that would be more of just communication and promotion. Now, the second category, these are things that my recommendation would be to direct Kimberly to investigate these and analyze what it would cost actually over the next year. Number 1 is establishing a community loan fund. This would be maybe similar to the Resilience Fund, if you remember this during COVID. However, it would be not designed for very distressed businesses. This is for businesses to grow or expand. You could put any parameters on it that you want. What that might look like for the county is that the county might come up with an initial investment and have a match challenge. That could be from a special district or private corporations, et cetera. Maybe I would think that maybe your first initial goal would be $250,000 to $500,000 to raise that amount. Not that the county has to do all that, but it's something to investigate. And the second is exploring the creation of a TIF, or a tax increment finance district. What that would look like is, let's say a developer is coming in and they want to build some housing. and it's going to cost $1 million to put in a new sewage line. And like, I don't have $1 million. But what they do have is their new impact on tax rolls will be about $100,000 a year. I'm just doing easy numbers here. So the county would take that $100,000, put it in a special fund that they can bond against those future cash flows to pay for the sewage plant. These can be controversial, but it's something to consider and definitely something to explore. So those out of that entire paper, these are the top recommendations, and happy to discuss.
Thank you, Kristen. A lot to think about there. Comments, questions?
Thanks for all the insight. There's a lot to unpack there. On the priority number two, the TIF, is that obviously it's different than traditional tax incentive programs for direct development?
Yes, because you're counting on the future tax revenues, and so you're bonding against that. Where it can get controversial is those tax revenues are typically shared with other districts, so that's something to consider.
Lisa?
A question on the community loan fund option. So typically, would the county provide the startup money for that type of process?
What we see in other communities is that a county or a city might put forward a certain amount of money and then look for, challenge the community to match it or to go above it. And it could be for a very specific purpose. It could be for a specific district or downtown district. It could be for types of businesses, but it's pretty popular in the paper. There are a few case studies, and we're happy to bring you more information about how those work. But ideally, in a sort of the lead organization, which in this case would be the county, would come up with the first, sort of the first tranche.
So then you
Just to clarify that we would be looking at a revolving.
Yeah, well, that was my question, because then you look at a community nonprofit, so potentially like, say, for example, our new community foundation, because it's a pretty blanket organization. It's not industry specific. It's supposed to cover everybody. But in my experience, I mean, this is very similar to community development block grants that cities and used to be able to apply for a revolving loan program. So eventually it pays for itself. Plus, if you're doing low interest loans and everybody pays the money back, then you actually end up taking in more money that you can loan out to people. You're not like a bank where you're making a profit if you're doing a revolving loan program. Is that how it works?
Yeah, two things. Yes, once the money is established in the loan fund, it's there in perpetuity. So it revolves. Once it's paid back, it can be relent. Huge difference between a community development block grant or a CDBG. Those are HUD funds that come with a million strings attached and a ton of oversight. The beauty of a community loan fund is you don't have that. And so let's say the community foundation run this. You're basically setting this up. You're a non-regulated lender. So you're essentially setting the rules on that. Big difference.
Yeah, and we would be looking at an outside source to run this, just so we're clear.
Let me just jump on that. Can you talk about the risks of doing that, having a non-regulated?
Sure. Anytime you lend money, there are risks. Typically, there's something, you have a reserve that can cover anybody for failure to pay and whatnot. The other risk is that it does cost money. Somebody has to underwrite these. Somebody has to administer them. Somebody actually has to write the checks. The best practice is that whenever you give a loan, it comes with some type of technical assistance so that you ensure that business can stay healthy, and a check, which is favorable to just a regular bank loans, because banks cannot do that. Banks cannot give you advice on how to run your business, but in the private sector, you can do that. I will tell you that the resilience fund that was started in COVID has 0 defaults, 0. There's 1 slow pay, but that's pretty amazing.
Other questions?
I was thinking, I'm glad to hear that because I think in the COVID period, we all spent, particularly this board spent a lot of time trying to reallocate those ARPA funds, and micro enterprise grants were one of the big ones. It was a big success with the help of SBC, right? So you guys circulated that money through our community. So priority one, number two is something I would just raise my hand and say was widely successful here, and we've already seen that, right, through our COVID experience with all those micro grants. The one piece that maybe is not here, maybe it's somewhere else, and Kimberly or Trish can let me know, but just the traditional toolbox of tax incentives that we talked about maybe providing to the board last year, are those going to be provided somewhere else? These would be traditional tax incentives related to, development or business creation.
So the paper has a number of those in there. What is here, these are items that are, and you can do any one of them, you can do a whole suite, but the whole idea was that dip your toe in to the most, it's going to be the least investment in time and money and political capital for the county. Sometimes when you get in tax incentives, you're on sort of squishy ground because you can show favoritism to one group over another, and that's one thing you absolutely don't want to do at any time.
We have a little bit of time left, but we do want to give direction on whether they should, policy direction on both priority one, moving forward with priority one, and on priority two, investigating, getting back to us with more information on those two options. So can I hear some input on that, please?
I support what's in front of us here as far as doing the investigative work to return information back to the board. The easy ones in priority one, to me, seem pretty innocuous, and because we have some experience with pieces of them. And then to everybody's point, I think we're all thinking community loan fund. How the relation is to the community. That we've already funded. Is there some relation or connection there? Because the board just gave, I believe it was 500,000 or 250, and then another 250 at some future date. Just 250. Okay. So from my perspective, I like what I see, and I would encourage us to move forward.
On priority one.
Well,
And priority two.
I would agree to bring, potential programs back for all of these. I mean, obviously, I think the SCIF is a good idea, but I don't know how that would work for the county. The CDFI, I think we need more information before we determine if those programs are going to work. And I think from my perspective, I would want to make sure that whatever we do makes it easy for the businesses to participate in it. CDBG used to be easy. In the last 10 years is when they've really added on all those things. But I just want to make sure that whatever we're creating policy and plans that are usable to our business community.
And I think our intention was to bring anything, on this list that you were interested in back to the board so that you can have future discussion. I think our goal was if there's anything on here you're adamant you don't want to come to you, we would, strike that.
Sue or Rob?
It's all intriguing. I would be interested to see how it would play out, just need more information on each area. I look at things like, it's not similar, but Golden State Finance Authority, what we do with housing, right? What that started at is an investment that grew, and now it supports another business. It supports another association under it. There's memberships. That's way out of line, but I'm just saying, if you dial that back into a little spot, what could we build? So that one does kind of intrigue me. Something that's a revolving fund. We thought about that, even through housing with Mike Dent. We had that, there was some fund that comes in sometimes for down payment programs, right? Some of those things that gets paid back, and then that builds that fund and keeps it going. So I see that creation could be good. I just need more information.
Thank you. Rob?
Yeah, I think priority one, all four of those, they seem to be, it says at minimum investment. It seems like the county would be more facilitating already existing programs And so that one, I'm very supportive of exploring that. Priority 2 is, a little more complicated as far as, yeah, it's hard to process it in a couple minutes here. So I think I would be supportive of investigating that, exploring it more, but and very much open to it. But the first 4, for sure, I think worthwhile going forward.
So
Great.
I believe we have direction.
I get to wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, I think I agree with everybody. So go ahead.
So what we could do, if this works for the board, we'll bring priority 1 first and have the discussion as we work on creating programs for priority 2 with funding going to the budget subcommittee. So we could do it in 2 phases. That way you could go with the priority 1, we can implement those quicker and not have it be held up by trying to frame out programs with 2. So that's just something to give thought to.
Does that work for everyone?
Okay,
Yeah.
do we have the direction that we need? Okay, thanks.
Fantastic. That's it, right? Kimberly?
Thank
Yeah.
you, yes.
Great,
you very
thank
much.
you all.
Appreciate everybody's time today.
All right, thank you very much. And we're now at the next portion, which is the Truckee Library update. And Mandy Stewart and Craig Griesbach are going to be giving us an update. And we could take 30 seconds to stand up if you want while we change the placards and move just very briefly. This is not a break. This is just a stand up. Okay, looks like you're set and we've got 15 minutes on the clock. All right, thank you.
I think we're all here, so you guys go ahead. Craig and Mandy, you guys can go ahead.
All right. Once again, Craig Griesbach, Interim Director of Information General Services Agency. I'm joined this afternoon by Mandy Stewart, who's an Administrative Analyst with your board and CEO's offices and really plays a vital role in this effort with the new Truckee Library project. So we'll be providing a brief presentation today with a high-level summary of the journey of where we got to where we are, updates of where we are at, and what the path forward into this next year looks like into 2025 on this specific project. So as your board knows, the development and construction of the new Truckee Library facility has been a long-time goal, not only for the county of Nevada, but the town of Truckee, the Friends of the Library, and the community at large. All these stakeholders continue to work collaboratively, moving this project efforts forward. As a reminder, your board resolution or approved a resolution in January of 2024, establishing the Joint Powers Authority Agreement for the new library. This JPA serves as the governing body for the new regional library and is responsible for constructing and maintaining this facility. Nevada County is represented on this 4-member JPA board by your CEO and Deputy CEO. In June of 2024, Placer County was also engaged in this effort, and in October, they were added as a non-voting member to this JPA. Over the past year, partners have explored funding opportunities for the new building and identified a combination of a bond measure and a capital campaign as the ideal funding strategy. Several additional partnerships, because this is a huge effort, and contracts were established to develop a project design and funding, including contracting with architectural firm JKAE to complete conceptual design work for this project, identifying the ideal site location with the within the Truckee River Regional Park, and executing that 3-way site lease option agreement between the JPA, the Truckee-Donner Public Utilities District, and the Truckee-Donner Recreation and Park District. Straddling Yoka, Carlson, and Roth, LLP, to serve as bond counsel, Goodwin Consulting Group to serve as special tax counsel, and last but not least, Team Civic X to serve as the polling consultant. So in order to enable the JPA to bring forward a potential revenue measure, a community facilities district needs to be formed. The formation of the CFD is guided by the Melrose Community Facilities Act of 1982, and the partners are working with bond counsel to adhere to the criteria outlined in this law for pursuing the potential development of a CFD. specifically to provide funding for the new library. It's important to know that the bonding conducted under the Melrose Act will not affect the bonding capacity of Nevada County or local government partners. With that, I would now like to hand it off to Mandy to provide an overview of the current state and where we're going into the next year. Mandy?
Thank you, Craig. We'll advance. This is our entire slide deck, so enjoy it. So thank you, Craig, for that great history on getting the project to where we are today. I would like to share with you where we are in the project, as well as key next steps, not only for the JPA, but also for you, the Nevada County Board of Supervisors. As shared by Craig, the library partners have identified a local Truckee area revenue measure as a piece of the funding strategy for construction of the new facility. A community's facilities district will allow the JPA to identify the likely users of the new Truckee Regional Library and offer them the opportunity to vote on supporting a special tax, which would be used to fund a portion of the total project costs. The JPA board intends to use the existing boundaries of the Truckee Fire Protection District and the North Star Community Services District to pursue the polling efforts. Led by the expertise of Team Civics, polling efforts started this week, which will inform the project partners on the level of funding support voters are willing to contribute towards a new library. As shown on the timeline before you, we expect the results of the polling in late February, which will inform the feasibility of moving forward with the formation of a community facilities district. Should sufficient funding exist, staff plans to bring the initial CFD formation documents to you, the Nevada County Board of Supervisors, in April for review and discussion. For your awareness, the initial formation documents include information related to the official taxing boundary, the proposed special levy, and the maximum amount of debt intended to be issued by the JPA. The town of Truckee, as the other voting member in the JPA, will also bring the same information to town council for review and approval. With approval by our governing bodies to continue to move forward, the timeline targets starting the CFD formation process in late April, with the JPA board taking action to initiate the CFD process. Should the assumptions informing our timeline continue to be met, we are targeting November 4th, 2025 to place a measure on the ballot. With that, thank you for your time, and we'll turn it over for discussion and questions.
All right, thank you. That was short and sweet. Hardy, I want to ask you to start us off on this one.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thanks for the update. You know, I just such gratitude for all the work, Mandy, you put in, and Steve before he departed, now Craig and Josh, and the Friends of the Truckee Library who aren't here today, and our partners at the town. I think the big win for me was we worked toward what you have here on your timeline for the last essentially 3 years. And so we finally got to this really point of execution that's here in front of us, and I'm just proud of the work that you've done. Getting Placer County involved as a partner was something I had worked toward ever since the inception of the project. It's really going to take everybody in the room, in the region, to get this thing built. There is a reality and a relationship between what the voter will accept as far as a bonding amount versus the total cost of the project. And I know that you and JK&E and all these other firms are kind of engaged in that. It's like a sliding balance scale to try and figure out, okay, if the voting public will accept 10 million on the bond amount, the balance of that has to be raised. And, you know, what amount will go to the voter that has a likely success, you know, of being approved. And so I guess my question is, through all that, is there any estimations yet, or when will we know the estimations on the appropriate amount to go to the voter with?
So as I noted in my presentation, the polling efforts started this week. That will give us a good sense of the amount the public within those boundary lines of Truckee Fire Protection District and North Star Community Facilities Districts, or Service Districts, excuse me, will support. We will use that as a general guideline of the amount we would be able to raise from a bond measure, and then we will have discussions with the other partners as well as the design team on how we find the balance of the funding and how that relates to the total cost of the building.
That answered my question. And then through the final design of the building, are there ways to scale the building in response to the polling results?
So the initial answer is yes. When we first brought this concept to the design team, we asked them to have a deductive alternate of a 20,000 square foot building was the big vision, and then a 15,000 square foot building as a deductive alternate. They are working towards those. Once we get a clear idea of the funding strategy and the amount of funding we will have available, we might have to go back to the architect team and retool that, but we are working with 2 options on the table at this time.
Okay, and then the financial commitments of this board, we've made one commitment for the initial contribution, but at this time, nothing you're depicting here for us is under, there's no other additional financial considerations for this board to discuss right now.
Not at this time. As a
confirm that.
reminder, the board initially gave a 1 million allocation towards this project all in. 500,000 of that was targeted towards the design team and initial kind of soft cost, pre-development costs. We came back to you in the fall, in October of 2024, to ask for an additional 130 to be drawn from that 500 remaining balance to be put into the JPA. Those monies are being used to pay for our bond consultant, special tax consultant, and for the board's awareness, the town of Truckee matched those dollars, so we are in equal footing as far as money already allocated towards the project. I will also share that the Friends of the Truckee Library have put in $500,000 up front for those design efforts as well, and then we're getting, we'll call it in-kind funding from them. They are leading the efforts on the capital campaign side of the table, so a lot of staff time and resources from the Friends of the Truckee Library as well.
And may I add that their funding goal is $10 million is what they're sharing coming to the table with the project. That's their campaign goal. No, the Friends goal is 10 million.
Just 10 million. So I just have one question. Who is paying for the special election that's potentially going to happen in November? Is the county paying that cost, or is it going to come out of the JPA funds?
It will come out of those JPA dollars. Staff has met with the elections office, both at Nevada County and Placer County, to start sourcing budgets. There are certain requirements that we have to meet, number of days of voting centers, things of that nature. So we're getting clear budgets from them, but the intention is to have those monies come out of those dollars that were put into the JPA in October.
And I don't know if I'm, your question in terms of like a campaign that will come from the Friends of Truckee Library. The JPA, of course, cannot campaign and would only contribute to the mechanics of elections put on ballot.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, if not, this is just an informational item, so thank you very much.
Thank you. And our chair has given us a 5-minute comfort break. So enjoy, but be back in 5 minutes. Okay. We're ready to start. We have one more presentation and then a brief wrap up at the end. Thank you, Chair Hall, for that comfort break. I think we all appreciated that. All right, so I'm going to ask Zach to put 50 minutes on the clock, and now we've got Ryan Groover and Phoebe Bell on homelessness.
Can you hear me? All right. Ryan Groover again, your Health and Human Services Agency Director, and I'm joined by who you heard this morning from CSAC is a rock star, Phoebe Bell, our Behavioral Health Director. Yay! Who drove back from advocating for the county and behavioral health at a state work group today to be with us. So I'm excited to talk to you about homelessness, recognizing we're the last presentation of the day, which means we have unlimited time, is what I've been led to believe. No, okay, never mind. We have today a little bit of background for you. We're going to talk about some of the challenges that we're experiencing and then areas where we're needing policy direction, and you should see threads between those. The background we're highlighting is because it ties into those things we're asking for your guidance on, as well as the challenge areas. And so diving in to the presentation, first of all, you heard a little bit about core services today. Sheriff Moon in her presentation talked about core services. Aaron showed us the county's definition of core services in the fiscal presentation. For HHSA, core services really are those mandated funded services that we provide because state law tells us to do it, because our funding sources give us the money to do it. And something that's notably absent from there, I'm not going to read through all these, but what you will not see in here is homelessness services. And there's a reason for that. It goes to Proposition 30 and what happens in California if you mandate services and tell counties what they have to do. And Supervisor Hook and I, when she was board chair and the governor convened counties to talk about accountability in our homeless plans, the governor was asked, why don't you mandate counties do uniform services and make things consistent across the state by, I believe, a San Diego Board of Supervisors member who was present. And he said, well, because if I mandate it, then I'll have to pay you, and it's going to cost like $11 billion a year to do that. And so that's why they don't mandate homeless services, because if they mandate them, they have to pay us to do it. If they don't mandate them, then they don't have to pay us to do it. And so that's in simple terms why we don't have a homeless mandate in California, why we don't have consistent programs across all 58 California counties. So why do we do it anyway in Nevada County? And that goes to our Board of Supervisors has prioritized efforts to address homelessness since 2018. And so Chair Hall, when she came on the board, made that a central focus and brought a priority to that. We had in budget subcommittee some refining of our projects, took disparate plans, and were directed to join them into one plan. And so the rest is history in terms of a lot of the milestones. I'm not going to read through these, but this is just a partial list of a lot of the actions that have taken place in that intervening time between 2018 and now, since homelessness has been a key board priority. I think we see a lot of continued challenges in working in this space, and the first one I'd like to highlight is inflow and outflow into the system. So what you see up in front of you, my mic, it sounds weird to me. Let me know if you can hear me. This is our point-in-time count, sheltered and unsheltered over the years since 2018 when it became a board priority. So you can see, despite all that progress, all the work that we've been doing in this, the overall point-in-time count has gone up significantly since that time. Another thing you'll note here, and this is a little bit of a repeat from last year, in recent years, we're sheltering about as many people as the total homeless population was when the board prioritized homelessness. So something else is going on here in our system. And when I say we, I'm not talking just about the county. Our network of providers, Hospitality House and others, we're sheltering more people than were homeless in 2018. And so what's going on, we've moved beyond the point-in-time count. One of our first objectives was to get a clean, coordinated entry system. And so now this data that you see here is averages of what we get every single month reported to the COC in terms of the inflows and outflows into the system. In your staff report, you have a full accounting of the inflows and outflows in every single month over the last calendar year. Some just main points, because it can get really convoluted. So when people call 211, some end up never needing help. They can go to inactive if they resolve their own situation. If they become actively homeless, they become part of the coordinated entry system. And over the last calendar year, 148 people were housed in permanent housing through county and through our partners in the homeless system. And some people slid back into homelessness from housing, but there was a net improvement of 102 people who achieved permanent housing through the work of the folks who work in the coordinated entry system. But more people need housing and assistance than we can help with available resources. And so on average over that time frame, 5 more people came into the system that left, resulting in 64 new people or 64 more people in the system than there were at the start of the year. So a lot of great work housing people. That's a big number, 102 people net getting into housing, but the inflow is outpacing the outflow into homelessness. Other challenges, ongoing funding. I've already mentioned this a little bit. So one of the key platforms of the CSAC at Home plan, which was linked in your packet, is the need for consistent, ongoing, and stable funding. So right now, we really only have 2 sources of ongoing funding. We have the permanent local housing allocation, which comes from recording fees, goes to cities and the county. It can be used for housing infrastructure as well as certain limited homeless services. And then we have program-specific funding, such as the CalWorks Housing Support Program or CalAIM, which are available to people who are eligible for those programs. They're not available for broad homeless services. They're not flexible in terms of what we can do with them. And all these other sources, this is not a complete list. These are one-time appropriations, competitive grants, and that's really how we've built our homeless system of care, is not on ongoing guaranteed funding, but competitive grants, one-time allocations. Something to note here, the ones that I've highlighted are exclusive to counties. So the Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Program, the program-specific funding, all these other sources are available to other entities in the system as well and other jurisdictions. Regional access is another key challenge that we're experiencing. We talked about this a little bit in the last workshop as well. So this is a map from the 2024 point in time count, and it shows the percentage of the total homeless population in each incorporated jurisdiction, and then it has unincorporated, which is a little confusing how that looks, but that's really the entire 13% is the entire unincorporated homeless population absent North San Juan, which is 7%. So you see around 6% in Truckee, 7% in North San Juan, 10% in Nevada City, 64% in Grass Valley. A lot of that unincorporated population also clusters around those cities. It's not like they're in Graniteville. They're around Truckee, Nevada City, Grass Valley. And so we've been putting in a lot of work for regional access. So I sent out to you last week the draft version of the Tahoe Truckee Regional Homeless Action Plan. So Jasmine Bro Hardy has been working with a consultant and supporting Supervisor Bullock and Supervisor Cindy Gustafson from Placer County to convene local stakeholders and try to identify the gaps in services in the Tahoe Truckee region and bring solutions to bear. One of the outcomes of that is this Tahoe Truckee Regional Homeless Action Plan, which is based on both Placer and Nevada County's plan and uses analysis in terms of the level of homelessness, the level of need for different resources and treatment in the Tahoe Truckee region. And Supervisor Bullock, I don't know if we can pause here if you'd like to talk a little bit about the Truckee Homeless Action Plan.
Thanks, Ryan. The THAC, Truckee Tahoe Homeless Advisory Committee, was I think about 16 months ago maybe, and it's been an awesome journey for us all to get together and have some really authentic conversations. Some of them are really tough because, as we can see with many of the comments the board's received recently, there's just no perfect place to align homelessness resources inside the community. So I think that's challenging and to some degree troubling for me that, we really have to recognize, I think, what we've been able to accomplish on the west side, which is understanding that homelessness is a community-based problem that's going to take a solution for everybody to solve. We were on a call with CSAC with Graham Canas, asking him how counties, cities, towns work together to solve it. And basically, he couldn't give us a lot of direction, but the one thing he just said over and over again is the only communities, in his opinion, in California that have solved it are ones that can do it together. And so that was really kind of a guiding principle for me. I think the East County has had, we don't have a lot of infrastructure, and I think that's a condition of the problem becoming acute more recently. So I'm not pointing fault or blame, I'm just thinking that we've dealt with it a lot down here, and then in the East County, it just kind of crescendoed, and now we're at this really breaking point for that community. So I really appreciate your participation in the plan. Definitely, we have more to talk about that plan, obviously.
Mic working? There we go. For context, we have about 221 beds worth of housing, not just Nevada County housing, in the homeless and permanent supportive housing space in Nevada County. That's accessible to Truckee residents, but not a single unit of that housing is located in Truckee. And so access to that service is limited compared to somebody who's experiencing homelessness in Western Nevada County. So that's where this plan is identifying those gaps and trying to engage that array of stakeholders that was referenced in trying to bring more participation and collaboration around that.
Really quick too, I think THAG, the consultant team, and other members are trying to get with Chair Hall to have a presentation of the material sometime to our board.
All right, thank you. And then another area where access to services is a challenge is the North San Juan community. Definitely a different situation than Truckee, a little bit more accessible to Western Nevada County resources, but a disproportionately high percentage of people experiencing homelessness. So we saw 6% of the total homeless population in the county is located in tiny North San Juan. They've got sort of a scrappy upstart community center and highly engaged citizens who have been pulling things together to provide services for many years. It's only over the last couple of years that there was really a lot of interest in county support. And so last year, well, I should point out that HAP funding that comes to counties and COCs, we push a lot of ours to the COC, and we have specific language requiring them to look at North San Juan with that funding. And so they received 20,000 of COC funding last year, paired with 40,000 from the county. So we've been supporting, also trying to connect with other resources. So behavioral health's been going out there, public health has been getting their mobile treatment van out there, but still looking for how we can better support North San Juan as they try to build programs there with less partners than are available both in Western County and Truckee to contribute to that. So Supervisor Huck, I don't know if you have any comments on that.
Well, no real comments, just a thank you. The county really, you guys have all really stepped up, and some of our partners. So there is a lot of good action going on up there. So I just want to say thank you, because it has changed a lot in the last 2 years. You guys are making things happen, so thank you.
So another challenge I'd like to highlight, Hardy mentioned a call we had with the CSAC team. So another challenge is roles and responsibilities between jurisdictions. And so I want to be clear, this is what CSAC laid out in their at-home plan in terms of how they think those roles and responsibilities should be laid out. This is not something that's been adopted by either our board or the state, but clearly county responsibility for health and welfare benefits. So we mentioned at the outset the core health and human services, those are our responsibility, whether they're unincorporated or incorporated. Behavioral health services, cities don't have a behavioral health department or function, except a couple of them throughout the state. But then for things that aren't funded or mandated of the county, CSAC lays out that those should be responsibilities of the jurisdiction. And so where do you site shelters? How do you fund them? How do you support them? How does permanent supportive housing get cited and supported? Camp cleanup, which we'll talk about a little bit more. And so this touches on a couple of the areas where we're looking for further guidance. So programs needing policy direction, we have two main programs today to talk about. And so the first is encampment resolution and cleanup. I saw this on some of the board's priority sheets this morning. So I'm going to ask Phoebe to talk about this amazing grant that we've gotten and a little bit about what we're going to be doing on that front.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon all. Phoebe Bell, Behavioral Health Director. So the Encampment Resolution Fund is a competitive grant that we applied for. It's a geographic specific funding stream that's really focused on cleaning up areas where you have concentrations of people camping specifically. So people who are unhoused, who are camping. It was really honestly designed for urban areas, Caltrans right-of-ways, under causeways, that kind of stuff. And so we put in a kind of plug for what intensive camp impact looks like in a rural area. And we're supported in basically having the Brunswick Basin identified as a impacted area, a rural area. Therefore, we're able to receive this funding. So we received $2.5 million over 3 years. And we envision the grant as really building on the behavioral health bridge housing grant, which for us is operated in partnership with Hospitality House and is really a interim housing or sort of a shelter expansion grant. We buy basically 35 more beds of interim shelter for people who are completely unhoused. So this grant we pictured as kind of layering on top of that, because a little bit to Ryan's earlier point about a lack of a stable funding stream, there's also a little bit of a lack of a cohesive vision of how do people go from living on the streets unhoused to being happily in a home stably forever after. There's a runway there that takes a variety of types of services and funding. And so we're braiding together that behavioral health bridge housing with this funding. This funding's focused on the longer term permanent placement of people. So we funded Freed to develop a landlord liaison team. That group will identify potential rental units, work with landlords to consider renting them to program participants, support landlords with extra subsidies, incentive funds, cleanup mitigation funds, things like that. And then additionally, the grant will fund rent subsidy for that person for 6 months of time. And the hope is that that's a long enough runway to either get a voucher in place or to help the person stabilize enough to get to employment and be able to make enough money to support that housing. That's probably a little bit optimistic because we know that affording housing in Nevada County on a kind of entry-level job is super challenging, but it's the beginning of that runway to long-term stability. So as a part of that grant, relevant to what we're going to talk about in a second here, part of that sort of focus on the impacts of encampments, part one is get people out, give them a viable pathway to leave those encampments. Part two is how do we clean up those encampments? And so there's a $20,000 set aside in the grant for camp cleanup. So that fits into sort of a broader conversation about cleaning up the impacts of camping in Nevada County.
I've provided a little bit of information in terms of the roles and responsibilities for private property owners versus public property owners. So on the private side, the way it's typically worked is that it's the owner who's initiating. If the owner's initiating, they're working with law enforcement. If they have folks that they need to evict from their property, it's really the owner's responsibility to make sure that unpermitted activity is not occurring there. And so their responsibility for cleanup and funding that cleanup. Our outreach teams, the home team, the ECM team absolutely can support with engaging those folks and trying to get them to a better outcome and situation. Sometimes you have absent property owners or property owners who aren't addressing it. And so if it's a neighbor that's initiating it, typically they're initiating a code case with the jurisdiction in which that resides. So unincorporated, that's us. And in a city, that would be the city code department. It would still be the owner who's ultimately responsible and funding that, and still the county would support with outreach from our service team. Public property has been a little bit more complicated over the last many years. Previously, we have been unable to enforce camping ordinances due to the Boise decision, which prohibited public entities from enforcing camping ordinances if there wasn't a bed available for the person who was in the encampment. The Supreme Court this year, through their grants pass decision, removed that barrier. In practice, that hadn't been much of a barrier for Nevada County. Our home team has been really successful in being able to get people to move along or get them into a better situation, but that is no longer a legal barrier to moving people off of public property. Responsibilities for cleanup, again, our home team can support with outreach and engaging people, but it's the responsibility of the initiating jurisdiction or the jurisdiction that owns the property or has jurisdiction over the property to initiate. So it gets a little complicated, like ERAC or the Root Center is in Nevada City PD's jurisdiction. So we might be initiating, but we'd be partnering with NCPD, and whatever camping ordinance they had in Nevada City would govern that property. So it's probably clear as mud. But basically, in terms of policy direction, so the 20,000 that we have in the ERF grant for encampment cleanup is really the first funding the county has had for this type of service since 2018. And so what we're asking is the board interested in matching that funding to go beyond that, outside of the Brunswick Basin, and provide support beyond what is available in ERF. So this is where we'll pause for board discussion over encampment cleanup.
Did you want to go to the next slide, or is that that's a different topic?
Yeah,
okay.
We're going to shift gears and talk about a different issue.
Okay, so for questions and then your policy direction on whether we want to spend more than this and go outside the boundaries of the basin. Yeah, okay.
That's correct. And so the board currently authorized 2 contracts in Eastern County and Western County to clean up roadside debris. And both those contractors have been exceptional in the past year. So if there were matching general fund, we could look at maybe expanding outside Brunswick Basin, maybe using, extending the scope of work of those contractors. So if that's the direction you go, we could explore options and then come back with an expanded contract to you at a board date.
Thoughts, questions?
I have a few questions. So we received this grant when? Just recently?
Yeah, it came in front of the board 4 months ago, maybe.
Okay.
6 months ago.
And did we have I don't recall having a hearing about this. Did we, or was it on the consent, or, because I would like to see a budget associated with it. $775,000 a year is a lot of money for something very specific. I guess my question is, why do we need another $20,000 to match that, unless that's a requirement of the grant?
That's just a piece of the grant. So maybe you could talk about the grant holistically and then talk about.
So, and you can just, I mean, I'll just be really specific to the issue. So who are you working? I mean, are you working with law enforcement? Are you working with Grass Valley PD? Are you working with the sheriff's office? And how is that money being spent? And in regard to the people who you can help with the placement, do they have to be on the behavioral health rolls to be eligible to get help through this grant, or can it be anybody?
Catch me if I didn't catch all of your questions, but to your last question, they can help anybody who's experiencing homelessness in the Brunswick Basin area. They do not have to be enrolled in behavioral health services. For the transitional housing through behavioral health bridge housing, they need to have some kind of mental health or substance use need, but that's a pretty low barrier that most people meet, no problem. But for the Encampment Resolution Fund, we can help anybody in the Brunswick Basin. The vast majority of the money is out the door in a contract primarily to Freed, a little bit to Hospitality House to increase those interim beds, but most of it is in the contract to Freed to specifically fund the rental subsidies and the landlord liaison team. So it's really an investment in the permanent solution so that we don't put people in a hotel for a month or 2 months or 3 months and then have nowhere to place them and turn them back to the Brunswick Basin. So it's about how do we permanently place them. The $20,000 is the only money in the grant set aside for encampment cleanup. We can't use any of the other money for that. It's all earmarked for various parts of that landlord liaison and rental assistance program.
Is it from back what the areas are that you can do the cleanup in?
Yeah, we submitted a map of what we consider to be the Brunswick Basin as a part of the grant application. So I can share that with you.
Okay, I'd love to see that, and I'd love to see a copy of the budget, because when I hear that amount of money coming in, it seems like we could do a lot more than just trying to help people find permanent housing.
When you pay the rent for somebody, it gets expensive really, really fast if you're paying 100% of the rent. And so that's where the bulk of the money is in those rental subsidies. So the hope is, and it speaks to kind of the broader kind of challenges of the homeless system, many of these people are going to need permanent rental subsidies. They're not going to earn enough money to competitively purchase housing in Nevada County or anywhere in California. And that's where the voucher system is so critical. So in the long run, we generally rely on housing choice vouchers or project-based vouchers to subsidize that rent so that people's, whatever their income is, especially if they're on a fixed income like Social Security, if they're over 65 or have a disability, their income is, $993 a month or whatever it is. And so with a voucher, they only pay 30% of that, leaving them enough money to buy food and medicine. If they don't have a voucher, they can try to buy housing with their check. They generally cannot. And if they did, they couldn't afford anything else in their life, including food. And so the idea of this rental program is, let's buy ourselves some time to get people into that housing and then start to work on either trying to get them a voucher or what else can we do to help subsidize their rent for the long haul, and can we get them on Social Security if they're not on it yet and they're eligible for it, or things like that.
And in regard to the additional $20,000, again, I would want to award that for how you're going to spend that money. Because, I've worked on many homeless camp cleanups over the last 10 years probably, and you can do a lot with a little amount of money when you have collaboration and cooperation from your other entities, the waste management, the cities, the local law enforcement agencies. The last one that I did, we probably had over 100 people show up from 20 different agencies, and it didn't really cost the county anything to do it because the private property owners and the entities helped fund it. So I guess I want to see how we're going to spend the money.
And that 20,000 has not yet been committed or determined who to partner with or how to utilize that, but agreed, it's been a partnership and collaboration between many entities. Hospitality House often coordinates volunteers. The Sheriff's Office has played a big role in supporting those, and many other partners. So this is our first funding to be able to support it in a way that hopefully can amplify those existing initiatives really successfully, but geographically isolated. And we'll absolutely get you that information. There was a presentation to the board several months ago, but the level of detail, we're happy to provide more in terms of the budget and the map.
And just to add one last piece, the set aside for the camp cleanup actually was a request from Grass Valley Police Department. It wasn't originally in the budget, and we were meeting with Alex to talk about this grant and what do you think, and here's what our plan is and how we want to work with you to identify people, and that was a specific piece they asked for, and so we happily included so that we could help support cleanup efforts.
Any other questions from board members? We can do this offline too, but Phoebe, just curious, just to look at the other funding that's being spent, how's it working? Have we got people into housing? Are we making some headway? I think that's important to know.
Yeah, absolutely. And this grant is really just getting going. I brought the grant to the board, then we turn around and contract with Freed, and then they have to hire staff. So it's, I'd say, a month or two in. So I don't have numbers at my fingertips, but would love to bring back a report. What we know just from even prior to this grant with the Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Grant is we were seeing a lot of success. And kind of back to that original graphic that Ryan shared, we house 11 people and feel highly successful, and 16 people become homeless. And, you feel like you're pushing the boulder up the big hill. But yes, the specific people we help are generally, by and large, making great progress and getting into stable situations.
I think that's a good point when we look at homelessness too, is it's that middle entity that we're missing, right? You have a job, you can work, you lose your rental. So there's a place in here, not just from the homeless side, but it's what creates homelessness, and that's housing. So I'll be interested to see. This will be a good report that comes back. So thank you.
So I'm wondering, I know we did some in the past, quite a bit of cleanup on Sugarloaf out of Nevada City. And how did we fund that? Or was that obviously was a collaboration as well, right?
So the working with the individuals and getting them off Sugarloaf and into housing was funded through Project Room Key, which was COVID relief funds specifically for that. And
the cleanup afterwards?
The cleanup, I'm not sure if we played a fiscal role in that. I know we supported in terms of coordination, but I don't know if you recall. I don't think we paid for that.
Yeah, to me, when I see that, I think, yeah, one-time funding maybe, but I would see it being divided. I mean, we, between Grass Valley or Nevada City or wherever the issue, maybe in the county, wherever the biggest problem is. So, but I'm not inclined to want to add anything unless we know that this is really needed and where it's going.
And to clarify, and I'm sorry for not being more clear in the ask, the 20,000 is because it's part of this encampment resolution funding grant, which is specific to the Brunswick Basin. That funding can't be used outside of the map where we were awarded, and so we wouldn't be able to do anything outside of that footprint without additional.
If I could provide some context. So the calls that we're getting that we really struggle with is that sometimes there are homeless camps or leftovers of camps on county encroachments on roads. So specifically in South County, it's behind the bus stop. In your district, it's Purdon Road by the river. It's sometimes in areas where it's not private property, but we're really struggling in terms of having the resources. So the $20,000 would be to expand the contracts that we have, so we have an additional tool to go ahead and have the contractor pick up the camps that are left over on the roadside. So that's a starting point. It's not to take away the dollars in terms of Brunswick Basin. It's take an opportunity of providing cleanup opportunities in other areas outside of Grass Valley, proper.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't see the need. I just got the report for East County cleanup from our contractor, and I don't see the need to apply additional resources to that part of the county. But I would be supportive of enhancing like a small, amount of money to assist contractors in cleaning up in those unincorporated areas that have homeless camps, because I've just seen the benefit of the contractors we have working now, and I think it's the right thing to do. And I think the bang for the buck, frankly, is really high. I mean, just the environmental impact from those and the sanitation and kind of cleaning them out. So that's my opinion. The $20,000 grant for the Brunswick Basin, I obviously support that too.
Sue, Rob?
Just clarify, the extra 20 would just be on county property.
That's correct. And I think Ryan did a really helpful job in explaining, because I know all of you get calls on private property too. That's not the county lane. And so having the property owner has tools, and we could assist them if there's people who are squatting or camping on their property through our home team. But the county, it's not our responsibility to clean up their property. However, there are other areas that are on county roads or encroachments that we are getting calls on. Sometimes we're able to lean on environmental health if it's an abandoned car or a trailer, but we really aren't going out there picking up the camps or the debris that's left over.
So just to clarify, the $20,000 can be spent only in the Brunswick Basin from the grant, but the additional request for $20,000, there's no limitation to where it can be spent.
That's correct. It would be
on county grant, yeah.
It would be
as far as
general
geographic
fund
area.
dollars, so I do want to be clear on that. And the board may want to consider maybe not doing a full 20 and maybe do 10,000, and then we monitor and bring back to the board in terms of, the volume that we see and make adjustments. So it's something we haven't done before, but trying to be responsive to calls that we've been receiving specifically in your district. And then I think it would also be Heidi and Sue.
One more quick question. Where's our contract now currently?
So Tricia, can you respond to that? We do get reports, and we're going to give a report, I believe, tomorrow. Okay. But our contractors are super impressive, and we could provide you those numbers in an email to the full board tonight. But do you know that offhand?
I don't know that offhand, but it was a minimal investment, I would say, on both Eastern and Western County.
I want to say 20.
Something like that, but we can get the definite numbers.
We could get you that information.
And that came out of general fund as well?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm hearing that we might want just a little more information on this one.
So what I'm hearing, if there's consensus to bring back an expanded contract for the encampments outside of Brunswick, we could bring additional information to the board for consideration if there's general consensus on that. Okay. All right, we got consensus. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, you can move it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the next policy area, my computer's not working. There we go. Is winter shelter. We spent a lot of time talking about cold weather shelter last year at the board workshop. Again, it's not a county core service. It's something that is pretty unique to Nevada County in terms of the way we lean into providing shelter for people who are unhoused during inclement weather. Based on board direction, the board allocated $150,000 of general fund last year. We saw requests for proposals to identify providers in all three areas of the county where we provide that, North San Juan, Nevada City, and Truckee. We had board direction to try to remove the county as the barrier. We were previously identifying the criteria and making the call whether to open the shelter or not open the shelter. We were getting feedback that those criteria were a hindrance to the provider, and so we removed that from the contracts. And we also received direction to lean into partnerships and maximize funding. And so we have Nevada City contributing to the Nevada City shelter. We have the town of Truckee, Tahoe Forest Hospital contributing to the shelter in, what was intended to be the shelter in Truckee. And then we have Partnership Health Plan has also granted funds to the county to support shelter associated with their CalAIM work. So we've increased the amount of available funding and matched against the county general fund. We've had blessedly better weather this year, but we have an active contract and ready to go with Sierra Roots in Nevada City for the shelter. We have our North San Juan is supported with funding for the shelter there and has been opening. In Truckee, the situation has been more challenged, so the board has been updated, but we conducted that RFP for a provider. There were no providers that were willing to provide shelter in Truckee. We also, the Truckee shelter lost a location. The Church of the Mountains, which previously hosted it, terminated the lease, and so there's no location for shelter in Truckee. Homeless sheltering is zoned only allowable in faith-based properties, so we also conducted an RFP of the faith-based community to see if anybody's interested in hosting this type of function, and we got no response to that RFP as well. And so we followed that board direction. We have zero providers available this year, zero locations available for it, and so there is not a winter shelter available in Truckee this year. We are prepared with the county emergency response, which all counties provide, so that if there's a declared emergency or if there's blizzard conditions, we will use county staff to open a shelter, but there's not a shelter. We've been working on a host of other options and long-term solutions. There is sort of light at the end of the tunnel in terms of interested providers to provide different models. They're more interested in a persistent shelter than a weather-triggered shelter, since that's difficult to staff. But we have other contingencies in place. There is a regional shelter in Tahoe City. There's additional housing that's been brought to bear on the Placer side. And we're also working on a home key project for Truckee that some of you have received emails on. So we're working on the Truckee situation, but it's not good. Our area that's most subject to winter weather has no shelter available this winter. That's the update on winter shelter. We are requesting that if you do want to continue funding shelter, we will need to continue getting general fund for that. So the new year request is to keep funding it at $150,000 and keep leaning into those partnerships. And we will definitely continue working on the challenges in Tahoe Truckee region going forward. So I'll pause for a discussion on shelter and whether the board is willing to continue with funding that program.
Thanks, Ryan. So can I summarize that we spent about $150,000 this last year, but we expanded our reach by increasing those partnerships in every location, basically?
Correct. And we haven't had to utilize that money very much this year. So there will, and I shouldn't predict the weather, but if things continue the way they are, we will have savings this year, which we can potentially roll over. And the idea was if we had a good winter, we could save that and amplify our ability to provide shelter if we have another snowmageddon.
Great. And then a clarification, I think, for everybody. You said that in Truckee, you could only use church or faith-based shelters. That's a decision that Truckee, this town of Truckee made?
That is a part of their zoning for homeless shelter. Last year, we operated it on a one-time basis out of the Joseph Center, which we did that through following the process to get use our jurisdictional powers. But that was a one-time function and not sustainable to do with county staff.
Have we engaged in conversation with them, and maybe Hardy, you want us to expand that maybe to maybe at least?
It's been it's been incredibly difficult in Truckee, and we're going on. This is the second year, but the first year, Jasmine Bro did an excellent job of pulling all these resources together. We put it in the Justice Center. There's opposition at kind of every location, so the county has jurisdictional authority to go into an area precluding zoning to have a warming shelter. So we do have those options available to us that would extend past the faith-based community. But the faith-based community is by right, so we kind of wanted to respect the community general plan by looking for faith-based communities first. My opinion in Truckee is it's going to cost the county more to provide equal services in Truckee, and I think that was reflected in the response to the RFP, and that people can't afford to do the work in that part of the region for what's being offered. So a question for the board is, I think pound for pound we're going to have to pay more to accomplish the same services in Truckee, because the same reason it costs more for everything to happen in Truckee. Locations are more restricted, it costs more. Service providers need to pay more because there's housing and transportation costs. It's one of those pieces of government that I feel is really, we don't need the same services as West County. We just need some basic services. And Jasmine and I arm wrestle about the numbers, and she thinks it's higher, and Ryan thinks it may be inflated by THAC. But I think the numbers are fairly modest, and I think we can make, some real gains by getting a warming shelter, supportive housing, and some of these things off the ground in Truckee. But it's going to cost us more. It's going to cost the board more to get it done there.
This is the first I've heard that Truckee is restricting where it's this town is where they could be. And to my mind, that's the first. We can't be going around them and then spending extra money. So my opinion is we need to continue to try to engage with them on that.
Yeah, I think so. Just to clarify, we didn't really, it's community opposition, not necessarily the town. So the town zoning standard is not necessarily the case. It's not costing us any more to go to any location, except that everything in Truckee costs more. So the base real estate, rent, purchase, and then also the service provision, so the contractor. I don't think they can provide the service for what you can in this part of the county because of transportation and housing costs.
Okay, other comments and questions?
Just real quick, so the 150,000 though, was there any cost savings since we didn't get to go to Truckee? Or is that being used in both of the two places?
So the idea was that since we aren't able to have a weather shelter in Truckee, we're leaning into these other resources like permanent supportive housing, which are actually more expensive. And so the town's still contributing to that, Tahoe Forest Hospital. So we have amplified that funding quite a bit, but it's needed more if we have these other services.
So luckily we haven't had bad year yet, but I've seen February and March get really cold. So are you housing them in a motel, or what are we doing with the ones that we do have? What are we doing?
So I mentioned that there's a shelter regionally. We've been working with partners to get people to the shelter that's in Kings Beach, also connecting people to resources in other parts of the county if needed, but the weather hasn't been such that it would have been a situation where the shelter opened really.
And wondering if we could spend some more time in the near future looking closely at whatever facilities. There's the Economic Resource Center. I don't know what you call it, but the job counseling assistants. It used to be the old supervisor's office. And I know that Sheriff Moon had concerns about some of the locations, but I'm wondering if maybe we want to revisit if there was supportive housing and just say, keep our fingers crossed that we got that. If maybe a warming shelter with less capacity would now be available to our community in something like the Justice Center or one of the other facilities, where now that we've created some capacity, maybe we could get an affordable alternative there.
Yeah, absolutely. We could continue to look at options. I think for this season, staff did an excellent job in terms of putting plans in place. And if there is a blizzard or a big storm event, we would open up the conference room at the Justice Center. So that is the contingency plan. So really the decision or direction we're seeking from the board today is that last year you invested 150. We have not expended all those dollars, but looking at an additional, keeping that static for next fiscal year to start building a funding source to fund these shelters for the long term. And the contracts, and please correct me, Phoebe and Ryan, if I'm incorrect, but the current contracts go to Sierra Roots, North San Juan, and then Truckee.
Correct. And I'll just add on the Truckee situation, the funding is one point of the triangle, the location is another point, and the provider is another. So even if we find a location, we'll still need that provider. And so, but we will continue trying.
We're not giving up on Truckee.
So the decision point for everyone is, do we agree with nodding of heads or shaking of heads to provide another 150,000 this year for all three providers to continue to work on winter shelters for all those impacted areas?
I'm in support. I just don't, I think it may be more than 150 in the future, and we don't need to discuss that today, but it's just preclude, saying that we're only going to spend 150 may limit the solution that is the only solution for East County. It may be the only solution.
Correct. So this would go through budget subcommittee, but as you know, we're building budgets now, and this was one time allocation from general fund per the direction of the board last year. So planning for next fiscal year, we are seeking direction on keeping the 150. I think to Supervisor Bullock's point, if there was a Truckee solution with partners or contracts, of course, we'd be bringing that back to the board for further discussion and direction.
Sue and Rob, you nodding. Okay. Okay.
Well, that's the conclusion of the presentation today. Unless there are other questions about homelessness in general or anything else we've discussed.
Any more questions or final comments on the homelessness topic?
I just wanted to say thanks. It can be a really thankless, I think, task from the internal workings that I've seen with staff working with community providers and also responding. The phone calls that I think all three of us have made in the last couple of days, it's demoralizing as heck. I mean, you hang up the phone, you're trying to make one community have something that is just members of our community in a different situation than we find ourselves in. And it just, thank you for having the moral and fortitude to just dig in there and solve it. So really appreciate that.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Excellent job.
Thank you.
And don't go away. We have some final wrap-ups from Lori.
Nobody in the horseshoe go away. You guys can go get seated. All right, so I have 15 minutes, but you're going to give me 7. Okay, Zach? All right, so we have a few wrap-ups. I want to check, let's see, I'm going to have to lay things down here. All right, first of all, I just want to go through what you did today because you had a very full day. And so there were 14 members of the public that came and spoke. You had a legislative platform, legislative panel, local impacts from your agency directors, a fiscal update, a recreation, economic development, the Truckee Library update, and homelessness. So that's a lot of presentations and information that you've had. And I just want to touch base on expectations that the goal today was to have wonderful conversations, outlining action steps, opportunity for frank conversations to hear what colleagues think and the collective goals, transparency that this allows the input in the discussions, and candid and civil. So hopefully those all showed up for you. And we are going to end earlier than on time. And hopefully we've also been flexible on conversations. Those are the guidelines. I want to just tell you a little bit about tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll cover emergency preparedness, roadside vegetation and maintenance, fire consolidation, broadband, climate resilience, code compliance, housing, capital facilities, which was brought up today, state of the cities and the town, and then at 4:30 the meeting ends and there is a reception for the city, town, and the Board of Supervisor leaders. So that is what tomorrow looks like. I have a few announcements. Tonight, the board is invited to Nevada City for an art reception at 5:30. Did you want to add anything to that, Allison?
Sure. It's the grand opening of the Nevada City Champ Gallery in City Hall, and it's from 5:30 to 6:30, and they sent an invitation to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, so that's what's happening tonight. Code Red is tomorrow between 10 and 12, so just a heads up that we will probably all be getting notifications, and you may hear from somebody, but that is part of the plan. Let's see, that's 2. 3. Okay, 3, preparation for day 3. So I'm talking tomorrow day is Code Red. Friday, I'm just giving you a heads up so you can get into your clothing closets and plan that Friday, Supervisor Hook leads this every year, that we dress in some kind of red for the honoring our military families. Did you want to, what's that? Deployed military. So on Friday, just prepare your red outfits. And let's see, okay, evaluation. And this is for the chairs. It's very quick. Just, you can circle it, yes, if we met your expectations, and no, let us know what we can do to make your day more comfortable, more enjoyable tomorrow. We start again tomorrow. Breakfast will be served at 8 o'clock. The start time is 8:25. Any questions about what's going to happen tomorrow or tonight? Okay, then we look to the chair to recess our meeting.
Any final comments? Okay, then I can't say adjourned, can I? We're continued for the day till tomorrow. Everybody enjoy your evening.